Chapter 20. The next morning I woke early. I ran a mile, round and round, through the silent, empty streets, while the make-believe sky overhead paled and warmed and turned into morning sunlight. Running is good for thinking. There isn't anybody to talk to, there isn't any phone to ring, or radio or TV, or scry to interrupt. By the time I'd run my mile, I had made a mental list of all the questions I wanted answered and all the half-answers I needed explained. As soon as I'd showered and dressed, I sat down with a book and a scry, trying to fill in the gaps in what I knew. It was time to get serious. First, about the go boxes, particularly the interstellar variety. Could I use them? Neither book nor scry answered that for me. It wasn't that the scry was unwilling to display any information I asked for. It was that the information about go boxes was incomprehensible to me. The only solid fact I retained was that, yes, every interstellar box was operated by one of the eyes of the mother, the little bedbug things that were all over. What were the eyes of the mother? They were the unsexed workers that came from the eggs the real mother had laid when she had not been recently visited by a male. No help there. So what about the special transportation system the Keketes used? I found no answer to that. I did find an awful lot about the Keketes. The little brown men were called Keketes, and they apparently only existed on Narabedla itself and on Henry Davidson Jones's yacht. Then there were the Din Keketes, like Puri. They were smart robots that could do all sorts of specialized things, like make music or translate languages, for the needs or pleasures of people like me, or, for that matter, like any of the 15 associated peoples. There were also the Fatan Keketes, which ran the farms and supervised some kinds of machinery. They came in a variety of shapes because form followed function, and the ones that, for instance, worked underwater looked more or less like octopuses. There was also a special kind called the Kai Keketes, which apparently didn't do anything much but grow, whereupon they were harvested by the Fatan Kekete farmers. I didn't pursue that subject very far. I didn't want to know exactly what kind of roast I had eaten at Nora Platt's dinner party. The Keketes, it seemed, were indeed robots, but not the kind that you bought in a toy store. They were organic robots, more or less the kind Karel Čapek had meant when he coined the words, I suppose. And they were a fairly recent innovation in the lives of the 15 associated peoples. They had been pioneered by the OSPs, who had been admitted to membership as one of the peoples only a couple of 100 years ago. That was going nowhere useful. I got up, poured myself another cup of coffee, and started along a different line. What was this Bakhat trouble that had stirred the 15 associated peoples up? According to Conduccio's book, the Bakhat were one of the 4 founding members of the associated peoples. The Duntadins, I knew who they were, all right, and the Bakhat, they looked more or less like 8-foot-long anteaters, and they communicated by flashing colors on their hindquarters, like fireflies, had come from planets of a pair of long-period double stars, and they had been fighting an interstellar war for 100 years or more when Barak's people, the Gagrezna, discovered them. The Gagrezna had already begun exploring interstellar space with robot probes, and either the Bakhat or the Duntadins, the book didn't say which, had destroyed the probes, though not before information had been returned to the Gagrezna. A couple of 100 years later, the Gagrezna came back. By then they had discovered the go-box, so once their probes got to the Bakhat and Duntadin systems, they had quick two-way transportation. Also, they had made contact with the Tlata, the mothers and their workers and males, who were pretty smart too. Then, I skipped over some of the details, the Duntadins and the Bakhat acquired go-boxes of their own. The Bakhat launched an attack on the Duntadins. The Duntadins responded by blowing up the Bakhat star. That ended the war. The only Bakhat to survive were the few remaining from the invasion forces. The Duntadins didn't come out of it too well either, because a year or so later, when the shock-wave radiation from the Bakhat nova reached their own planet, their unprotected biota got pretty well fried. The Gagrezna didn't care for people blowing up other people's stars. Their first impulse was to wipe out the Duntadins. The mothers dissuaded them, and so they offered the Duntadins membership in a federation on condition that they submit to anti-war control and inspection, and that was the beginning of the Associated Peoples. Then, skipping to the present, the few remaining Bakhet, now multiplied to 1 million or so and living in scattered colonies on other people's planets, wanted a homeland of their own, and so they had laid claim to a recently discovered planet. That was the Bakhet affair. It had taken me half an hour to find it all out, and it was getting close to time for Nora Platt to come by to escort me to the day's rehearsals. What had I learned? Nothing very useful, as far as I could see. The big question was whether I could get home. The bedbugs were the key to that, I decided, and so I went back to the Plattas. By the time there was a scratching at my door, I had learned a lot about the Plattas. They were the peacekeepers of the Associated Peoples. The bedbugs, the eyes of the mother, had the free run of everything, everywhere. They saw everything and reported back to their mothers, and the mothers were insatiably curious. I had a question for Nora when I opened the door, but it wasn't Nora who was gazing up at me cheerfully. It was my little ocarina friend, Perry. "Good morning, Mr. Stennis," he caroled. "I hope you had a pleasant night." "Marvelous," I said. "Where's Nora?" "I'm sorry to say that Miss Platt isn't feeling well today," he informed me, "so I've come to take you to the rehearsal." "It's on, then?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Stennis. Meriteka Binder finished his business with the committee on the Andromeda probe. He especially asked me to tell you that he's counting on you to be there this morning. He has a surprise for you." "A surprise?" "Actually," said Perry happily, "2 surprises, but I think it's all right for me to tell you one of them. He's got the sets for Idomeneo, and he's really anxious to have your opinion of them." So, once again, the opera singer took over from the dedicated dissident in my mind. I got to the rehearsal hall, eager to find out what the surprise was, and then even that faded in my mind as I saw what was going on. I was entranced at what was happening there. They were running through the whole of Idomeneo, as before, but it was not like any first run-through I had ever seen on Earth. In my experience, no one on Earth would have had a costume yet. In early run-throughs, you're likely to get your Brunhilde in a miniskirt and your Queen of the Night with curlers in her hair. The Commendatore doesn't come through a trapdoor out of hell. He ducks under the outstretched arm of a stagehand to deliver his doom-laden lines. And, of course, they do it all on a perfectly bare stage. That's how it goes on Earth. On Narabedla, that, as with most other things, was very different. The principal singers all did have costumes. They were busy getting into them when I got there. Those remote-control clothes producers had been busy all night, I supposed, and gaudy threads indeed they had produced. Mozart would have been delighted. And then there were the sets. The sets. But sets is the wrong word. On Narabedla, they didn't use the conventional flats and backdrops. What they used were something very like holograms. You could see them. You couldn't touch them. There was nothing there to touch, nothing but light. When Binder commanded, "Sets on," they sprang up out of nowhere. I moved around the sets, staring at them. They were utterly solid-looking, and really three-dimensional. From out in the audience seats, or even from any corner of the stage itself, they looked incredibly and opulently real. When the first Idomeneo scene appeared, I gasped. Even the other singers looked startled, and Binder was in heaven. "Do you like it?" he begged the cast, almost hopping with pleasure. "Here, look at the others." And as, one by one, they flashed into being, he catalogued them for us. "The throne room is from the La Scala production. The opening of the second act is copied from Bournemouth, and the last one is taken from the Leningrad Kirov Theatre. I took the original pictures myself." There was a murmur of appreciation from the singers, almost unanimous. The exception was the Electra. She sniffed frostily. She was the dark, cadaverous-looking one, and her name, I got Perry to remind me, was Sumeri Pericardi. "Idomeneo," she said, she had just the trace of an accent, maybe French, "is set on the ancient Greek island of Crete,
not in Egypt. I recognize that throne set. It does not at all belong to this opera. It comes from Aida."
Binda pouted.
"In our view," he explained, "the set is quite authentic. It faithfully represents the Earth. Now, places, first act. Perret, the overture, if you please."
Nora Platt came limping in while they were still singing and sat down quietly next to me. I didn't ask her how she was. I could see by the strain on her face that her old bones were giving her fits. When they had finished the run-through, Binda disappeared for a moment to confer with somebody, and I walked around, congratulating the cast. I meant every word. They had been, well, sublime. Then Binda came back in.
"We have time," he said, "for a quick run-through of our second opera. It will be Pagliacci. The Kekettis have the scores."
That's how I found out what the second surprise was. We were rehearsing Pagliacci, and I was to sing the Tonio. "But I'm not ready, Binda," I complained, half happy, half struck with sudden stage fright.
"No, of course," he agreed. "Don't worry about it. Simply do not sing too loud. And shall I tell you the other half of your surprise? Our third opera is to be again Mozart. The mother has requested that. And it will be Don Giovanni, with you singing the Don."
He grinned at me happily, the bright green tongue licking out of that horrid little mouth. It was an ugly enough spectacle, but I could have kissed him.
"Remember that you are not quite ready yet, dear boy," he cautioned. "So if you sing too loudly, it will throw the other singers off."
"But you will be singing with the rest of them very soon," promised Nora Platt, putting a motherly hand on my shoulder, and Malatesta echoed in Italian, "Subito, subito cantare bellissimo Nollywood."
It was a heartening vote of confidence, but not unanimous. Floyd Morcher, who was singing the Canio, remained his usual isolated self, vocalizing at half-voice off in one corner of the stage, and the Silvio was a man I had not met before, named Rufus Connery. He didn't speak at all, only stood there with hostile patience waiting for the rehearsal to begin. But I was pretty sure that I knew why that was. It was not necessarily that he thought I sang like a skunk. It was just that he was the other baritone in the troupe. I had sung the Silvio to somebody else's Tonio often enough to understand that Connery was not very likely to admire the voice of whoever was singing the larger role. For I was the Tonio, all right. I got to open with a show-stopping prologue. And when we at last started, with Malatesta alternately nodding and frowning at me, signing when I should breathe and urging the top tones out of my mouth, I really did it pretty well. I felt almost at home.
If there is a world composed more nearly completely of make-believe than the world of opera, I cannot imagine what it is. The stories of the operas are preposterous. The singers rarely look as though they could possibly feel and do what the roles require. The 50-year-old Mimis and plump little Siegfrieds are chosen for voice, not plausibility. The swords are wood, the daggers are rubber, the sets are plywood and paint. On earth they are. On Narabedla the sets were not even that much, being those mere immaterial shapes of light. There is almost nothing in opera that is real, and yet out of all this hocus-pocus and sham comes, well, beauty. And anyway, although opera is a make-believe world, it is the world I had all my life wanted to live in. I actually enjoyed Rufus Connery's resentment. I was pleased to make an appointment to be fitted for my costumes. I let one of the Keckety servants make me up for my role as Tonio. The grease paint smelled good. I was home. It almost made me forget about the cluster of spectators I had passed in Execution Square, all watching with critical interest something I turned my head away from. Pagliacci is a short opera, with a small principal cast, 2 baritones, 2 tenors, and a soprano. The Nera was the pretty little valley girl, Maggie Merck. The second tenor, the Pepe, was Dmitri Arkashvili, the Russian who had sung the high priest in the Idomeneo rehearsal. And once again they were all really good. Ruggiero Leoncavallo would have been pleased, if also totally freaked out by, for example, the likes of Binda. In the breaks, I made it a point to chat with Aneta and get on friendly terms. She has to hit me in the face with a whip, and I didn't want her to mean it, and tried to do the same with Morcher and Rufus Connery, just to keep the tension down among the cast. Connery was only professionally jealous. He would get over it by and by, I thought. Morcher simply did not choose to talk. But his Vesti la Juba was as good as any I had ever heard, and that catch of the breath and controlled sob when he sings Laugh, Clown was, well, beautiful. And it was, all in all, a happy time, right up to the moment when one of the mother's little bedbugs skidded in to paw at Binda for attention. When Binda had listened to its message, he clapped his snaky little hands and said,
"Ladies, gentlemen, the execution is finishing now. We will adjourn the rehearsals until tomorrow so that we can all go to watch the end of it."
I don't know why I went there. I didn't want to. I didn't know exactly what I was going to see, and didn't believe for a second that whatever it was, I would enjoy seeing it. But everybody else was going, so I went along. I found myself on the fringes of the square. Maggie Merck and her tall, skinny friend, Sue Mary Petticardi, were on one side of me, Floyd Morcher on the other. Together we were pressing forward to stare through the crowd. It didn't at first look much different from the quick, revolted glimpse I'd had that morning. The monster's teeth were buried deep in Jerry Harper's throat. The razor talons were slicing through his breast, bones and all. Jerry Harper's face— well, I didn't like to look at Jerry Harper's face. I cannot enjoy the expression of agony. The square was densely packed with people, a good many of them not precisely people in the human sense. Barrack was there, elevated on the tips of his silvery starfish arms, the eyes roving all over, and the stench as bad as ever. So were a couple of other aliens of the tall, black praying mantis type, and a few of kinds I had not seen before. There was a lot of conversation from the crowd, not all of it in English, or even in any human language at all. Barrack, in particular, was gasping away in that high-energy, breathy way of his that sounded like a tire pump given voice. But he wasn't speaking English. He lifted two of his arms commandingly to wave a space through the crowd, and a group of the little Kekiti folk came trotting through with various items, some with folded-up cloth, one carrying a glittery silver and crystal machine. They set the machine down next to the statue. Barrack choked out a sentence of command. The servant at the machine did something to it. There was a quick orange-colored emission from the machine. I suppose it was light, but it seemed almost to be a glowing gas cloud that sprang from the machine and spread to envelop the statue. And then the statue came alive. It was like a stop-motion still on a television program suddenly returned to normal action. The monster's great tail flailed about. The pointed head with the dagger teeth shook back and forth as it chopped at Jerry Harper's throat. Sounds came out, a muffled roaring from the monster, a terrible gurgling moan from Harper as he tried to struggle away. Then Harper went limp. The Duntarin raised its head and growled something that I knew was speech, though not in any language I had ever understood. One of the Kekiti folk silently handed it a towel, and it fastidiously began to wipe Jerry Harper's blood off its face and talons. Floyd Morcher said exultantly beside me, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life." Maggie Merck said, "Oh, Sue Mary, I think I'm going to be sick." The servants unrolled a sort of body bag. Two of them began to stuff what was left of Jerry Harper into it, while the others began to mop up the mess on the floor of the square. And Tricia Madigan reached forward to tug at my shoulder.
"Had enough, Noli? We're not doing no good here, and there's going to be a bunch of people at Wanda's place. How about if you and I and Conjure go off and crawl a couple of bars?"
Wanda's place turned out to be the sort of refreshment place I had visited with Perry, but we didn't stay there. Conjure Kowalski took one look inside and shook his head. "Too crowded," he said. "We gone home." He stalked ahead of us to the go-box, and where we wound up was at his personal pad. Conjure didn't say much on the way. Neither did Tricia, because she was pouting over missing the excitement of the post-execution crowd at Wanda's place. Neither did I, because I was trying to make sure that the queasy, bustling sensation in my stomach was not going to lead to throwing up. It is not every day that you see a helpless human being eaten up by a monster from outer space. I concentrated my attention on Conjure Kowalski.
He seemed to be as affected as I was by Jerry Harper's messy murder, but it took him a different way. Smoldering rather than sick. Conjure had a lot to smolder with. He was 6 long feet and 10 skinny inches tall. His hands could wrap around a basketball the way I held an orange. He threw the door to his pad open and declared, "There be the booze, lady, and we wants us some now." Tricia brightened.
"Sit down, fellows,"
she said, and headed for the wet bar. She didn't ask what we wanted. She just started pouring, while Conjure stalked into the bathroom and slammed the door, and I looked around. Conjure's pad was no bigger than my own, but the plan was entirely different. He didn't have a big living room and a little bedroom. He didn't have any living room at all, except for a kind of little foyer with 2 chairs and a communications scry, but his bedroom took up a good deal more than 50% of the square footage of the apartment. The bed was round. It was also huge, big enough so that Big Conjure could stretch out in it easily in any direction, with adequate room for another person, or 4 or 5 of them, besides. It was elevated on a platform a foot above the rest of the room, with a bar conveniently next to it at one point, and what looked like about a $10,000 stereo rig at another. And off in one corner, next to the bathroom door, but not even screened, was a jacuzzi big enough to hold parties in. "Neat," I said morosely, taking the glass of J.B. and ginger ale from Tricia.
"Oh, cheer up, hon," she said, depleting her own glass.
She climbed up to sprawl on the huge bed as though she had been there a time or two before, and looked at me in a friendly, chiding way.
"You're not sitting down," she said. "You're all snaggle-toothed and mean, and you're going to totally kill this party."
"Do you blame me?" I demanded.
"Who's blaming? But that thing with Jerry, hey, it happens, so why don't you just drink up and get mellow?" she ordered.
Then she raised her voice.
"Damn you, Conjure," she called. "Are you ever coming out of there, or what?"
The door opened, and Conjure appeared. He had removed his shoes, and they were in one hand. His pants had come off, too, and they were folded over the other forearm. What he still had on was a sort of Mexican-looking, light-weight, open-necked shirt and pale green jockey shorts. He hung the trousers up in a closet, neatly arranging the creases to match, and pulled on a pair of jogging shorts while he talked. They were partly green, too, pale green and white, and they were just about the right color to go with his café au lait skin. He had the longest legs I'd ever seen on a human being, and they were solid muscle. "You right, woman," he growled at Tricia. "You don't be blaming him for feeling real low right now."
"Oh, knock off the damn jive talk,"
Tricia complained. She looked at me.
"He was a speech major at CC&Y back home," she told me. "He just does that to put you on."
"I be doing that way 'cause I be feeling that way," Kowalski rumbled.
Actually, in his normal voice, he sounded like a speech major, a really good one, with natural talents. Conjure Kowalski had one fine, deep, round speaking voice. If the present incumbent ever gave them up, he could have done the 7-Up commercials just as well. He glared at his drink and said, "Jerry Harper was a damn fool, okay, but they didn't have to do him like that."
"We're not going to talk about Jerry Harper," Tricia commanded. "How do you like Conjure's place, Noli?"
"It's neat," I said again.
"Yeah," he said darkly. "But I tell you this, my man, I would trade it all for 2 rooms near 125th Street and maybe a contract with the Knicks."
"We're not going to talk about that either," said Tricia. "We're just going to get relaxed and talk about having fun. You ever play any basketball, Noli?"
"In college, but I was too short."
"Maybe you could throw some baskets with Conjure sometime. He still works out in the gym every day, in case he gets back, you know."
I was torn between 2 cues there. In case he gets back, and Jim. Jim won out, and when I asked, it turned out that, yes, Conjure had a gym. His own gym, he pointed out. He paid for it out of his earnings, and anybody else who wanted to use it had to pay for the privilege. Sometimes people did. It had a basketball court and a running track, not to mention all the Nautilus machines. I got right to the point. "I don't have any money," I said. Conjure looked concealedly pleased, like a used car salesman who sees an 18-year-old heading toward the Stingray with a bent frame.
"You could get an advance on your contract," he said.
"I don't have a contract. They just snatched me."
"Shit,"
said Conjure thoughtfully, and Tricia said,
But they can't do that. I mean, sure, they can snatch you if they want to. What can you do about it? But they can't make you go on tour. That's a real strict law. The funnies don't want each other kidnapping their people, so they have a rule that nobody travels to any of the planets without a voluntary work contract. You go talk to Sammy Shipperton. He knows he can't ship you off to the Patrique planet without papers. Make him give you a contract.
Then you sure can use my facilities, Noli, said Conjure graciously. You shoot some baskets with me, I'll maybe give you something off.
Fine, I said, but I'd been distracted again. What's this about the Patrique planet?
Nobody told you about the Patriques? Conjure demanded.
Nobody told me about this place, I said, disgruntled as I thought of it, except Tricia started to give me a quick tour once, only— There was a moment's silence there, because I remembered how the quick tour had ended. So did Tricia. She said kindly,
"You've seen a picture of it on the scry, haven't you?"
"Well, yes, but—"
"Show them in," Conjure ordered. "I'll fresh up these drinks."
And so Tricia Madigan took me over to the communication screen and summoned up a map of Narabedla. It very nearly took my mind off the sad fate of Jerry Harper, because it was pretty to look at, a sort of semi-transparent, illuminated, hologramish model, and it answered a lot of questions. Narabedla, it turned out, wasn't really shaped like a soup can, more like a can of tuna fish. Cylindrical, but pretty squat. It wasn't very big, as moons go, no more than 10 miles in diameter, maybe 6 miles through the axis of rotation. Even so, when I tried to do the arithmetic in my head, it came out a lot larger than it needed to be to house 400 human beings on what was no more than 1/10 of an acre for each little house. "They built all this just so they could have a bunch of human beings performing for them?" I asked.
"Oh, no," rumbled Conjure Kowalski. "It's been here, you know. They had some other use for it, like."
"Like what?"
"Oh, hell, Noli, how would I know? It was just something they didn't need anymore. Maybe like a naval base for wars or something. They used to have them, you know, until they figured out nobody wasn't going to win anyway. So when they started importing artists from the Earth, they just cleared out a little corner of it, and here we are."
"I don't know much about their wars," I said, led away on another trail of thought, and one that was far from attractive. If there was one thing I knew for certain about the people who had created Narabedla, it was that I didn't want their technology applied against the Earth in any way.
"You ain't gonna hear from me," said Conjure, "because I don't know nothing. Ask old Floyd Morcher. He keeps digging into all that stuff, only what's the use? They don't do it no more anyway. Where's that liquor at, Trish?"
I made another mental note to myself, along with the one about seeing Sam Shipperton to talk a contract, and studied the airy model that hung before my eyes. It would be useful, I thought, to get around Narabedla, but Tricia explained that for that I didn't need a map. Most of the English-speaking human beings were within easy walking distance of my own house. The ones that weren't were only a go-box jump away, and from there it was never more than a 5-minute walk to anywhere at all. Anywhere we were allowed to go to, in the first place, at least. "But we can't go off Narabedla?"
"Well, only on tours, when somebody's with us."
"But the aliens can go to Earth? Binda said he'd been there."
Conjure shrugged. "Some of them do. The ones that can dress up to look human, anyway. You ask why? I don't know why. Well, they're all ape shit to do it, only for all different reasons. There's the Gagresna, like Binder. They just want to see what's coming down. There's the mother, who would give her funny-looking little ass to go, only how can she? First, she's sessile. That means she can't move much herself, the speech major explained to me. And second, can you imagine what would happen if she turned up on Times Square? There's the Osps, and they got bad reasons. Happen they had their way, they'd be there right now, you know what I'm saying?" I was afraid I did. I felt a little chill on the back of my neck, thinking about what one of those high-tech alien races could do on Earth if it chose to. "And so it's against the law?" "What kind of law are you talking about, man? There's no law. The Gagresna can't tell the Osps what to do, no way. If an Osp really wanted to go to the Earth, nobody could stop him. Only he'd be in trouble, 'cause they've all signed the deal that says they won't interfere. See, he said, stretching. It was like a lion stretching. The thing is, they can't let it be known. Otherwise it costs them. When Binder goes to like Carnegie Hall, he's living real dangerous. If anybody catches him and it makes the TV news, then he's in the deep shit. That's a violation of the 15 People's Agreement. You see what I'm telling you? They come down on him hard. It'd cost him, not just him, but all the Gagresna. So he takes a chance. But if he don't get caught, why, then there's no problem. He's got off on what he likes to do, and nobody's going to complain.
And the mother lets him go because he comes back and tells her everything. She likes that,
Tricia put in. I remembered the question I had intended to ask Nora Platt. But I thought the mothers were the peacekeepers. Yeah, that's right. What about it? But I thought that meant everybody trusted them, you know? Man, said Conjure, looking pained. Nobody here trusts nobody. It's just like they can make you real sorry if you do something you shouldn't.
And get caught at it, Tricia added,
freshening up our drinks. I tried a different tack. How would they know? Conjure blinked. Say what? How would anybody here know if, for instance, Binder got caught in Carnegie Hall? Why, man, that would certainly make it onto the network news, don't you think? And, of course, all the radio and TV from Earth is monitored all the time. There's about 1 million funnies that keep tabs on everything that's broadcast from Earth, from all the other planets that they don't mess into, too.
They're spying on us?
I cried. Who said spying? I mean, what in the world would they need to spy for? No, they're just interested. It's like they've got all these researchers, you know, like people who study Earth customs and, I don't know, people in the entertainment business. They pick up the shows and sell them like movies. Only, of course, they aren't movies. Anyway, there's no way it wouldn't get known all over if somebody on Earth came across a live Gagresna at the Met, or maybe a Duntonin walking down like State Street. It'd make all the papers, wouldn't it? He hesitated. And that's not all they're looking for, Noli. Oh? He rocked his head back and forth for a moment. No, he said, there's worse than that. You know, some of these funnies are not so damn funny. Some of them's got real nasty attitudes about other species. If some of those birds got onto Earth, there'd be bad times. By then we were on the 4th or 5th drink, and I was actually beginning to like the combination of Scotch and ginger ale. We were all three sprawled out on the big round bed, heads propped on elbows, about as relaxed as I had been since the moment I arrived in Narabedla. Naturally, something had to come along to spoil it. What the spoiler turned out to be was a scratching on the door, and when Conjure let the visitor in, it turned out to be one of the mother's little bedbugs. It made straight for me.
"Dr. Badadukti is ready for you now," it piped, nudging me toward the door with its hard, warm little head. "Come, it is time to prepare for your repair."
Chapter 21. In one way, I didn't really mind the interruption. The party at Conjure Kowalski's pad had reached the point where I was pretty sure that fairly soon somebody was going to lay somebody, and I didn't see a role for me in that, so it was time to go. In another way, I was pretty uptight. Not scared, tense. The feeling lasted all the while the bedbug led me through the go-box and along a sort of corridor. It wasn't a street, it even had a roof, and there were closed doors along the sides of it, though there were no furnishings. I didn't ask questions. It didn't speak again. Then I began to hear distant sounds of singing, and when the bedbug came to an open door, it butted me inside. The room inside was almost as bare as the corridors, apart from a bank of scry, I assumed they were scries, monitors that flickered with pretty colored lights on the wall. There, on a pure, white, sterile-looking couch, were Purry and Nora Platt. They were not uptight at all. They were amusing themselves by singing Greensleeves together. At least Nora was singing, with a surprisingly decent contralto, while Purry was doing a real neat job of a piano and violin accompaniment. I hadn't expected anything like that. It relaxed me considerably. I might even have joined in, except that all I knew was the first verse. They stopped considerately to welcome me.
"I'm glad to see you so bright, Norwood," said Nora fondly, getting up and limping over to pat my cheek.
She was using a cane, I saw, and the way she walked suggested that the joints were giving her real trouble again.
One's first operation is always a worry, don't you agree? But Dr. Borodukty is a marvel. So much better than a human surgeon. That is, simply in terms of natural equipment.
He's not human? I asked. It didn't seem important, but that fact had simply not registered with me before.
Oh, no, Wood, of course he's not human. Why would they get a human being for something like this? The Duntedins are so much better. Dr. Borodukty has done me for ages, and I'm so glad he's finished with his other work, so he can get around to our little problems.
Other work? I started to say, but Purry broke in softly.
Dr. Borodukty is coming now, he said, and I looked up.
When I was at Campfire Place Lodge, I had been lonely and unhappy, but never scared. That is to say, never scared until the time half a dozen of us were out a mile from shore with a counselor, and the outboard on our boat quit. I wasn't scared then, even, until I saw that the counselor was. And I hadn't been scared here until I saw who Dr. Borodukty was. I could not believe it at first, but yes, our surgeon, Dr. Borodukty, the thing that was lumbering into the room, with a pair of the mother's little bedbugs skittering beside him and one of the Keckety servants close behind, the one who was about to perform any number of assorted perforations and incisions and heaven knew what else on me, was someone, only I preferred to think of him as something, I had seen before, and not very long ago at that.
"How are you, Dr. Borodukty?"
asked Nora politely, and I stood up to confront the creature I had watched only a couple of hours earlier in Execution Square, with his needle-sharp fangs ripping the arteries out of poor Jerry Harper's throat. There were still traces of Jerry Harper's blood on the thing's razor-sharp claws. It may be that Dr. Borodukty responded to Nora's cheery greeting. I can't say. All my attention was taken up in staring at the monster. Well, I suppose I have to say he wasted no time. He lumbered over to the far wall, gazed at the Christmassy colored lights of the monitors for a moment in silence. Then he said something. I suppose he said it, though what it sounded like was a combination of clicks and guttural growls. The Keckety deferentially slipped in beside him and began pushing buttons. Soundlessly, a part of the side wall opened up, displaying the entrances to two little cubicles. Between them were more of the screens and what looked like the control panel on a space shuttle. Borodukty waved a claw at us sternly, and one of the mother's bedbugs shrilled, "You ought to remove your clothes, you two patients."
"Oh, sorry, Dr. Borodukty," caroled Nora, sitting down to slip off her shoes.
Purry translated into Borodukty's clicks and rumbles for her, and Nora twinkled at me.
"Come on, Noli. This is no time to be modest. Off with the trousers, please."
I glared at her. That involved my turning to face her, and as I opened my mouth to speak, I felt a hard, hot hand, paw, on my shoulder, and smelled breath still redolent of human blood, and heard right next to my ear the voice of Dr. Borodukty rumbling, "Slashbach, or something of the sort, which Purry translated as,
"Dr. Borodukty says that the human female patient, Nora Platt, has asked him how he is, but the true question, dear humans, is how are you?"
The Keckety had pattered over and was busy unbuckling my belt. I pushed at him angrily. He didn't move. He was, I discovered, a lot heavier and a lot stronger than he looked. I pushed him again, with more force this time, and made my stand. "Hold it!" I yelled. "I am not going to get sliced up by some murdering monster with human blood still on his claws."
"Noli!"
Nora cried in shock and outrage, stepping out of her bikini underwear. She had, I observed, a pretty nice figure for an elderly woman. Elderly.
"You mustn't speak that way about one of our most distinguished alien associates."
"Slashgarsbashmarsh!" roared Dr. Borodukty. And Purry, out of one set of holes, was translating what I said and what Nora said into the clicks and growls of the Duntedin language, and out of another set of holes was relaying to me Dr. Borodukty's responses, which went in English.
"Dear human friend, you must understand that I was merely carrying out the instructions of your own human court."
And I was going on, "This thing is a dangerous animal, and anyway, I was kidnapped here in the first place, and I want out." And all in all, that little room was filling with sound, none of it pleasing to me, and I would have left them all behind had I not discovered
limping over to the entrance with a little oriental-looking Kakkadi servant doggedly pulling my pants down around my ankles, that the door wouldn't open for me. I hadn't seen anyone lock it, but the fact was that it was indeed locked. I was trapped there. I turned to them as a Christian might have turned to the lions of the Colosseum. Purry was piping away in one language or another out of all of his holes at once, trying to keep up with me, still shouting, and with Nora, still remonstrating, and with Dr. Bodadukti, still clicking and growling. We might have gone on in that way indefinitely if Dr. Bodadukti hadn't got tired of it. He didn't seem to lose patience with me. How could you tell if he had? He didn't have a proper face. His clicks and growls did not change in pitch or volume, nor did what he was saying, as relayed by Purry, become anything but the polite remarks of a cultured gentleman of the medical profession. Nothing he did could be construed as threatening or even annoyed, though while he talked he did fastidiously lick away the little smears of Jerry's blood I had reminded him were on his claws. He simply reached out, as though absent-mindedly, and stroked the keypad of the consoles set in the wall. From the wall there came a queer, shrill hum to add to all the other already sufficient noises in the room, and I began to feel rapidly and irresistibly at peace. No, not exactly at peace. I had not forgotten that this being was a killer. I had not stopped being afraid. I simply didn't mind any of it. Aha, I said wisely to myself, the son of a bitch is doping me. And out loud I said good-naturedly, "Sorry to take so long, Doc. I'll be out of these clothes in a minute." And so I was. The doctor didn't even look at me again. He was busy watching his monitors, perhaps, though he didn't seem greatly interested in what they displayed. From time to time he would suck at one of those razor-sharp talons, pulling it through his teeth. Oh, of course, I said wisely to myself, sharpening them up for the operations. The act made a rasping, fingernails-on-blackboard sound every time he did it, but that didn't bother me either. Nothing did. Nothing seemed to be happening, except that every now and then I felt a kind of warmth, once quite hot around my throat and chest, once even hotter in the region of my scrotum, and a sort of generalized overall tingling, like standing next to a static electricity generator. None of this hurt. Nothing hurt, and I did not feel as though I would mind particularly if anything did. When it stopped, nothing at all happened for a while, although I had a hazy notion, from watching Nora Platt give an occasional amused twitch or wriggle, that it was her turn to be examined by whatever kind of thing it was that had been examining me. I waited in good-humored patience, and in silence, until Dr. Bodadukti said, "Scratch, scratch, Bajgara," and Purry translated it as, "He says there is no problem. Now both of you are to get cleaned up for surgery." I bowed deferentially to Nora, and Nora inclined her head graciously to me and led the way. She went into the left-hand cubicle of the two that had appeared on the wall. I went into the right. We were both still bare-naked, of course. It no longer seemed particularly worth noticing. Inside each cubicle was a thing like a cot, and a thing like a king-sized tub full of greenish, faintly aromatic liquid, and a thing like a stall shower, but without any visible faucets. I thought of stepping into the tub, but the bedbug that had followed me nudged me into the stall. It turned out indeed to be a shower, or at least something very like one at first. Needle-sharp sprays of something oily and sweet-smelling shot out at me from all directions as a door closed on me. I ducked involuntarily, but there was nowhere to duck to. I thought of trying to protect my eyes. Then I realized that whatever was coming at me had already found my eyes, but the sprays just there were gentle ones, and my eyes didn't seem to mind it. The sprays didn't stab, they didn't sting, and they followed me wherever I moved. Then the sprays changed. They became gentler and warmer, and they smelled different, a little like the roses of the Riviera, almost, I thought, wondering amiably if Irene Madigan were still there to smell them. The sprays were quite soothing. Why, I thought with amusement, I seem to be falling asleep right here. I saw the door begin to open, the spray stop, the Kakkadi reach in to catch me as I collapsed languidly to the floor, and go to sleep I did, then and there, without any further thought about it at all. When I woke up, I was thinking about Marlene and Irene Madigan. Perhaps I had been dreaming about them, though I remembered no dream.
I was lying naked on that little cot, turned on one side with my head pillowed on my arm, and my first waking thought was that Irene and Marlene must be worrying about me. My second thought was that I seemed to have a slight sore throat, not to mention a dull ache in the vicinity of my belly and my balls, and my third was that, oh, wow, wonderful, the operation must be over. I sat up and looked around. I was alone in the cubicle with the cot, the bathtub, and the shower stall. The stall was empty. The tub was still filled with liquid, but it seemed thicker and soupier now, and it was gently swirling around in the tub like a slow-motion jacuzzi. It smelled different now, too, a sort of combination of ripe cheese and disinfectant. "Hello?" I called. Nobody answered. The reason for that was that nobody was there. Not in my cubicle, and not out in the larger room with the pretty colored lights floating around the wall. My clothes weren't there either. Naked and tentative, I got up and peered around from my doorway, ready to duck back inside and demand pants if someone showed up. No one did, and actually, as I began to move around, the faint aches and worries seemed to ease themselves. I felt no worse than I would normally have felt after a night on a hard cot without a pillow. I saw Nora Platt's cane propped against the tub in her room, but the cot was empty. I peered in, wondering where Nora was. The tub was making the same gentle water-in-motion sound as my own, and then I looked into it. The first thing I saw was Nora's toes, bobbing up to the surface of the smelly tank. Then I saw that the toes were on her foot, which was normal enough, and the foot was at the end of her leg, but the leg was no longer attached to Nora. Both her legs floated in that tank, and so did her body, and so did her head, but none of them were any longer joined to each other. Nora Platt had been disassembled. By the time the outer door opened again and Sam Shipperton came in, fresh clothes for me over his arm, I was standing by the tub with Nora's cane raised in my hand. It was a good thing that it was Shipperton that came in first, and not Dr. Badadukti or one of the other weirdos. I would surely have done my best to smash in any non-human head that appeared. Even so, it was a close thing. He ducked away from the cane in surprise, yelling, "What the hell are you doing, Stennis? Put that thing down!" And then, as I hesitated, "Come on, man, I got no time for this. Get your clothes on. Mr. Davidson Jones wants to see you right away." Chapter 22. "The trouble with you," Shipperton declared, steering me into the go-box, "is you don't fucking appreciate everything we're doing for you. Hurry up, get in." I got in, still seething. "And what are you doing for Nora Platt?" I sneered, though by then I had lost a lot of steam because I pretty well knew what he was going to say. "Jump station," he said to the box. Then, as the door closed, he said what I had been expecting. "Dr. Badadukti is fixing her up. That's what we're doing for her. Of course he takes her apart to fix her up. What do you think? How do you think you looked a couple of hours ago? Get out." I got out as ordered, feeling a shiver of cold along my back. The pieces of my body fit together real well. They always had. I didn't like the idea that they had recently been disassembled and then stuck back together again. "I've got a sore throat," I complained, feeling my neck to see if the soreness was still there. "Of course you do. That's because Mr. Davidson Jones needs you. So I got you woke up a little early," Shipperton explained. "In here. Move it, will you?" In here was another go-box, bigger than the last. The door shooshed open. I started in, only half paying attention because my fingers had felt something odd on my neck, but Shipperton grabbed my arm. "Hold it," he ordered. "Let them get out, will you?" The new go-box wasn't empty. It was even bigger than I'd thought, almost the size of a one-car garage. It needed to be, because it contained a couple of the little minim, like Meriteka Binda, only Binda wasn't one of them, and 4 of those big 14-foot praying mantis-looking aliens, the Petrik, crouched over to keep their heads from going through the ceiling. They sputtered at me. The language was their own, but I understood what they meant. It was, "Get out of the way." I felt my neck while the aliens shoved past, and the 2 Keketi servants muscled a couple of crates out of the box. One of the bed-buggy eyes of the mother followed them as far as the door. It paused there, gazing up at Shipperton. Shipperton said something I couldn't hear. The bedbug hesitated, sniffing at his ankle, then it trotted back inside. Shipperton pushed me in after it, and the door scoofed shut behind us. "Leave your dressings alone, will you, Noli?"
Shipperton ordered. It feels like there's something stuck on my neck, I complained.
Well, sure there's something stuck on it, he said disgustedly. Didn't you ever hear of bandages? I don't think you could pull them off, but don't try. You'll be sorry if you do. They'll just get absorbed by themselves in a couple of days if you leave them alone.
It wasn't easy to leave them alone. What I felt when I touched them was soft, slippery, raised ribbons. They went in geometric patterns around my throat all the way to the back of my neck, and they were warm to the touch, as though something unusual were going on under the ribbons. I swallowed because I had a mental image of Dr. Buttadukti's razor-sharp claws slicing through my tender and undefended skin while I was unconscious. "Are you trying to tell me he isn't a murderer?" I demanded.
"Will you knock that off, for God's sake? Buttadukti is a volunteer. He doesn't have to fix us up, you know. He only does it because of his interest in exotic biologies."
"I know all about his interest in exotic biologies. Just shut up," Shipperton ordered, and then, as the big door opened again, he snapped, "Out." There was a Kekedy standing at the door. Shipperton nodded toward me and said, "He stays here. Stennis, just wait a minute until I see if Jonesy's ready for you." He started to turn away, then stopped himself. He looked back at me. "One thing. Who's Victor?" That was the way he pronounced it, with a W. "Who's Victor Orzechowski?" I straightened up with a jolt. "What? What about him?" "Just that now you've got somebody else in the deep stuff, Stennis," he growled. "Christ. I knew we just should have dumped you into slow time in the first place." If there was one person I didn't want to add to the list of people who were likely candidates for trouble, it was Vic Orzechowski. He was a homely, fat man, but he had been just about the best friend I'd ever had. When I had the mumps, I thought I was going to die. When I was over the mumps, having left some important parts of my self-image in the hospital bed, I didn't think I was going to die anymore. I just thought that it no longer mattered. Singing and making love weren't just pleasures for me. They were, basically, the things my life was all about, and they were gone. I knew I was supposed to construct some sort of new life for myself, but it didn't seem I had enough raw materials left to build it out of. That was when Vic Orzechowski saved my life. I ran into him by chance in Grand Central Station. We had a drink in Charlie O's, and then a couple of pan roasts in the oyster bar, and when I was walking him to his 3-hour-later-than-usual train, he said, "Look, Nolly, you know what the trouble with good advice is. Good advice is what you've always known all along anyhow." "So?" I said, not hostile, just getting ready to hear the same thing I heard 1,000 times already. "So this is the advice. Find something else to be good at. Then get good at it." And then, sort of offhandedly, "If you want to set up as an accountant, there's a woman named Marian Lambert. Have you ever heard of her?" "Sure, the contralto. She's a friend of my wife. Mary Ellen says she's looking for somebody new to do her taxes. I'd go after it myself, but I'm not supposed to take on outside work. Anyway, what do I know about opera singers?" So Vic had given me my first client. He also steered my second, third, and about half a dozen more to me over the next year or two, and if that hadn't saved my life, I don't know what had. I should never, never, I told myself, have involved Vic Orzechowski in the Narabedla situation. Sure, I hadn't meant to do him any harm. I had had no reason to think it would mean any serious trouble for him. But he wasn't just vulnerable. He worked for Henry Davidson Jones. That meant that the biggest part of his life was lived in the center of Narabedla's web. It would be no trouble at all to make him disappear. And I was responsible. When Shipperton came to get me, I had made up my mind what to do about it. I was in full possession of my faculties. I nodded briskly to Davidson Jones as I entered his office. He was sitting at his desk, a desk very like the one he had in the World Trade Center, though the office he was in now was a lot smaller. It had the same kind of never-mind-the-cost furnishings, but the ceiling was no higher than the one in the corridor, and it lacked that wonderful starry sky. It was just a ceiling. The walls were hung with drapes, and Davidson Jones himself looked a lot more tired than the last time I had seen him. I didn't waste time. I said, "I'll be glad to write Vic Orzechowski any letter you want me to." Davidson Jones looked at me curiously. "You're not going to argue about it?" "No. Give me a pen and some paper." "Why," he said, nodding, "I'm glad to see you cooperative, Nolly. It won't have to be a letter. A card is good enough, and I have one here." He tossed it to me. It wasn't from Scotland this time. It was from Copenhagen, and the picture was of the little mermaid in the harbor. "I guess I do a lot of traveling around," I said. "What do you want me to say?" "Be creative," he told me. I picked up the pen and wrote quickly, "Dear Vic, having wonderful time with the girl of my dreams. If you see your boss, thank him for me, because without him I never would have met her." He read it over carefully and put it in his desk drawer. "Thank you," he said. "Is that all?" I said, getting up, "because I might as well be getting back." He sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Nolly," he said, "I'm afraid it's not all. I want you to listen to something. You might as well sit down." I did stiffly, and he turned the switch on a tape recorder on his desk, and a voice began to come out. It was Marlene's voice. "My name," it said crossly, "is Marlene Abramson. I live at 308 West 75th Street in New York City. My age is none of your business. And now can I tell you what I came here to say?" "What the hell?" I snapped, but Davidson Jones waved me to silence. "Listen," he ordered. An unidentified man was saying, "Go right ahead, Mrs. Abramson. Tell it in your own words, what you said on the phone." Marlene. "Well, Nolly began—" "What? Oh, all right. My associate, Mr. L. Knollwood Stennis. Do you want his address, too? Anyway, Nolly began acting funny. I guess sometime in April it was. We have this client, Woody Calderon, and he came in and— Oh, God, now what?" Male voice. "Just to save time, we have all that preliminary material in your file already, Mrs. Abramson. Would you just tell us what occurred when you came here to Miami last Thursday?" Marlene. "Wednesday. I got here Wednesday, not Thursday. I registered at the Fontainebleau." She pronounced it the way she always had. Fontainebleau. "They caught me there because I used to do their tax records, but I have to pay my own bar bills and phone. Anyway, I called you people at the office here, but I couldn't get you off your duffs. FBI. Lordy, Lordy, what do you people do with your time? A taxpayer comes and wants to report a kidnapping and—" Male voice. "Yes, Mrs. Abramson, you've said that." Marlene. "I'm going to say it a lot more. You hear what I'm telling you? I pay taxes. I told you Davidson Jones's yacht was right here, and you wouldn't do a thing, so I checked it out myself." Male voice. "Mrs. Abramson, did you ever stop to think that if these allegations have substance, you could be in a lot of serious trouble?" Marlene. "Jesus, did I not? But Noddy's a nice kid, you know, even if he's got a goyish Kopf. Anyway," she laughed a little. It was a pretty small, sad laugh. "I figured if I told you where I was going, and then if I got snatched too, you wouldn't be able to sweep it under the rug any more." Male voice. "I see." Pause. "Then, after your failure to meet with Interpol, you decided to investigate yourself here in Miami." "That's right. My God, Miami in the summer. But that other guy in the FBI in New York, Watson, whatever his name was, he let it out that the yacht was here. So first thing Thursday morning, after I couldn't get you people to move, I rented a car from Avers, and I went off to watch the yacht. Nothing was happening. All I ever saw was some of those Chinese people he has working there up on the deck sometimes, and I got hungry, and besides I had to go to the bathroom. So there was an IHOP down the road. What? It's International House of Pancakes. Haven't you ever seen one? And I ate, and when I came back to the yacht, there was this silver-gray Bentley just pulling away, and I could see Davidson Jones in it, so I followed it." Male voice. "To the shady Cypress Memorial Lawn, I think you said." Marlene. "Right, the cemetery. And I pulled in after them, and I saw Davidson Jones get out. He put flowers on a grave. Then he got back in the car, and I ran back to my own." Male voice. "And that was when you lost him?" Marlene. "I didn't lose him. I just had a little trouble. Well, I hit a gravestone when I was turning around, and then this rent-a-cop comes out and gives me an argument, and by that time Davidson Jones is long gone." Male voice. "So you went back and looked at the grave the suspect placed flowers on?" Marlene. "Right. And it said, Henry Davidson Jones, 1931 to 1933, beloved son. So this other guy's a fake. And what are you going to do about it?" The fake, Henry Davidson Jones, sighed, reached out, and clicked off the recorder. "It's really surprising," he said in a tone of wonder, "how much trouble your Mrs. Abramson can make." I had to clear my throat before I could speak. It might have been just the effects of Dr. Badadukti's fooling around with my vocal cords, Or it might have been the way I felt after hearing Marlene's flat, lovingly worried voice coming out of that machine. "How did you get that?" I demanded. He looked surprised. "I didn't have to get it. A man named William Madison of the New York office of the FBI brought it to me. He came to my office and played it and asked me to explain." He grimaced. "Fortunately," he said, "I already had contingency plans for any question about my actual identity. But it's getting tiresome, Noli. Mrs. Abramson's been busy. It's not just Orzechowski and the FBI. She's been making a career out of talking to people. She has to be stopped." "Lots of luck," I snapped. It was empty bluff, of course. He knew it as well as I did, and went on as though I hadn't even spoken. "So what you have to do," he said, putting his hand on a telephone on his desk, "is call her and tell her that everything is really all right." "Not a chance," I said positively. Davidson Jones sighed. He passed a hand before his face. Then he took the cassette out of the machine and replaced it with another. "Sorry," he said, with his hand on the button. "I put that wrong. I should have explained to you that we don't need your help. It would just be more convenient. For instance, at this moment Mrs. Abramson is back in your office in New York. There are some men nearby who can meet her when she leaves and dispose of her." "You bastard!" I flared. He said mildly, "I don't want to do that. Among other reasons, it would cause a lot of talk. However, I think the talk would die down once it became clear Mrs. Abramson was out of her mind. Listen to this." He pressed the lever, and out of the new cassette came Marlene's voice again, but this time it was saying, "Hello, FBI. Listen, I didn't tell you the whole story last time. This Henry Davidson Jones, I want you to know who he really is. He's Adolf Hitler. He's been hiding out with the saucer people, and he's going to kill the president and take over the White House." The voice stopped. Davidson Jones pressed the stop button and said, "That one's a phone call to the FBI. There's more. A call to the mayor of New York, to the New York Times, a whole bunch of them to your clients." "Marlene never said anything like that," I cried. "No, she didn't," Davidson Jones agreed. "But it's her voice, all right, isn't it? Of course, it's not really hers. It's your friend Purry simulating her voice, but actually Purry is extremely good at that." "No one will believe it's Marlene." "I think they will, Ellie, because the next thing they could find, if that's the way you want it, is Mrs. Abramson dead of an overdose of LSD. Then they'd check her medicine cabinet, and they'd be sure to find 6 sugar cubes left in a box of 24, and all of them laced with acid." "You'd murder her?" "I'd do what I had to do to save the project, Noli," he agreed. "But murdering something I haven't had to do yet. Do you really want to push us that far, Noli? You can clear the whole thing up." "But how—" I began, and then stopped, appalled, because I was beginning to sound as though I would cooperate. "All you have to do," said Davidson Jones gently, "is pick up this phone. Call her. Tell her to call off her dogs. Tell her you're all right, but you've got something going and you'll be out of touch for a while." I snapped angrily, "Can't Purry do my voice too?" He said patiently, "We want to make sure she believes you, Noli. You're the only one who can do that. Convince her. Make sure the next thing she does is call the FBI and tell them it was all a mistake. Or do I tell the people in New York to pick her up?" "But there's still that tombstone." "Oh, yes," he sighed. "There are a lot of loose ends to straighten out. We'll take care of that part. You do yours." He looked at me searchingly for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. I recognized it. It was my office in New York, complete with area code. What wonderful technology they had, I thought bitterly, as it began to ring. "You're on," said Davidson Jones, handing the phone to me. "Stennis Associates," our receptionist said in my ear. I closed my eyes. I took a deep breath.
Hello, Sally. This is the boss calling. Yes, I'm all right. Just real busy. Let me talk to Marlene, please. Chapter 23. When it was over, I sat for a minute trying not to shake. I didn't pride myself on what I'd done. Marlene had actually been crying on the phone. I lied to her, copiously and imaginatively, just as Henry Davidson Jones wished. I told her a long line of hogwash about how I'd been feeling as though I had a nervous breakdown coming on. I just needed to get away for a while, I said. My crazy ideas about Henry Davidson Jones were just part of being overstrained and mixed up, I said. Everything would positively be all right, I said, and I promised I'd keep in touch every now and then. And I filled it all in with chit-chat about whether Henry Stanley's New Jersey state forms had been filed and how Terry Morgenstern's CDs needed to be rolled over, the kind of day-to-day stuff that only I would know about, so she would be sure this person on the phone was no imposter. Toward the end of the conversation, she stopped crying and began to get mad. That didn't make it any better, and I was glad when it was over. Of course, I had to do that, for her sake. But I couldn't make myself believe that. Not at that moment, not at all that day, and not for a good many of the days that followed. Shipperton escorted me back to his office. We didn't speak. When we got there, he poured me a drink, and I took it. "So now," he said tentatively, "can we figure there aren't going to be any more threats and arguments out of you?" I didn't answer that. I didn't have to. When I had picked up that telephone to talk to Marlene Abramson, I knew what I was doing. I was making a major decision, and the decision was to stay on Narabedla. "Would he really have killed her?" I asked. He shrugged uneasily. "I don't think so. He never has. But it would have been bad for her one way or another." He peered at me. "Are you all right?" "What makes you ask that?" "I don't know. You look kind of funny." How should I look? But I knew the answer to that. My conscience made it clear to me. It told me I should look like a man who had just got done ratting out on Marlene and on Irene Madigan, on all of my friends, on my clients, on my country, and, most of all, on my planet and the whole human race that inhabited it. He poured me another drink. "You know what that tombstone was?" he said, making conversation. "It was his son. Right. He was married once. Only his wife and his kid got drowned on a boat. They never found the wife's body." "So he just took his son's identity?" "Later on, he did. Well, he kind of has to now and then, doesn't he? I mean, he stays too young to have only one identity. The way you will, yeah." "Are you giving me another sales talk?" "Well, we really do need to get you to sign a contract, you know." "All right." He stared at me. "Really?" "Well, hell, Nolly, that's fine. Just a minute, I've got blanks here in my desk, and you can sign—" He broke off in the middle of the sentence, peering at my face. "What's the matter now?" he demanded. I finished my drink and put the glass down. My mind was made up. I said gently, "Sam, have you ever negotiated a contract with a CPA before?" "No? I thought not." "Well, I hope you've still got your coffee pot. It's likely to be a long night." Chapter 24. Narabedla was beginning to look better to me. All it took, really, was a change of attitude on my part. I stopped thinking of Narabedla as a place where I wished I wasn't, and accepted it as the place where I was. I'd done that before. It had been the same at Camp Fireplace Lodge. After those first few miserable homesick days, I found out that I was, after all, a camper, too. In my second week, I won a shark feather for swimming clear across the bay unaided. I placed second in marksmanship in the competition with the .22 rifles. Before the end of the season, I was fourth man on the relay team and in the front row of the sing-alongs around the evening campfire. And when Labor Day arrived, I didn't want to go home. Calling Marlene had been the irrevocable step. Signing the contract had only confirmed it. I was a Narabedlan now. On my morning run the next day, I detoured by way of the little street called Rodeo Drive to inspect one of the perquisites therefrom.
Rodeo Drive looked like any suburban condo development, stucco-walled townhouses with lawns and flowering trees around them under the pleasant, if make-believe, morning sky. I had no trouble finding the house that would be mine. It had daffodils in beds under the windows and marigolds in tubs by the patio and back. Shipperton hadn't yet given me a key, but peering through the window, careful not to step on the flowers, I saw that there was furniture in it. That wasn't a real problem. Shipperton had promised I could choose my own, and the contract I had finally beaten out with him provided for advances on earnings enough to buy anything that needed buying. It would be pleasant to pick out my own, I reflected as I jogged back to Riverside Drive, but I wondered what they would do with the old stuff. Store it somewhere? Throw it away? What did they do on Narabedla with the things people discarded? For that matter, what did they do with the people when no Dr. Badadukti could fix them up any more? I added those things to the long list of questions I hadn't yet had answered. I would get all the answers sooner or later, I promised myself. After all, I had plenty of time. I was going to be on Narabedla for quite a while. Maybe, like Nora and some of the others, for hundreds of years. Showered, breakfasted, and dressed, I headed for the rehearsal hall. None of the opera singers was there yet, but Tricia and Conjure Kowalski were dancing on the stage, while Binda happily beat time from the conductor's box. The surprise was that the music they were dancing to was World War II-era swing, and the person playing it was Nora Platt, wonderfully reconstituted out of the assemblage of cold cuts I'd seen floating in Dr. Badadukti's tub. She seemed none the worse for it. She glanced up as I came in, winked cheerfully, and went on hammering out a jivey 12th Street rag. Efford Joyce was sourly hanging over the piano, and he too favored me with a cursory nod. I didn't want to interrupt. I sat down and watched the jitterbuggers. They were worth watching. Both Conjure and Tricia were in costume, Conjure in a zoot suit with a jacket cut down to his knees and a gold watch chain flying around his ankles, Tricia in a jitterbug skirt with tiny, tight white panties that showed every time Conjure flung her over his shoulders or between his peg-topped legs. I could see that she was sweating. I could almost smell her, the sweet, healthy smell of a pretty young woman expending a lot of calories and enjoying it. Nora, spry and smiling after her operation, was grooving right along with them on the piano, sounding almost like the old Glenn Miller and Tommy Dorsey days. And the interesting part was that while I was sitting there, watching them take the A train and swing along in the mood, I felt something. It was right in the crotch of my sleek new pants, where I hadn't felt much stirring for a long time. It was not really anything big, just a tingle, but it tingled in a way that suggested at least a hope that one of these days I might very well be back in the kind of action I had thought as lost as singing in the opera. I didn't even hear Binda call for a break. I came to out of my rosy glow to find Binda looking at me curiously.
"Dear boy, are you all right?"
I sat up. "Oh, I'm fine," I said, looking around. Tricia and Conjure were mopping sweat off their faces and arms at the side of the stage, and Binda was standing over me. "I thought you'd be rehearsing the troupe."
"Oh, we've given the troupe the day off, my dear boy. More or less on your account, you know. Dr. Badadukti wasn't sure how your throat would feel just at first."
I said with sincere pleasure, "It feels fine."
"Really?"
He thought for a moment.
"Perhaps I should ask Ugolino to spend some time with you this afternoon, just to make sure, you see. And then, if he says it's all right—"
"He will," I said positively. "I'll be ready to rehearse again tomorrow."
"No, no, my dear Noli, we won't be rehearsing tomorrow," he cried, sounding shocked. "Didn't you know? Tomorrow they're going to launch the Andromeda probe, and we'll all be glued to our scries."
"Really? Nobody told me. I didn't know it was such a big deal."
"My dear boy, it is going to what you or the Earth people call M31, the great nebula and Andromeda. Ever so far away. We've never done anything this big before."
He clucked at me reprovingly. Then he said,
"But you'll see it all tomorrow. Meanwhile, go off and amuse yourself a bit while I see if dear Ugolino can see you today."
That was easy enough to do. I strolled over to Nora, preening myself.
"Stennis," Joyce growled, acknowledging my presence. I shook his hand and kissed Nora's, as I told her how happy I was to see her, well, alive again.
"But of course, Nolly, dear," she said in a reproving tone. "I told you it would be all right, didn't I? And I understand you've signed quite a nice contract."
"Well," I said, "it's just a matter of bargaining, you know. It's like an income tax audit. You push the agent just as far as you can. You stop right before the point where it would be easier for him to go to court and settle. That's what I did with Shipperton. And I've got a new house, too." "What's an income tax?" asked Joyce, but Nora was frowning.
"As far as I know," she said thoughtfully, "there's only one house vacant just now. On Rodeo Drive, is it?"
"That's the one." "And listen," I said, struck by an idea, "I think I'll have a housewarming party as soon as I get it fixed up. Will you come? Both of you, I mean?" I added, because, after all, the man was standing right there. Joyce picked up his cue eagerly. "Yes, of course. Be delighted." He glanced around and, lowering his voice, added, "I've been wanting to talk to you about something. Do you remember the thing you said the other night about how I could do really well if I went back now? Did you mean it?" I blinked at him. "Oh, that," I said, remembering. "Yes, I suppose so. I mean, well, definitely you would. If you showed up in New York, you'd make the headlines, you know. Someone who actually knew John Wilkes Booth, not to mention someone who's been here on Narabedla. Believe me, you'd have TV news people all around you. And, of course, if you decided you wanted to play Hamlet or anything like that, you'd have to fight the producers off, because there'd be a guaranteed box office from people who'd want to see what you looked like." Joyce pursed his lips. "I see," he said. Tricia and Conger had drifted over to listen. "You stirring some more revolution?" Conger asked, jokingly, I assumed. "Oh, no. I admit you were all right. That's all. It's impossible to go back." "Of course," Joyce echoed, but at least he'd forgotten to be surly about the fact that I wasn't helping him get a mime part in the opera troupe. As he drifted away, I patted Tricia's shoulder welcomingly. "You two are looking pretty fine on the dance floor," I said, and then got down to business. "Conger, did you say you had a gem?" "Yeah," he said suspiciously. "Well, I'd like to work out in it, if that's all right with you." $20 an hour, unless you want to work out with me. Then it's free." "Work out? You mean shooting baskets?" "Yeah, well, what I'd rather is a couple easy rounds," he grinned, putting his fists up. "We could use the big gloves, nobody gets hurt. Just to get the old blood flowing, you know what I'm saying?" I looked him over, 10 inches taller than I was and 20 pounds heavier, and all muscles. "I think I'll pay the $20, I said. Tricia was looking me over thoughtfully.
"So it's true," she said. "You did finally sign a contract." "And he's got a new house," Nora put in.
"And you're all invited to my housewarming," I said. Tricia, frowning, said,
"But there's really only one house vacant now, isn't there?"
And Nora said,
"That's what I was trying to tell you, Nolly. It must be the one that used to be Jerry Harper's."
It was Harper's house, all right. Sam Shipperton confirmed it when I stopped by to pick up the keys. When I opened the door and let myself in, it had a bare and empty smell. There was furniture there, table and chairs, couch and coffee table, big king-sizer in the bedroom, knotty pine chests. But there wasn't anything but furniture. No clothes in the closets, no food in the refrigerator, no pictures on the walls. The only thing that showed anybody had ever lived there was a stain on the kitchen carpeting where somebody had spilled something, and a Kekity was busily scrubbing away at that. I don't believe in haunted houses. It was good I didn't, I thought, because otherwise I might have thought taking over the home of an executed man could have been bad luck. I didn't spend any time worrying about it. I sent the Kekity over to the house I had borrowed from Malcolm Porchester for my clothes. While he was gone, I scribbled out a shopping list, food and drink for the larder, and by the time Ugolino Malatesta showed up to check my voice, I had a pot of coffee on the stove. "But no!" Malatesta cried when he saw what I was drinking. "Coffee is acid."
For your voice it is tea you should drink, quite hot and sweet, or best of all a little wine.
They're acid too, aren't they? I grinned, but I humored him. I'd already stocked up on a Chianti that he sniffed and pronounced acceptable, and after a glass apiece we set to work. He started me slow, with mid-range vocalizing, and it was half an hour before he would let me stretch to the limits of my range, much less actually sing anything. But then he did, and when he heard he beamed. I wasn't surprised. I didn't need Malatesta to tell me that my voice was back, all of it. I, by God, knew that it was all there. Vocalizing in front of a mirror, with Malatesta gently touching cheek and throat and jawbone, grinning as he did. I could feel the rightness. I didn't look as though I were straining, because I wasn't.
Cantare, allora, he said, finally, contented, and sing I did. Audition songs, snatches of arias. The kind of thing I did in the shower when no one was there to hear. Everything I remembered I tried that afternoon for Malatesta. Well, he nodded and grinned at me. Snatches of Glory Road in the style of Lawrence Tippett. Lieder I'd learned from records by Dietrich Fischer-Dieskau. A few bars of Wagner, something from Boris Godunov, some of the Tonio from I Pagliacci. And they all came out just the way I wanted them to.
Bella, bella!
Malatesta cried, with the fond delight of a coach whose student has surpassed him.
Voi avete una voce bellissima, Nola Wood.
And so I had. With the help of Binda and Barak and the mother, not to mention the good monster doctor Baladukti, I had the voice I had always dreamed of. And it was all mine. I don't think that ever in my life I have been happier than I was that afternoon, on the second moon of the seventh planet of the star Aldebaran. Chapter 25. When a mild-mannered accountant is suddenly transformed into an opera star, never mind whether it's on Narabedla or in New York, it keeps him busy. Every hour was full. When I wasn't picking out the furniture for my new house, I was vocalizing with Ugolino Malatesta. When I had time from either, I needed that time just to learn my way around my new home. With Puri and the Scry, I learned to tell the difference between a Mrunwian and one of the Ticini, and how to order records from Earth for my new stereo, and what to say to the Kekadis when I wanted my morning eggs over easy instead of scrambled. I cannot tell a lie about it. I was having a ball. Best of all was the time I spent with Binda going over the plans for our new opera company's first tour. He had promoted me to something like assistant managing director, and together we went over the casts. Idomeneo was easy. We had Malatesta to sing the Idamante, and Conduccio, Morcher, and the Russian, Dmitri Arkashvili, for the three tenors. Eloise Gatt for Ilya, Sumeri Petticardi for the Electra, and Eamon Maguire as Neptune's voice. The cast for I Pagliacci was no problem either, because we already had everybody necessary right on hand. Canio, Floyd Morcher. Tonio, me. Neda, the pretty little valley girl soprano, Maggie Merck. Beppe, Dmitri Arkashvili. Silvio, the other baritone, Rufus Connery. It was the Don Giovanni that was the headache. There was only one tenor part, so our tenors could alternate in the role and rest their voices, but we needed all three of our sopranos and both our baritones. The hard part was that we had to have a second bass. Eamon Maguire was fine for the commendatore, but who was going to sing the very important role of my servant, Leporello? Binda, Malatesta, and I borrowed Sam Shepperton's office with a wall-sized scry to check out the available talent. There simply wasn't any. One of Shepperton's group, Dick Vidalia, had a bass voice all right, but it was a hoarse, heavy metal kind of rasp that made Malatesta shudder. "But, he declared, that we transpose the register and I sing this myself."
"But, my dear Ugolino, that is not how Mozart wrote the opera,"
Binda declared, his bright green tongue flapping in dismay. "Could Puri fill in?" I offered. That was even worse. Binda drew himself up to his full height, reaching almost to Malatesta's chest. He stated firmly,
"We will use only human artists, or we will use none at all." Excepting choruses, I mean,"
he added. "What about choruses?" He twisted his non-existent shoulders. I took it as a shrug.
"We have just so many native human singers," he said, sounding a little defensive. "So we must make some compromises. Of course the chorus parts are not very demanding. I thought for a moment of drafting all the surplus humans here to fill in as what the Earth people call spear carriers, but they do not have voices, after all, so why not simply use animation?"
"You mean holograms?"
"As the Earth expression has it, yes. They will be quite satisfactory. Simply you will have to be careful not to walk through any of them on stage. Of course that means that everyone will have to double for the choruses. Then we'll record your voices and use the optical simulations in performance. And oh, my dear friend," he cried, beginning to glow, "wait till you see the finale of Donne. We'll have the devil screeching at him as he descends into hell, and do you know what I'm going to use for devils? Asps."
I tried to remember which were the asps. The ones that looked like a cross between a lizard and a bat, I decided. True enough, they looked nastier than any devils I had ever seen on stage. But there was a question in my mind. "Won't that hurt the feelings of any asps in our audience?" I asked. He stared at me incredulously.
"Asps? In one of our audiences? Oh, my dear boy, that is extremely funny. No, we are not likely to have any asps attending our performances, nor indeed would we have anyone else in the audience if they did."
We didn't find our missing bass that day because Meretikabinda had to hurry off to take part in the Andromeda probe launch. There was so much to do, he declared feverishly and happily. He wanted to go over the theaters we would play in with me. He wanted to run through I Pagliacci again, and maybe make a start on the Don. He wanted me to make sure Sam Shipperton double-checked for any bass singers we might have missed. But more than any of those, he wanted to be on hand for the ceremonies of the probe launch, and so he tootled off and left us to our own devices. What Malatesta wanted was another coaching session, but I had a better idea. "Let's wait a while, please," I urged. "I'm getting pretty far out of shape, and I'd like to try out Conjure Kowalski's gym." He acknowledged that a young singer needed his physical strength, and so I made a call on the scry, and Conjure agreed to meet me there. When I say it was a gym, I mean a gym. It was a combination of the gymnasium of a well-to-do suburban high school and the New York Athletic Club. He had the complete Nautilus machines as promised. He had a double-barreled sauna, steam on one end, dry heat on the other. He had Indian clubs and weights and rings, and those horsey things gymnasts vault over, and the horizontal bars to go with them. He had basketballs and softballs and bats and gloves. He had assorted sizes of shorts and jock straps and shoes for every sport, and the whole thing, not counting the room itself, had to have set somebody back $20,000 or $30,000. The somebody was Conjure Kowalski himself. He'd imported every item, paid for out of his earnings on the Narabedla circuit. "So what else would I spend the money on?" he puffed, doing leg-curl sit-ups on the slant-board. "Anyway, I get some of it back from rentals. You ready to shell out the $20 an hour?" "My pleasure," I said, as offhandedly as any opera star who had just signed a really good contract. "Shit, man," he said in disgust. "I was hoping you'd want to work it out. I need a little competition, you know. Only not shooting baskets. What I want is some competitive sports. Some body contact sports. You know what I'm saying?" He got up from the board and began rat-a-tatting the punching bag with his bare fists. "Another time, maybe," I said, not meaning it. "Can I start on the Nautilus machines?" But an hour on the machines and skipping rope and working out on the bars made my body feel almost as good as my throat did. "What the hell?" I said, and agreed to put the gloves on with him, big soft gloves, and face protectors too. But he gave me 3 hard rounds. He had the reach on me, and the weight and the height, and hitting him in the body with the marshmallow gloves hardly even made him grunt. I had to admit that he won all 3 rounds, but the third one was at least close. When we packed it in and soaked in his little steam room for a while, Conjure was actually friendly.
You got to quit cocking your shoulder for your right, Noli, he said, looking like an Arab ghost in the huge white towels draped around him. I can always see it coming, and then you're off balance for a counterpunch. You want to try again tomorrow?
No, I said.
He laughed. Then it's still $20, for the first hour, I mean.
He got up and stood under the cold shower in the corner, howling as the water hit him. When he came back, he was looking thoughtful.
Listen, Noli, he said, I got an idea. After we get a good sweat going here, how about if we jump down to the outside level and swim a few laps in the pool?
Too bad you don't have a pool of your own, I said.
I thought of it, he said. Ain't worth the price. Anyway, the one with the waterfall's nicer. Tricia's probably there right now.
He gave me a friendly poke.
How come you don't go after that? It's Class A stuff, my man.
You ought to know, I said. I didn't intend to have an edge in my voice, but it was there, and he heard it.
Don't be getting tight-ass, Noli, he ordered. She do what she want to do, that lady. I got no claim.
He looked at me, struck by a thought.
You did get your tools all sharpened like they said, didn't you?
I shrugged and didn't speak.
Well, see, he said, floundering, as though he were trying to be tactful. What I want to say is you don't have to worry whose lady she is. She ain't mine for a fact. Trish, she's a sweet chit, but she's white. I got no hate against no whites, but there ain't any nice colored ladies here, you know what I'm saying? It be getting time for me to get serious.
Are you talking about getting married? I asked, honestly surprised.
And why would I not? He demanded aggressively. Can't do it here. Can't find no good black woman to hook up with. And if I could, can't have no kids. Nobody does, you know. They put something in our food or something.
Conjure had started me on a whole new train of thought. Are you saying you'd like to go back? I asked slowly, trying to untangle what he was driving at.
Effing well right, I'd like to go back. Only I can't.
No, I agreed. Nobody can.
Aw, shit, man, he said. That's not what I mean. I mean, even if I could, I couldn't.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, he said patiently, about how even if Sam offered me a ticket home, I'd have to tell him no thanks.
That's crazy. Why is that?
I'm a deserter from the US Army, he said. That's why I wouldn't go along with Jerry Harper when he tried to get out. It wouldn't work for me. See, he said, settling the towels around his shoulders, right before I came up here, the Army had me in this asshole boot camp in Arkansas. You ever been in Arkansas? You ever been a black man in Arkansas? Then you wouldn't know, but there was this redneck drill sergeant, a permanent party staff, and he was on my back every minute. So I popped him one. Then I took off for Chicago. Hitched the whole way, sweating bullets that the MPs would pick me up, looking for my draft card, which I didn't have any more, you know. And while I was hiding out, I heard about this cat who was looking to hire basketball players, no questions asked. I didn't ask any either. So here I am.
I said as tactfully as I could. But really, Conjure, did you have to go that far? You could have reported him if it was really a race thing. I mean, even the Army has its civil rights people.
No, Lee, he said patiently. You don't dig what I'm saying. You're talking now. I'm talking then. How long do you think I've been here?
I blinked at him. I don't know, I admitted.
When I deserted was August 1940, he said.
That took me by surprise. I simply hadn't thought of the possibility, no, the damn certainty, that it was not only Nora and her friends who had been here for a longish time. That's almost 50 years ago, I said wonderingly.
You good at arithmetic,
he complimented. No, but what I mean is, that's a really long time. How would they ever connect you with some guy that deserted even before World War II?
Maybe they wouldn't, he said. Maybe I could buy some papers someplace. Only where would I do that? From a friend in the business? The people that hid me out would be able to handle that easy enough, but where do you suppose they've got to? The guy that run off from the Army in 1940 isn't going to have any friends around now, is he?
He opened his mouth as though he were going to say something else, then shook himself.
Hell, he said, time's a-wasting. Let's get down to the pool and get in those laps. You sweating yet? Okay, my man Knollwood,
Let's go do it.
The pool was there, just as before, and so was Tricia. She was lounging on the side of the little pond, brushing her hair, and once again she was naked. She looked up with a friendly smile.
"Hey, you guys, listen, I was just going to start getting dressed so I could watch that, probe launch thing."
Plenty of time for that, Conjure growled. We got some swimming to do.
We peeled down and jumped in, and it was just what I needed. I did a dozen fast laps to take my mind off Tricia's bare body. It didn't work. My own body was beginning to have a mind of its own again. Or half a mind, anyway. What I saw when I pulled myself out of the pool and looked down was a lot more than I'd been used to seeing for 20 years, but it was also a lot less than enough for any practical use.
"Hold it," Conjure ordered from behind me. "Don't be getting out yet."
"Why not?" I asked reasonably.
"Count of you and me's going to get under the waterfall for a minute," he said, turning toward it.
"We are?" I asked, but he was already halfway there, so we were. I gave a perplexed glance at Tricia, who just shrugged her pretty shoulders in a way that made me decide I'd better stay in the water a while longer anyway. I followed, and out of the gentle, slow, tepid fall, Conjure stood up and said softly near my ear, "We talk here, nobody be hearing us, I hope." I had been about to ask him why we were doing this, but then I didn't have to. I closed my mouth with a snap. I squinted out from under the waterfall, at the flowering plants around the pool, at the little rabbity things that were watching us out of the corners of their eyes as they munched the tops off the grasses at the water's edge. It had not occurred to me that the Narabedlans, who could do just about anything they set their minds to do, might from time to time want to hear what we Earth people talked about when we thought we were alone. Conjure was reading my mind.
"I don't think they be listening in on us here," he said, glancing around. "This old waterfall makes a lot of noise, and anyway, there's not many people come here much. But I wouldn't take bets on the gym or any other place, because you might not like what would happen. You certainly will not like hanging out there in the square with old Doc Buttaducty coming at you for 6 or 7 weeks.
I jumped. Why would he be doing that to me?
Because of all that stuff you've been saying about wanting to trash the man and cut out of here.
Oh, I said, shaking my head, but I've given up on that idea. There's no way, is there?
Suppose there was, he said.
I thought that over. Conjure certainly looked serious. In fact, he looked angry as he waited for me to answer. From the edge of the pool, Tricia called, "You guys! Hey, if we want to see the launch, we'd better get up to a scry." I would have started out, but Conjure put a hand on my shoulder to detain me.
"What about it?"
he demanded. I took my time. "If there was a way," I said, "I'd probably really like to know about it. But then I'd have to think it over." "And now," I said firmly, "let's go see this launch thing." The rehearsal hall was set up for us, with most of the opera people there, and a giant scry screen filling the stage. There were kecketies hovering around in case of need, and I ordered drinks for the 3 of us from one of them. Purry was standing beside the scry, shifting from one foot to another with pleasure. "In just a moment," he called happily. "The transmission will begin, and I will explain what is going on for you." We found seats, and the screen lighted up just as the keckety brought our drinks. It didn't look like much, mostly black with some geometric patterns. "What we are seeing now," Purry informed us, "is a reconstruction of the preliminary orbiting of the probe. We are not in real time yet. The probe has been going around the neutron star for, something like 4 billion revolutions now, at half a millisecond per revolution. That's something like 4 of your years, and for all that time the control teams have been stabilizing its orbit in preparation for the launch." In the screen there was a long ellipse traced in light, with a bright little point that was the star just inside one end of the ellipse. As we watched, the ellipse shrank and rounded. It was interesting, but I had something else on my mind. "Conjure," I whispered, touching his elbow. He turned to look at me without expression. "It isn't that I don't care about the Earth."
"Check,"
he said, turning back to the screen. Purry's voice was saying, "Now the orbit is perfectly circular, as you see. The control ship is getting ready to create the magnetic storm on the surface of the star." I said to the back of Conjure's head, "Really, it's like any other emigration, isn't it? You should understand that.
When your folks, way back, were shanghaied into slavery from Africa, they didn't have any choice about it. I bet they all wanted to go back home at first. But really, aren't you better off now?"
"Oh, yeah," Conjure whispered bitterly. Every American came from somewhere, right? But once you've made the change, then you can't spend your time thinking about what it's like back home?" He moved restlessly. "Watch the damn show," he ordered. I did. Actually, it began to get interesting. "This is the probe," Perry said, as a spidery, filmy thing took form in a corner of the sky screen. It looked like a spiderweb. "It's 15 miles across," Perry went on, "even bigger than the neutron star, but it's all made out of very thin filament. The whole probe only weighs about 200 pounds. The image blinked out, replaced by a surly-looking dim red ball. "And that's a closer look at the neutron star. You can't see any features because it's spinning so rapidly. Although it's only 7 miles across, it weighs as much as your sun at Earth." "Wow," I said. Conjure turned and gave me a curious look, but didn't say anything.
"Now," said Perry, beginning to sound excited, "we're almost at the critical moment. The control ship has set up its magnetic fields. Any time now they'll energize them, and a part of the containment of the neutron star will be breached. A great jet of energy will pour out, revolving with the star, like a giant lighthouse, but millions of times more powerful and revolving 2,000 times a second."
I snapped my fingers at a Kekity. "Time for another drink," I decreed. I was beginning to get into the swing of it. It was hard to imagine that a star could be that small, and yet as massive as the sun and spinning that fast. It was like watching Carl Sagan explain the universe. I hadn't understood that either, but it surely had been pretty to hear him talk.
"There it goes!"
Perry shouted. On the screen, a burst of bright flame leaped out of the star and instantly became a disk of light.
"They've got a match! The flare is locked into the probe!" cried Perry. "Look, you can see the probe drifting outward."
And by squinting, yes, I thought I could. There was a cheer from the people around us, all of them peering as hard as I was at the faint, shadowy rim that hung in that disk of light.
"It's a success!" Perry announced joyfully. "Now the control ship has to keep the magnetic fields locked onto the ship. As it's pushed away, its orbit gets bigger and takes more time. It will be accelerating for 1,000 years. Then it will drift at 80% of the speed of light for more than 2 million more."
He went on, but by then no one was listening to him any more. The Kekites were busy filling fresh drink orders. The babble of conversation grew. Isolated words and phrases sounded over the rest. "Jesus!" and "That's high-tech, all right," and "Holy shit!" I turned to Conjure. "Seriously," I said, "do you think people like you and me could go up against that?" He stood up, gazing down at me, but all he said was, "Thanks for the drinks, Dennis. Come on, Tricia, let's get out of here." Chapter 26. When the last of the rubbery, transparent stuff over my scars had been absorbed, I had to submit to the mother's questing tentacles again. The second time in that smelly, shallow pool wasn't quite as bad as the first. It was bad enough. The trouble with the mother was that her appetites were not in circuit with her mind. She really had no control over her feeding reflexes, or of her excretory reflexes, or of her egg-laying, which went on forever. When something edible came within range of her questing tentacles, she ate it. You couldn't blame her any more than you could blame someone with digestive problems for breaking wind in church. Knowing all that, and knowing that sometimes she made mistakes in identification, I approached her very cautiously. The little chocolate-brown bedbug that had brought me chittered warnings to me from the edge of the pool, but I didn't need them to be careful. It was an English-speaking bedbug, and quite conversational. As I was being probed, it translated the mother's coos and moans for me. "The mother," it informed me, as naked I waded toward her restless tentacles, "is quite pleased that 2 of the operas are by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, whose work she enjoys." I stopped, as far from that brightly colored barrel of a body as I dared. The tentacles reached out for me. "So do I love Mozart. Very much," I said, wincing as the tentacle tip reached for my mouth. "She has enjoyed watching the rehearsals on the sky," the bedbug went on, raising itself on a couple of its legs to peer down at me. "Be most careful now." I couldn't answer with a tentacle slithering down my throat, while the pale eyes of the mother regarded me opaquely. The bedbug went on. She hopes that the difficulty with casting the Leporello role is solved quickly. She does not wish Don Giovanni to be cancelled.
He paused to listen while the mother cooed gently, and the tentacles slid out of me again.
You may come out, it finished. The mother says you are quite recovered, and asks why your earth-human conjure Kowalski cannot sing Leporello.
I was halfway out of the pool by then. Well, I said, he does have a nice voice, but he hasn't had any operatic training, you see. Also, Leporello and I have to disguise ourselves as each other, so he has to look at least a little bit like me. Conjure just doesn't. The bedbug moaned at the mother, who moaned back.
Then what are you going to do about it?
Binda's working on it, I told them. He's had a couple of ideas. I hesitated because I hadn't liked the sound of some of them, but the bedbug was insistent.
State for the mother what the ideas were, it commanded.
If I can. Of course, he could transpose the role for a different voice, but that wouldn't be authentic. Then he said something about recruiting a base from Earth. The word I wanted to use was kidnapping, but I didn't think it was tactful. That would take too long, he said. Or he thought he could have Dr. Badaducti alter the voice of a tenor. There are a couple of them that are available, but that might take a while, too. The last thing he said was, I'm not sure I know what he meant. We could buy a base from the OSPs.
The bedbug chirped at me in dismay, and when it translated what I had said, the mother's tentacles flailed the pool into froth. I jumped back to avoid being splashed, pleased I wasn't in the pool any more. The bedbug said severely, The mother reminds you that that sort of trade with the OSPs is interdicted. She will speak to Meriteka about it herself. Under no circumstances is he to make use of any services from the OSPs. Now come, I will escort you back to your quarters.
Oh, my dear boy,
said Meriteka reproachfully when I saw him in the rehearsal hall.
How could you possibly have said that to the mother? I wasn't serious about buying a base from the OSPs.
I didn't know that, I said. I only told her what you'd said to me.
But I was only thinking out loud. Anyway, he said, cheerful again, I am happy to tell you that the problem is solved. Senor Manuel de Negras will join us this afternoon, and he will sing Leporello.
I asked suspiciously, Have you recruited him from Earth?
No. He has been... How shall I explain it? He has been unavailable. In reserve, so to speak. It's a complicated political matter, my boy, but now, with the probe going so well, and everyone in a sort of era of good feeling, I've been able to secure his services. Here, look.
He spoke to the wall scry, and it obediently displayed the face of a man in flamenco costume, gazing belligerently out at us.
Senor de Negras was originally recruited as a folk singer and dancer, it is true. However, he has the trained voice. He studied in Barcelona and at the Paris Opera.
I studied the flat peasant face. He doesn't look much like me, I objected.
Oh, more than you think, dear boy.
Binda twinkled.
At any rate, he's about the same height and build, and that's all that matters for the disguise scene, isn't it? Believe me, he added earnestly, he is quite satisfactory.
Then why didn't you get him right away?
Because, Binda said patiently, there were political problems. Didn't I just say so? Now, before the rest of the cast arrives, I would like to show you some of the theatres where we may be playing. As you will see, there are some technical difficulties we will have to face.
So he wiped the Spanish bass off the scry and began to display theatres, as the other singers trickled in. The first one he showed me looked actually a little like the old Radio City Music Hall in New York. It was a great, open, bright auditorium with a vast stage. The chief point of difference from the music hall was that the entire ground-floor seating area had no real seats in it, being a shallow lake of water.
This will be built on the Tlata planet, Binda announced. The water, of course, is for the mothers. Do you like it? I designed it myself, but unfortunately it is not finished yet. Neither is this one.
He showed a quite handsome, quite traditional opera auditorium, all finished in white with gold trim. It looked more like the Kirov in Leningrad than anything else. It's a real opera house, I marveled.
Oh, yes, exactly. Or it will be. This one is on my own planet, and I had hoped to open there, but," he added sadly, "because of the political questions, we won't have it finished for some time."
"What political questions?" I asked.
"Nothing that is not now mere history," he said cheerfully. "I hope. Now, look at this. Hopeless. Don't you agree?"
The scry was showing an open-air amphitheater, like the baths of Caracalla, bred to the Hollywood Bowl.
"Can you imagine the acoustics?" he demanded with distaste. "They will destroy the sound. And this one is even worse."
The next one was almost Greek, a Spartan, empty, open stage with tiers of bare seats rising around it.
Binda gazed at it in despair.
"Do you see the problem? This is a Gresna theater. Barracks people, you know. On his planet where it rains all the time. Can you imagine trying to sing in the open with raindrops falling into your mouth every time you open it?"
He shook his shoulders morosely and sighed.
"If only we could have something like Bayreuth. That wonderful hall, nothing straight in it, no boxes to swallow the sound."
"And no seats to fit in," put in Eamon Maguire, coming up to us with Floyd Morcher in trail.
Binda blinked at him. Most of the company was gathered around us now. He seemed embarrassed.
"But," he said reproachfully, "comfort does not matter. None of your theatres have seats that are right for me, you know. It is music that matters. And we had better get to it. Gather around me, everyone, while I show you what we are going to do for our Don Giovanni."
What we were going to do for our production of Don Giovanni was, I'll put it as conservatively as I can, wonderful. I've always felt that it was just about impossible for anyone to put on a perfect Don Giovanni on Earth. The technical problems are terrible. Both Mozart and his librettist, Lorenzo da Ponte, were very casual about where they set their scenes. Act 1 of the opera alone calls for 5 different sets, a courtyard, a square, a country place, a garden, and the interior of a palace, and they switch around faster than any human stagehands can move them. In a place like the Met, with all its built-in elevators and turntables, it's possible, barely possible, to reset the scenes without totally destroying the pace of the performance. But most houses don't even try. They tend to ignore Da Ponte's directions and have Giovanni meet Donna Elvira in the same place where he stabbed the Commendatore, because the directions are too hard to follow. Da Ponte didn't care. In Mozart's time, the audiences didn't either. They were quite content to have the curtain rung down while the singers did their arias, with probably half a dozen encores. That gave the 18th century stagehands time to sweat the new set into position behind the curtain. It is a matter of record that the singers often complained bitterly about grunts and bangs and crashes that came from the other side of the curtain to punctuate their high notes. But they didn't complain much. They liked having the stage all to themselves, so they could milk all the bows the customers were willing to tolerate. On Narabedla, almost the whole set was one of their hologrammish things. Problems of moving furniture simply didn't arise. A few props and settings had to be practical, because we had to use them, the stone horse for the Commendatore to sit on when he's a statue, and the garden gate that Donna Anna locks in the first act, for instance, because Leporello has to bang against it. Everything else was only light. Then there was the music. Da Ponte's libretto called for 3 separate orchestras, which hardly any earthly impresario can afford. Binda could. He had 3 separate purries tootling away, one in the pit and one on each side of the stage, but you couldn't see the purries. All you could see was the unreal, hologrammed musicians. Even a purry is limited in what instruments he can duplicate, so Binda allowed a little technology there, too. Some of the sounds were fiddled electronically so that we got the right timbre for violins, clarinets, kettle drums, whatever. It worked, even the sound effects. The thunderclap in Act 1 was loud enough and real enough to jolt me. And it came, Binda pointed out proudly, with a genuine Van de Graaff spark lightning bolt that seared right across the stage. When Binda had finished demonstrating the sets for our third opera, there was a patter of applause. Gratified, he bowed, waving those snaky arms deprecatingly. "I am so delighted that you approve," he said modestly. "I had only hoped to provide staging that would be equal to your talents." He stretched himself upright, peering past us into the rear of the hall. "Ah,
he said, the green tongue looking out of the ugly little mouth with pleasure.
"Our remaining artist has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present our second bass, Señor Manuel de Negras."
Manuel de Negras was younger than I thought from his picture. He didn't seem to be much more than 20, tall for a Spaniard, very dark, with a solid, strong face that every once in a while broke out in a smile of pleasure as he looked around at the rest of us. When we shook hands, he apologized to me in Spanish for having no English, and in English I apologized to him for my lack of Spanish. But both of us had a little French and Italian, naturally. When Binda insisted on beginning at once to run through the first act of the opera, de Negras reading his lines from a script, we were able to say what we had to say to each other. The man did have a good, rich, humorous bass voice, just right for Leporello. I was pleased when halfway through the second scene I was off stage long enough to go down into the audience seats and watch him deal with my discarded sweetheart, Donna Elvira. Tricia had come by to see what was going on, and I sat next to her. "Do you know this guy?" I whispered to her. "Everybody else seems to."
"Never saw him before," she said. "Listen, is he saying what I think he's saying?"
He had reached Madamina, il catalogo è questo, where he tells Elvira about all the women I've had, 140 in Italy, 231 in Germany, and so on. "I guess so," I told her. "He's adding up all my ladies for her." She looked at me with interest.
"So you play a real super stud, right?"
"It's the story of Don Juan, after all," I told her. "And Leporello there is my servant, and his greatest wish is that he could run up the same score for himself."
"For Manuel de Negras, too, I bet," Tricia offered, looking up at him. "After where he's been, I mean."
"I thought you said you didn't know him."
"Well, I don't, before my time. But I know where he's been the last 10 years or so, didn't you? They put him away for trying to hijack a trip home like Jerry Harper. Benda just got him out of slow time."
Chapter 27. With our last singer in place, we began rehearsing in earnest. 10 hours a day, every day, and it would have been longer hours than 10 if Binda himself hadn't been happily dashing off every now and then to congratulate the Patriques, or with other Manim, to be congratulated by the Runwians or the Quehigs on how well each had done their respective parts in launching the Andromeda probe.
"Purely ceremonial events,"
he confided to me as he came back from one more exchange of compliments.
"But oh, how good it is to have everyone friendly with each other again. Not counting the osps, of course. Now, let's get busy on Act 2.
That was the best part of all. When my voice was better, it was not only better, it was fine. Binda was delighted. Malatesta was proud. Nora Platt, once again bounding about like a 20-year-old, was smug.
"I told you Dr. Bonaducti would make it all well, dear."
Floyd Morcher actually admitted he liked the way I did the prologue, and even the other baritone stopped looking hostile and only looked glum. If I was good as Tonio, I was even better as Don Giovanni. I looked the part. Boots, cloak, plumed hat, sword at my side. It's a swashbuckling role, and I played it like Errol Flynn. I sang the part. Forgive the immodesty. I sang it as well as any Don I'd ever heard. After the first fully staged run-through, Binda would have kissed me if I'd let him.
"My dear boy,"
he cried, peering up at me and resting one of those scaly, three-fingered hands on my chest. He couldn't quite reach my shoulder.
"You are ideal."
I didn't dispute him. I thought he was right. The only very small fly in the ointment was in the acting. I was having trouble trying to find the right interpretation of Don Giovanni as a person. There are 1,000 questions about the Don that aren't answered in Da Ponte's libretto. They start at the very beginning. Has he really made it with Donna Anna, or did she find him off? What is his relationship with his servant Leporello? Is there friendship between them, or does the Don simply use him as a veritable Kekete? When he invites the statue of the dead Commendatore to dinner, is he bluffing, or really fearless? What I wished for was a good, theatrical, human director to help my acting interpretation of the role. I didn't have one. When I asked the closest thing I had to that, my coach, Malatesta, he simply sighed and said in English, "Not a word, merely sing the lines." When I asked Binda, he shrugged his upper torso and told me that I could choose any interpretation I liked, because none of the audiences would ever have seen any other. When I said that I really had to know what motivated the Don, Binda thought for a moment, checked the scry to see if he had any ceremonial mutual congratulations to go to, and then agreed to come over to my place that evening for some of my good The Earth whiskey. It was a welcome break for me, too. With 2 major roles to get up, plus a full day of rehearsals every day, plus vocalizing with Ugolino Malatesta, and, when I could find the time, an hour or so working out in Conger's gym, there wasn't much left of my days. There wasn't nearly enough left, because there was so much more that I wanted to do. There was my house to refurnish, my neighbors to meet, the rest of the opera troupe to get to know, not counting all the questions about Narabedla itself, and about the 15 associated peoples and their multitudinous relationships and activities that I still hadn't answered. I did from time to time remember to think of Marlene and Irene Madigan and my abandoned clients back on Earth. I remembered them with affection. I sincerely hoped that they were all well and happy, but I can't say I did any of those things very often. There was simply too much in the here and now. The probe launch to the Andromeda Galaxy that we had watched on the scry had been bloody awesome. As technology, it was so vastly beyond anything human that I could hardly take it in. Just to start with, these people harnessed stars to their purposes. They set them working the way I might turn the ignition key in a car. More than that, it was the incredible scope of the project that made my eyes widen and my breath come short, for they were starting something that would not come to an end for 3 million years. And the Andromeda launch was only the newest and farthest ranging of their probes. They had already sent off robot-exploring sail ships to 15 other external galaxies and star clusters, including a dozen major galaxies I had never heard of. Curry told me human beings had never seen them because they lay on the far side of the core of our own galaxy. 1,000 other probes were on their way to the unexplored corners of our own galaxy, to the core, to the far edges of the galactic rim, to the spherical halo of stars outside the galactic disk. Many, of course, had long since arrived at their destinations. Some had found wonders, binary pairs, with one dense little star sucking the blood from its larger, more tenuous sister, black holes, nova shells. Some had found more practical treasures. They had identified 16 planets with life, suitable for colonization, or, like Earth, for supplying trade goods, like us. Another dozen planets were not life-friendly yet, but they were seeding them with dust or chemicals or organic matter so that someday, maybe in 1,000 years at best, they, too, could be colonized. There were 8 other stars which had not yet developed planets. Each had a sort of Saturn ring disk of uncoalesced particles around it. Perhaps each of them, in 1,000,000 years or so, might have started developing a solar system if left alone. They weren't left alone. One or another of the 15 peoples, usually several of them in partnership, were busily shuffling those particles around, to make a screen around the parent stars, to trap all their escaping energy, to make power for their other enterprises. In a dozen places they were busy coagulating clouds of interstellar gases. Why? To make sunshades, to stop the radiation from supernovae that might otherwise threaten inhabited places on the far sides of the clouds. In the empty space between the stars they had constructed 1,000 immense space telescopes, mirrors 1,000 miles across, radio antennae 40 times as big, to study the stars and systems they had not yet reached with a go-box. And that was only the astronomical part. I could understand that, some of it. I could even understand a little some of the biological things they did, like making the Kekides and Puri and 100 other creations that did the work none of the 15 peoples cared to do. I don't mean that I could understand how they did it, but what they did was simple enough to comprehend. But mathematics, molecular biology, nuclear particle physics, even Puri couldn't explain any of that to me. He couldn't even find the words in English that might translate some of the ideas, whether I then could understand the ideas or not, because such words did not yet exist on Earth. There was no need for them. The things the words referred to had not yet been discovered. When Meretekabinda showed up, I tried some of the questions on him. He seemed tickled by the fact that I was interested in such things.
"You're really quite peculiar, Noli," he said affectionately. "Most of our guest artists from the Earth don't care much for scientific things."
"They're performers," I explained. "Singers don't get worried about anything farther away than their press notices and the state of their vocal cords."
Oh, yes, I suppose that's it. I know that on the Earth you do have all sorts of chemists and astrologers and shamans. No doubt they would be more curious about such things. Well, how can I help you? The genetic things? That's mostly the OSPs, you know. We Minim don't deal much in such things.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. The 15 associated peoples, how do you decide who's going to do what? How do you share out the business?
Ah, he said, bobbing his upper body. I see. Well, you know what the polyphase index is?
Something like the stock exchange? I hazarded.
In a way, perhaps, he said doubtfully. Here, let me borrow your scry. This is what it looks like.
The graph he displayed on the scry was in 3 dimensions and a whole spectrum of colors, and it changed and flowed before my eyes. It measured, he explained, the available and committed resources of each alien race for each shared project. Binda pointed out the tiny peaks that were devoted to the Narabedla project. It was almost too small to show. Even within it, we actors, singers, and baton twirlers were lumped together in a single little spike called cultural activities, and we were the tiniest item in the group.
As you see, he said, only 8 of the associated peoples are committed to Narabedla. Pity, but some are simply cultural morons. But now, when we come to the probes, and particularly the Andromeda project—
The peaks were a mountain range now, immense spikes of lilac and blue and green.
That's a major area of cooperation, you see. Oh, my dear boy, I can't tell you how much we have needed a success like that, and it's shared by every single one of the 15 associated peoples, except, of course, the OSPs.
Right, I said. And what do the OSPs do?
Genetics, he said shortly.
Yes, I understand that. But why are they so, I don't know, disliked?
Because they are very dislikable, my boy, he said, refilling his glass. It was probably a mistake to admit them to membership. Now, really, weren't we supposed to be discussing your interpretation of the role of Don Giovanni?
Sure, I said, refreshing my own drink. But right now I want to hear more about the OSPs.
He said firmly, You won't. I don't want to discuss them. If it was up to me, I'd put the whole planet in slow time.
But I'd just like to know—
No, Noli, he said, and closed the 3-cornered mouth with a snap.
I took a long pull at my drink, resentfully. We were both silent for a moment. Truth to tell, I'd lost interest in how to interpret the Don's motivations and needs. The Earth whiskey had loosened Binda's bright green tongue, and it seemed like the best chance I would ever have to ask some questions. I tried another tack. All right. Then what about slow time?
What about it?
Well, our new base, Manuel de Negras. What was he in slow time for?
Ask him,
I said reasonably. But that's hard, Binda. He doesn't speak any English.
Perry will translate for you. He's had Spanish installed for de Negras.
Then he relented.
But, my dear boy, why do you concern yourself with unpleasantness? Manuel de Negras did a foolish thing. He attempted to return to the Earth, as others have done. With the same result, he was placed in slow time. It did him no harm. It simply removed him from circulation for a while. After all, slow time is not a bad thing. We all wind up there sooner or later, don't we?
We do?
We either do that or we die, don't you know? We Minim are not quite as well off as you people, you know. With good care and repair, the Earth people can last for over 300 of the Earth years. Our theoretical limit is maybe 200 and a bit. Then there's cellular degeneration, and then, he shrugged wryly, it's the slow-time vaults.
And what happens in the slow-time vaults?
You just sit there, he said wryly, and you hope that sometime in the next 1,000 years or so, say a week in slow time, people will figure out how to fix the cells. But even the OSPs don't hold out much hope for that.
I stared at him. So nobody ever really dies?
Oh, of course they do. It just takes a long, long time.
I shook my head. You must have a hell of a population problem.
He bobbed his upper torso affirmatively.
"That's why we're so busy looking for new living space. A planet like the Earth would be a home for billions of, say, paquettes, and don't think there aren't a lot of people who'd like to use it for that."
He tossed off the last of his whiskey and slipped off the couch to the floor.
"It's getting late," he said. "Now, I have been working on preparations for our tour. Never fear, you will be making your debut in a very few days, but you must have your rest to protect that golden voice."
"All right," I said, getting up reluctantly to escort him to the door. As he was leaving, he paused.
"And when will you have that housewarming party you've been promising us?" he asked jovially.
"Well, pretty soon," I said, gazing around my new home. All the furniture was in. I was as ready as I was likely to be.
"Please don't put it off too long. And make sure, please, to have plenty of your the Earth whiskey and a lot to eat. I've taken the liberty of mentioning it to a number of my colleagues, Pitrique and Runwians mostly. You don't mind?"
I shook my head.
"It's really important for us to get together socially, you know. There are, well, frictions now and then, but the Andromeda probe has made things a lot friendlier, and I'm anxious for some of the others to get a really good impression of the Earth, even if they can't visit it themselves, as I have. You see, I really love the place. I only wish it could be opened up soon."
He stopped, looking embarrassed. Alerted, I asked, "What do you mean, opened up?" He said unwillingly,
"Well, sooner or later it's bound to happen, isn't it? Some of the peoples think it should be open now. Oh, not as a member, of course, but for visiting. But I think the protected status will remain for a long time yet."
I shook my head. "I don't understand," I said. "Who are you protecting?" And he said simply, "You." Chapter 28. As all of my girlfriends had told me in the old days, a party should be planned for. I didn't have time for that, but I went ahead and had it anyway. There wasn't any problem about whom to invite. I scried invitations to everyone I knew and crossed my fingers. The Keketes provided everything I demanded of them, but I couldn't help worrying about whether I'd have enough room, or, alternatively, whether anyone would come, or whether I'd provided enough food and drink. I needn't have worried. Everybody showed up, and most of them brought contributions of their own. Tricia showed up early with Malcolm Porchester, back from his sand-painting chores. Both were bearing gifts.
"I cooked for your party,"
Tricia said happily, setting down little trays with foil on top. She unwrapped a plate of what looked like pale fudge.
"This is coconut burfi, and these sweet pastries have honey and pistachio nuts in them, and the quiche just needs to be heated."
What Porchester had brought was a white enamel tray and a couple of small sacks of powder. "To decorate your party," he grinned and wouldn't explain. He set himself up in a corner of the bedroom, and I left him to it, because other guests were arriving. Nora showed up with Efford Joyce on one arm, and my castrato coach, Ugolino Malatesta, spry and smiling on the other. Ugolino had a huge, round-bellied bottle of Lacrimi Christi, and Joyce was carrying Nora's contribution to the party, little silver paper boxes of candied almonds and pecans.
"I wanted to get something nicer," she apologized, "but you know how hard it is to get special orders filled now that the yacht's off in the colonies somewhere." "Oh, you didn't know? Well, Mr. Davidson Jones thought it best to keep it away from the major ports for a while, because of the questions that were being asked, you know. No, don't feel bad, Noli. I'm sure all those little problems you caused will blow over."
I kissed her cheek apologetically and turned to the next arrivals. I had almost forgotten there was anything to blow over. Everybody came, starting with a whole opera troupe. Even Conduccio sulked in, looking daggers at Ugolino as he waltzed with Nora to the music Purry was pouring out, show tunes and gentle rock. Sam Shipperton was there, bringing a pretty little Chinese girl I'd never met. Conjure Kowalski followed them in, a little cool, a little reserved, as he'd been ever since the night of the Andromeda launch, but he brought a bottle of Jack Daniels, crunched my shoulder good-naturedly enough with his immense right hand, and promptly began dancing with a pretty little harpist from across the street. Most of my neighbors had showed up, too. That was just as well for them.
There were plenty of people, there was plenty to eat and plenty to drink, but one of my concerns turned out justified. The house just wasn't big enough for the party. We spilled out into the street, and so all of my neighbors were at the party whether they wanted to be or not. And that was just the human beings. At Meriteka Binda's advice, I had invited all the aliens I knew, and a few I didn't think I did. Most of them showed up, too. Binda brought 2 bottles of Glenlivet Scotch, and another minim, named, I think, Flitstitsny. Flitstitsny was female, at least I assumed so, watching them dance with all their limber limbs entwined around each other. The Plotta mother didn't come herself, of course. She couldn't. But 3 of her bedbug drones were there, skittering around under everybody's feet and taking chittering part in the conversations, one of them in English. Even Barrack came, bringing Dr. Baradukti with him. I was not real easy in the Duntadins' presence, though he seemed affable enough. Barrack himself was a little sulky because the mother had backed Binda up in declining to do the Buzoni Turandat. But he seemed to enjoy the music and the dancing, burping out compliments to the couples on the floor. He only stayed a minute, though, complained he couldn't stand the smell of the earth food and beverages. That was a good thing. It wasn't until he and Baradukti left and the air had cleared out a little that the rest of us could enjoy them. Enjoy them we did. Well, most of us did. Most of them. I made the mistake of trying Tricia's vegetable quiche, and she caught me at it.
"Oh, isn't it any good?" she asked anxiously. "I was afraid I'd spoiled it. I couldn't get any hing to put into it, so I used onions, even though they're not acceptable to Lord Krishna."
"It's fine," I lied, chewing without swallowing. "I don't miss the hing at all."
"But we always used hing in the commune, and hey, nobody's eating the eggplant salad either," she said disconsolately. But then I felt a huge hand on my shoulder and turned to see Conjure grinning at me. "You eatin' that stuff?" he demanded. "You got guts, Noli. Listen, Binda's looking for you. He's outside. Says he's got some people he wants to introduce to you."
The reason they were outside was that one of the people was one of those big things that looked like a praying mantis, a patrique, and another one was one of the skinny baboons with the pine-needle mohawks. Both were 14 feet tall. They almost touched the imitation sky of the ceiling, but they weren't any uglier than the 3rd person Binda had invited. That was a Runwian, and he looked more than anything else like a 5-foot cellophane-skinned shrimp. I swallowed the miserable quiche as Binda introduced us, beginning with the patrique. "This is Mr. Susarisip, who is in charge of all exotic entertainers for the patrique. He particularly admires works about your human, the earth, superstitions." I didn't try to shake hands. I couldn't have reached his anyway. The shrimp-like Runwian, whose name I didn't catch at all, whistled something that Binda translated as, "He hopes to see you soon. And here is Neri Airi." Binda didn't so much speak the name as whinny it. "Who is, of course, an Airidi. They have never had any of the earth entertainers on his planet, but one can always hope. They will change their minds, can't one?" "One can," I said. This time I did shake hands, although it was more like clutching a whisk-broom. Apparently it was the right thing to do, because Binda beamed at me. "Since not all of our guests can come into your rather small house," he said merrily, patting my shoulder, "suppose you and I bring them something from the bar, eh? Come along, then." And on the way he whispered, "They're very important people, my dear boy. We're so lucky they decided to come. It can mean great things for our tour. And, oh, it's a fine party." I thought he was right about that. It was a good party, and I was being a good host. After I'd seen that our weirdo guests in the street had plenty of good the earth liquor, and even some of Tricia's not-so-good the earth macrobiotic food, I circulated. I told pretty little Maggie Merck that she looked lovely in her off-the-shoulder 1920s flapper-skirted dress, which was very true, and the other soprano, Sumere Pericardi, said, "Thank you," for her as she drew her away. I told Efford Joyce I was glad to see him there, which was a lie, and he said to me, "You know, I've been giving a lot of thought to what you said, about me being a star back home, that is." I pointed out to Bart Conduccio where I kept the regalo he had given me, right next to the scry, and he informed me that I was a good enough fellow, but that looking poisonously at Ugolino Malatesta, some of my friends didn't deserve me. I told the Patrique, Sushirisip, out in the street, of course, that I was delighted to see all our races mingling in social harmony. By then I was fairly well liquored, and he whistled something that my Puri translated as, "If you come to our planet, I hope you're not as repulsive as the last bunch." But Binda pulled me away apologetically.
"Don't mind anything he says," he whispered. "You'll win them over, I know you will. Have another drink."
And he refilled my glass from the bottle he carried wound into one arm. Apparently Binda had not noticed that my glass was already half full. I had never drunk half and half Scotch and Jack Daniels before. It didn't matter. The party was going well, and I was beginning to float. I was also beginning to feel very conscious of the sights and smells of the pretty women who were gracing my home. I caught sight of Maggie Merck dancing with a Russian tenor, Dmitri Arkashvili, and it suggested something to me. Maggie was singing Zerlina to my Don Giovanni, and there had been something definitely warm-blooded in the way she responded to me in the flirtation scene in rehearsals. As soon as Indefatigable Puri began the next selection, I cut in. Maggie felt as good in my arms as she looked and smelled. I whispered in her ear, "You know, this party won't last forever. I wonder if you'd like to stay a bit when it's over." She snuggled closer.
"But the Kekadis will clean everything up for you," she said demurely.
"Oh, well, I wasn't thinking so much of doing housework," I told her, tracing her rib cage with my fingertips. "Maybe not even stay here at all, you know? We could go down to that place with a pool and the waterfall, just the two of us, where it's nice and quiet." I felt a vigorous tap on my shoulder. I turned in annoyance to see which mannerless male was trying to cut in, but it wasn't a male at all. It was tall, dark, somber Sumeri Pericardi, glaring at me.
"Malcolm Porteous looking for you," she told me.
"Maggie, don't you think it's about time we thought of going home?" I gazed after them, Maggie meekly following as the taller, older woman tugged her along. It was a downer, all right. Then I turned to see Malcolm Porchester at the door of my bedroom, beaming as he beckoned to me. "Come and look," he said proudly. Tricia came over to me, giggling an odd little giggle. She took me by the arm and led me into the bedroom. There on my dresser Porchester had made a sort of sand painting, a picture of me, it did look a little like me, dressed in my Don Giovanni finery, making a sweeping bow. Porchester hadn't used sand. The stuff had produced almost a monochrome, white, yellow, brownish powders. I noticed that there were a dozen little plastic spoons arranged around the edges of the picture, but I didn't understand their meaning at first. "Thanks a lot, Malcolm," I said. "It's beautiful, only how am I going to keep it from getting ruined?" "It's not meant to keep," said Malcolm, sounding offended. Tricia was already handing me one of the little spoons.
"You get the first hit," she said. "I was the one that supplied the 3 different kinds of Coke, but the artwork was Malcolm's idea. Go ahead, Noli, take a toot. It's really all very mild stuff."
Comprehension struck. "Ah," I said, temporizing. "It's very nice of you." I didn't entirely mean it. I'd never done cocaine, not even at parties. Back in the old days on Earth, I had always been uneasy when someone brought out the little silver snuff-box or the plastic pouch, and I was twice as uneasy here. What were the drug laws in Narabedla? No one had told me. Was this going to mean something like slow time, or even worse? From the doorway I heard Binda's voice.
"What is this I smell? Can it really be some of your good, the Earth Coke? May I, eh?"
So it wasn't against the local laws after all. Actually, I didn't need cocaine, or the joints that my next-door neighbor, the figure skater, was passing around. The drinks and the party had me high enough already. Everybody seemed to be having a good time. Even Nora Platt, in spite of her advanced years, was cutting the rugs with the best of them, and when she collapsed on the briefly vacated edge of the couch, I knelt beside her. "Having fun? You look like a teenager out there."
"Oh, I feel that way, Noli dear. It's a wonderful party, and of course I'm completely recovered. Dr. Borodukti is so very good, and doesn't even leave a scar. I do wish we'd had barber surgeons like him when I was a girl. So gentle."
Well, I'd had all those drinks. "But, Nora," I said reasonably, "he drinks human blood."
"You never saw him do that?"
"I saw him lick it off his claws, and he didn't spit it out."
"Well," said Nora vaguely, "what difference does it make, really? The Dunterdins don't eat intelligent beings any more, so I suppose in a way it's a treat for him. Oh, thank you, Ugo, dear.
She was talking to the castrato, who had brought over a pair of drinks for them. I didn't even look at him. What do you mean, any more? She looked exasperated.
Oh, Noli, what difference does it make what they used to do in the old days when they had wars? One does hear these stories about the Dunterdins, but they're all in the past, aren't they?
Malatesta somehow managed to squeeze into a space on the couch beside her, listening politely. In any case, he told me in Italian, slow enough for Nora to follow, we do not need to see Dunterdins very often, do we?
I think not, Nora said. As I understand it, we'll be visiting the Runwians and the Patrique.
Have you been to those places?
Noli, dear, she said, I've been to all the places, all the ones that let people in, anyway. Remember how long I've been here? These are quite nice ones. Well, true, the Patrique do smell a bit odd, and the Runwians are a bit rough and ready, you know. But there's a zoo on the Patrique planet. If we have time, I'd love to see it again with you. We could pack a lunch, just the two of us.
Careful, careful, Malatesta warned good-naturedly. This good young man will think you have an amatory interest in him. Why should she not? Demanded Bart Canduccio, drunk and nasty. I hadn't seen him approach, but there he was, wavering as he stood over us. She has already shown that she can take interest even in a eunuch. I could have told him that, true or not, that was not a good thing to say. Malatesta's good humour dried up like spit on a skillet. He pushed himself away from Nora and bravely stood up to Canduccio. He snarled something unpleasant. All I could make out was the word ubriaco, meaning drunk, and Canduccio responded in kind. Operatic Italian was not enough to follow that exchange. All I could be sure of was that it was dirty, unpleasant, and loud. Loud enough so that the people around were turning toward us, and even Purry's music faltered as he peered over at us. Nora stood up angrily.
Ugo, Bart, the two of you, stop this at once, or I'll never speak to either of you again. Oh, you beast, she hissed at Canduccio as he flung some more Italian at her and flounced out of the room.
Malatesta shrugged, triumphant. Nora turned to me.
I do apologize, Noli, she said penitently. Bart simply can't drink distilled liquor. It makes him crazy, and he's just the tiniest bit jealous, you know, because he stopped in last night and found Ugo and me watching a film together.
A cassette, Malatesta corroborated in English, grinning. Your, how is it called, deep throat? Nora scowled at him.
But do go on with the party, please, she called to the room at large. Tricia, come dance with Noli. Purry, start the music again, please.
In spite of what Malatesta had said, not to mention what I'd seen with my own eyes when we were getting ready for our little operations, I had trouble thinking of Nora Platt as a functioning sexual person. The knowledge of her age kept getting in the way, and when Tricia whispered in my ear,
Was she, Noli? Coming on to you, I mean?
I was shocked. She's 200 years old, I said.
But hey, that's not answering my question, she said, pressing against my chest, and I saw the way you were hitting on Maggie Merk. You're wasting your time there, you know. Sue Mary keeps her all to herself.
Oh, hell, I said, startled. It was true that the two of them lived together and spent a lot of time whispering to each other, but I just hadn't thought. Tricia said dreamily,
You know, you do have pretty neat pecs. For a singer, I mean.
Dozen-year-old memories were coming back to me. I could feel interest developing inside me. Tricia, I whispered, I like yours, too. And what might have come of it, I don't know, but Binda spoiled it. He ended the party.
Dear members of the Greater Bolshoi Opera Company and honored friends,
he called, sounding very pleased with himself.
May I have your attention?
He had climbed up onto the table next to the scry, steadying himself against it with one limber arm.
It is a tragedy to end such a joyous occasion, but all good things must come to an end, and I have an announcement to make.
That took care of the party. People turned toward him, even coming in from outside to hear. Already the Keketes, taking their cue from him, were beginning silently to move about, collecting empty glasses and debris. Through the door to my bedroom I could see the mother's drones carefully sweeping up the last few grains of cocaine, I supposed to take home to Mama. When he had everyone's full attention, Binda said,
"This is more than a housewarming party for our dear Noli Stennis. It is the beginning of a wonderful new episode in the dissemination of the operatic culture of the Earth among the 15 associated peoples. My announcement is this. I have just reached agreement with our good friends from Run and Petrik. Our tour begins at once. Tomorrow we leave for the Petrik planet and our first public performance of this greatest of all opera seasons."
Chapter 29. Keketes took our bags away at the rehearsal hall, and Meretekabinda made a little speech. He introduced the honored guests, starting with Barak, slumping restlessly around the stage on his wobbly arms, going on to the Petrik, Sushirisip. None of that was necessary, nor were any of Binda's compliments on how well we were going to perform, and how splendid it was of the Petrik to invite us, and how certain he was that, with our debut following so closely on the wonderful accomplishment of the launching of the Andromeda probe, the 15 associated peoples were headed for a new era of peace and goodwill and constructive cooperation for the whole galaxy. It got interesting when he warned us to behave.
"The trading regulations of the 15 associated peoples are very strict, and the eyes of the Tlotta-Mother," he waved at a couple of the little bedbugs crouched at the end of the stage, "who are traveling with us will report any infractions. That means any breach of the regulations at all, my dear friends. You must not, any of you, engage in any commercial transactions of any kind with any non-human person for the duration of your stay on any planet. Is that understood by all of us?"
Pause. Then he raised his snaky arms and declaimed,
"Now let us move on to the go-box. Our tour is beginning."
It was one of the big go-boxes, but even so it couldn't hold the dozen of us humans and our baggage, never mind the aliens. It took 2 loads to get us all in.
"Ladies first,"
cried Binda cheerfully, shepherding Tricia and Nora Platt and the sopranos into the first load, along with a couple of the funnies, apparently claiming honorary status as females for the purpose, though heaven alone knew what gender they really were. The door whoofed shut. I rested a hand on it, waiting for it to come back for the rest of us. It occurred to me that it was very like the door I'd entered to visit Henry Davidson Jones in his office. I thought hard about that for a while, so that I hardly noticed when it opened again and we got in and it closed on us once more. It wasn't easy to concentrate. We were all pressed together. Floyd Morcher was standing quietly, eyes closed, moving his lips in silent prayer. Conduccio was ostentatiously pushing his way as far from Malatesta as possible, and there was a residual cockroachy smell in the place. It couldn't have been from the bedbug, as it climbed into its niche high in the wall and gazed down at us. It had to be left over from our host, the Petrik Sushirisip. Then the door opened again. Warm, wet air came into the go-box and smote us. Blue light came down from a dark blue sky. Half a dozen other Petriks were waiting for us at the side of vehicles. I guessed they were vehicles, though what they looked like was giant-sized bathtubs mounted on tiny, thick wheels. It was a wholly fascinating, absorbing, incredible spectacle. Good God, actually setting foot on an alien planet. I didn't do it justice. I was still pondering, and slowly, something had at last penetrated my poor Earth-human brain. I turned and looked back at the space-traveling go-box we had just come out of, exactly like the one that had taken me to Davidson Jones's office for the phone call to Marlene. And it was only then that I realized what planet I had been on when I made that telephone call. Chapter 30. The Petrik planet had a deep blue sky, almost a slate blue, with a tiny, bright blue sun in the middle of it, hammering heat down at me. And we were in a real city. It even had a skyline, and if you half closed your eyes, you could almost think it looked a bit like the canyons of Wall Street or downtown Chicago. To make it seem a lot familiar, though, you had to close your eyes entirely, and even then it didn't sound like anything on Earth. There weren't any taxicab horns, gears shifting, trucks backfiring. There were plenty of traffic noises that came from the wheeled bathtub things whizzing by, but the noisiest things around were the tall buildings themselves.
They creaked. The Patrick skyscrapers weren't masonry, glass, and steel. I suppose they were something like wood. They came in clumps, like bamboo clusters, 8 or 10 dark, skinny, needle-shaped towers bound together by closed passageways. The things that held them must have been loosely joined, because the clusters moved in the wind and screeched as they moved, and all around us there were Patricks, twice as tall as I was, wearing filmy, feathery cloaks in bright spectrum colors, and gazing at us curiously out of their faceted insect eyes. As soon as I stepped out of the box, I saw all this, and the sudden pang of missed opportunities back on Henry Davidson Jones's yacht receded in my mind. I was gaping around like any hayseed on his first trip to the Big Apple. It took a sharp nudge from Tricia to bring me out of it. "Watch it," she warned, and I did a little waltz step out of the way, just in time to avoid being trampled by Susharissip, the big Patrick who had been on Narabedla with us. He loped past us to meet another Patrick getting out of one of the bathtub cars, the two of them chirping and barking and flapping their cloaks in what looked like joy. Then Susharissip turned and gazed at us. He beckoned to Perry, lingering modestly out of the way, and then chirped something at our company as they emerged. Perry translated for us. "Mr. Susharissip welcomes you to the world of the Patrick," he piped, and added, "He also says he hopes you enjoy the clean stink of Patrick air after all those foul odors you have been living among. And now you are all pleased to get in the cars which have been provided for you." I hesitated. "What about our bags?"
Coming, dear boy," Binder called cheerfully from behind me, and indeed a procession of Keketes was coming toward us, clutching suitcases and cosmetic bags. I recognized my own. "You go in the first car with our hosts, Noli," Binder ordered. "I'll make sure no one gets left behind. And quickly, please. Mr. Susharissip is a very important person on this planet, and we mustn't keep him waiting."
The cars were the bathtub-shaped things on wheels, and they were right funny-looking. For one thing, the wheels of the car I was directed to weren't much bigger than basketballs, and shaped the same way. For another, the things were built to the huge Patrick scale. Susharissip and his buddy simply strolled over to the car and stepped inside. There wasn't any door. Perry handled the situation by flinging himself at the side of it and scrambled up and in like an inchworm. That left it up to me. The Kekete with my bag heaved it aboard and waited politely for me to enter, but I could not quite see how to do that. At maximum stretch, I could reach the side of the car with my fingertips. After all those workouts in Conjur's Gym, I could have chinned myself out and struggled in. What stopped me was that I simply did not believe I was supposed to do that. After all, I was a visiting opera star. Cars were supposed to be user-friendly. Shouldn't there be some invisible scene that would open up and let me enter decorously? Steps that ought to extrude magically so that I could climb aboard? There was nothing like that. Then I felt someone encircling my legs from behind. It was my Kekete porter, whose strength was a surprise. He got me halfway up, and then one of the Patrick, laughing, at least bark-chirping in what I took to be amusement, reached around with those spidery arms and lifted me the rest of the way. That was as much crowding as they were willing to accept, though. When the Kekete started to chin himself in after me, Mr. Susharissip pushed him off and drove away. Rapidly. The bathtub's acceleration was amazing. When it took off, I went flying. I smashed into Perry, squashing a sort of organ chord of grunts out of his many apertures, and bashed my head against the rear seat of the vehicle, which was, of course, right about at the level of my eyes. Mr. Susharissip took his eyes off the other cars long enough to turn around and laugh. Then his partner pointed to his own head. Both of them had pulled a sort of hood out of their cloaks and covered their heads with it, and then at mine and the sun. He said something which Perry translated.
"He's warning you against sunburn, Mr. Stennis," Perry said. "Their blue sun is a strong source of— what is the word? Oh, yes, ultraviolet. You should protect your skin against it."
"What with?" I asked. They had an answer to that. After Perry had debated with them a bit, the smaller Patrick leaned back and flung a corner of his cloak over me. The texture was marvelously silky. The odor was something else again. That cockroachy aroma had seeped into the cloak, and being under it was a lot like being under a sheepdog's winter blanket, along with the dog. The other thing was that with the Patrick's cloak over me, I could see nothing of the city. All in all, it was fortunate that our hotel was only a short ride away. After I had checked in and taken the elevator up to my room in the hotel, but none of those words meant quite the same thing as they would have on Earth. There was a scratch at the door, and Tricia came in to see me.
"Hey, Nolly," she said. "How do you like this place so far?"
"It moves around a lot," I complained. From the street I'd been able to see the tall towers swaying, but from inside it was a lot more nerve-wracking, as they rocked like the tops of coconut palms in a breeze. "Outside of that, it's all right, I guess, if you like sleeping in a hammock." She reached over and set the thing swaying.
"Don't knock it. They've put them in specially for us. I mean, hey, we'd have a little trouble getting in and out of a Patrique bed, you know. Did you catch all the fuss when we came in?"
"What fuss?"
"The Patrique couldn't get our count to come out right. There's 14 of us from Earth in the company, aren't there? Only the Patrique claimed they counted 15.
I added up on my fingers. 3 sopranos, 3 tenors, 2 baritones, counting myself, the 2 basses, plus Ugolino, Conger, and Tricia. Oh, and Nora Platt, who had come along to help in rehearsals. 14 is what I make it. It's a bad mix, though. 9 men for only 5 women.
She dimpled. "That's the kind of odds I like. Anyway, it's going to be tough for Binder if they don't get it straightened out. They don't want any stowaways sneaking onto their planet. The other thing," she said, turning to go, "is that Binder says they'll be bringing us something to eat pretty soon. Room service, can you believe it? But I bet it's just because they don't want us eating with them. Then Binder says we should rest for an hour before we go to the theater."
"How much rest can you get in a hammock?" She laughed.
"You'd be surprised what you can do in a hammock, Nolly,"
she told me as she left. She was right about the room service. 10 or 15 minutes later, after I'd tried to make some use of the facilities in what I supposed was the bathroom, strenuous but ultimately successful, a silent Kekedy brought in a tray for me. It looked exactly like the kind of thing they slop the passengers with on airlines. He set it on the floor and left silently, leaving me to decide how to dine. There wasn't much choice. The floor was about the only thing I could reach. I pulled some cushions off an 8-foot-tall thing that was more or less like a couch and sat down. The rocking motion was better sitting down, but not much. The meal was edible enough, in a TV dinner kind of way, but the slow, sinuous waving of the room made me wonder if I really should have eaten it. Tricia had said I had an hour to rest before we had to go anywhere. I didn't really need to rest. All I really needed was to get out of that swaying room for a while. So I took my courage in my hands and found my way to the elevator. Not a go-box, a real elevator, even if its height was 5 times its diameter, and I had to stretch on tiptoes to reach the control dial. And 5 minutes later was walking out onto the street of the Patrique planet. 2 suns were in the sky. I hadn't really been prepared for 2 suns. I'd forgotten about the warning of potential sunburn, too, but the tiny hot blue one was sinking toward the horizon, and it was a large red dim one that was rising on the other side of the sky. If I stayed in the blue sun shadow as much as I could, I reckoned I would be all right. And anyway, what was a little sunburn compared to the exploration of a whole new alien planet? It was unearthly. It was exactly the kind of adventure I had dreamed about when I was 10 years old, watching Forbidden Planet and The Thing on late-night television, when my parents had left me with an indulgent sitter. I, Lawrence Knollwood Stennis, was actually walking around on the surface of a planet of another star, many light-years from home. Even Narabedla had been nothing like this. A couple of Patrique talking to each other next to one of the cars had interrupted their conversation to peer at me. It was time to move on. I gave them a friendly wave and turned away, walking fast. It was sultry hot, and the effort made me pant. It even made me choke a little from time to time. Something in the air, maybe? Mold spores, or pollen, or whatever? I kept on walking rapidly anyway. Binder would not have taken us to a place where there was any real danger, I was pretty sure, but I didn't exactly know how the Patrique felt about having a short, hairy, alien creature wandering around their town, even if he was a star in a visiting opera company. 20 minutes later, I still didn't know how they felt about it. Definitely they hadn't mobbed me for autographs. They hadn't exactly ignored me, either. A couple of them had seemed to be taking my picture. A few others, now and then, had paused in their way from wherever they had been to wherever they were going, to lean down and chirrup at me in their wholly incomprehensible language. They didn't sound hostile. They didn't seem to care that I couldn't understand them, either. They just chirruped for a moment, straightened up, and went on their way. Of course, I told myself, the Patrique were full members of the 15 associated peoples. Funnies of any variety would hardly be startling to them. They'd no doubt seen them all. They were seeing aliens even then, because among the hordes of Patrique I passed there were a couple of Minim, like Marateka Binda, though neither one was Binda himself, and they paid no attention to me. A barrack-like Gagresna, waving its silvery arms at a couple of the eyes of the mother bedbugs, a Duntadin lumping along at a great rate, and 4 or 5 others even odder. None of them seemed to notice that I was in any way unusual. Patrique was a busy and cosmopolitan place. I liked it. I was really euphoric, I think. Even the mantis-like Patrique, with their gay flowing cloaks and their inquisitive, thrusting, horsey heads, seemed like possible customers rather than potential foes. And in any case, I was no longer up in that tower, whose motion made me think of an unfortunate January cruise I'd once taken in the Caribbean, when there was a gale-force storm, and there hardly ever were any takers for the ship's 6 lavish meals a day. That turned out to be an unwelcome train of thought. For cruise made me think of yacht, and yacht made me think of missed opportunities. I stood still on the side of that Patrique street, in the shadow of one of those clusters of reedy buildings, thinking. I really could have done it, I thought. If I had realized I was on Earth, I could have done something. Some daring-do, swashbuckling thing in the style of Conan, Rambo, James Bond, for that matter in the style of the Don Giovanni I played with such bravura on the opera stage. Sneak-punch Shipperton? Hold a knife to the throat of Henry Davidson Jones? I supposed there might have been a knife, or at least a letter-opener, somewhere around his desk. Take hostages, find a gun, and shoot my way out? It wasn't impossible. It all sounded like TV heroics as I thought about it, but it was at least an outside chance that somehow I could have overpowered Davidson Jones and made him do something, if I'd known where I was. At least I could have tried. But then I would not be here, with audiences waiting to applaud me, and pretty Tricia showing every sign of wanting to show appreciation of her own. Back in my still-swaying room, Binda poked his head in to announce that we were leaving for the theater in 10 minutes. "All right," I complained, "but this place makes me seasick." "Oh, really, Noli?" He considered for a moment, peering up at me. "I suppose we could get you some sort of shots, if you like." I vetoed that quickly. "I'd rather be seasick. It's just that I'm a little worried about my performance." "As you wish, Noli. The theater's at ground level anyway, so that won't be a problem." Then he got serious. "Noli, have you seen anything of Efford Joyce?" I blinked at him. Was he supposed to be with us? "Not at all. No, we have no place for him in the company. But there's some confusion about how many people made the trip here, and according to the Patrique, somebody who looked like Joyce came in earlier with the theater props." "He really wanted to do some mime with us," I remembered. "Then perhaps he'll come to the theater," Binda said gloomily. He shook himself and sighed. "Well, I mustn't upset our star, must I? Tell me, is everything satisfactory? Have you admired your view?" "Oh, is there a view?" I asked acidly. There were picture windows, all right, but the lowest sill was a good 4 feet over my head. "You simply need to stand on something to look out," he explained. "Really, it's an honor to be given a suite so high up in the building." He came closer, peering at me. "Do you know what I think? I think you're a little edgy, dear boy. A case of opening night jitters, wouldn't you say?" I considered that possibility, and then discovered another one concealed inside it. "What opening night? I thought we were just going to rehearse today." He looked shocked. "Rehearse again? But we've already been rehearsing for weeks. No, this is going to be our very first actual performance, our gala debut, my boy. You cannot believe how excited the Patrique are to have us here. They're all agog to hear our Pagliacci, and you're going to sing the Tonio for them tonight." Chapter 31.
The theater wasn't exactly on the ground, it was under it, and it wasn't exactly the kind of theater I had expected. We came into it from above, so I could see the whole layout at once. The stage was the first thing that caught my eye. It wasn't the standard opera house arrangement, and it wasn't exactly theater in the round, either. The stage was thrust out into the audience like a stripteaser's runway, and as the theater was filling, there was a sort of hologramic newsreel going on. Binda chuckled and nudged me, pointing at it. What it showed was the familiar diagram of the Andromeda probe launch, the pulsar's beam of energy pushing the bright ring of the spidery spacecraft farther and farther away. That dissolved to show a couple of Patrique arguing earnestly about something, and then that too dissolved, and I was looking at pictures of Malatesta in the robes of the King of Crete, and of Sumere Pericardi singing Electra, and abruptly of me as Don Giovanni, waving my sword and bobbing my plumed hat as I invited the statue of the dead Commendatore to dinner. I couldn't help it. I laughed out loud. I hadn't expected an opera performance to start with snatches of coming attractions. But then I took another look at that stage and stopped laughing. Those early arrivals moving into slant-board seats weren't human beings. They were Patrique. Twice human size and more, which meant that my perspective had to shift a gear. The place was huge, bigger than any opera house I had ever sung in by far, and in a little while I would be all by myself out there, singing the prologue, with all those thousands of alien eyes on me. Binda's remark had not, after all, been laughable. Stage fright was a distinct possibility. It had been 13 years since I'd sung before an audience. Worse than that, I was the one who would start the show. Tonio's prologue sets the scene for everything that follows. If he fails, everybody fails. And this time that he was me. I had plenty of time to think about that in my dressing room, while one Kekete made me up and another helped me into my costume. I hardly noticed what they were doing. I wasn't even aware, really, of how odd my dressing room was, more like a closet than a room, though with a 20-foot ceiling. I was concentrating on vocalizing while they did me, listening critically to my lost and regained voice. It sounded pretty good, but would it hold up through the entire opera? They say that having the jitters before a performance is a good sign. I hoped it was true. Ready or not, I opened the door of my dressing room and made my way through the unfamiliar high-ceilinged passages to the wings. Because of the construction of the stage, there wasn't much room there, but most of the cast was there already, strolling around by themselves as they silently mouthed their lines or watching the first half of our double bill on stage. I had heard the music as I was approaching. I Pagliacci is a short opera, so we had Trisha and Conjure warming them up for us to the strains of 1940s dance band tunes. In spite of the cramped space, it wasn't as cluttered as the backstage of a regular opera house. Well, it wasn't a real opera house. There wasn't any tangle of weighted cables to fly the flats up into the rafters. There weren't any flats. The scenery was all optical, except for the parts we actually had to stand on or lean against or use. So I could see well enough. The music was coming from Purry, pumping his heart away out of sight of the audience in a funny mixture of heavy metal rock with a big band sound. Conjure Kowalski was on stage doing a solo number to it, spinning around on the back of his neck like a kid dancing for quarters in front of the Fifth Avenue Library. He was alone on the stage, but I could see Tricia in the far wing, waiting to come on. I leaned forward to peer out at the audience. It was a big, big hall, and it had filled up. It was loaded with Patrique as far as I could see, rows and clusters of them hunched in their places, with their fluffy cloaks in every color of the rainbow. In the distance they looked like the colored sprinkles on a birthday cake, but what they smelled like was the same old cockroach. Somebody tugged at my leg. I looked down at one of the mother's bedbugs.
"Mr. Stennis,"
it piped softly.
"have you seen Mr. Effort Joyce today?"
I shook my head, and it scurried away toward the practical furniture that would go on in the first act of Don Giovanni, as Conjure finished his solo. There was a sort of clicking, rustling sound from the audience as he took a bow. I supposed it was applause, and Purry switched to John Philip Sousa. Out of the wing came Tricia, stepping high in her Texas cowgirl suit to the strains of El Capitan. She did a fast 3 minutes of baton twirling, got her applause, and left. Then the stage dissolved in polychrome light.
like a kaleidoscopic rainbow fog. I couldn't see a thing, but when it cleared there was a whole 1940s big band at the back of the stage. It almost looked real for a minute. It did look real. The only way I knew it was not was that I knew we hadn't brought along 25 musicians and a boy and a girl singer. I was partly wrong about that. The musicians had to be more of those neat Narabedlan holograms. They were good ones, too, because someone who knew the period had had to choreograph the way the trumpeters stood up, rocking back and forth with their mutes in their hands, the vibraphonist tap-tapping up and down the bars, the drummer tossing his sticks in the air between riffs. Of course, the music was all purry again, tootling out a medley that began with Take the A Train and segued into a slow introduction to Stardust. The boy singer stood up to do that number, then a fast String of Pearls, and then it was the girl singer's turn. That was a surprise, because she turned out to be real. The girl singer was Maggie Merck from our own company. She hadn't said a word to me about her solo, which was a sultry, bluesy rendition of Temptation. When the set was over, I applauded along with everyone else. Next to me, Ugolino Malatesta was patting his thin, dry hands together as enthusiastically as anyone.
"Brava! Brava!"
he called as Maggie came off stage. On the other side, the boy singer also got up and left, but when he reached the wings, he merely disappeared, like any other hologram.
"That was great," I told Malatesta. "And you will be even more great," he informed me. "A wonderful day, if only that cretin Joyce had not got himself into trouble."
Did they find him, then?
"No. That," he sighed, "is the trouble. If they found him, they would rapidly put a stop to his foolishness. But as it is, he is no one knows where, doing no one knows what. But look, now they dance again."
And the synthetic band started up as Perry launched into Tuxedo Junction and segued into In the Mood and 4 or 5 other Grandfather's Day hits as Tricia and Conjure came jitterbugging out onto the stage. They'd changed costumes. Tricia was wearing a bright red miniskirt with tiny sequined red panties that flashed every time she moved. Conjure had his zoot suit on again, with the lapels that would have made 2 ordinary suits. They were works of art, both of them. I was born too late for the big band era, and all I knew about zoot suits and jitterbugging is what I've seen in the late-night movies. But I have to say they set my feet to tapping and my body to twitching. And as a matter of fact, a little bit to itching, too. Every time Tricia flung herself around, I felt that long-lost little hint of a tingle in my groin. I didn't know quite how to feel about it, part welcome home and part Jesus is a real. And all of it was pretty good. It took my mind right off being nervous, right up to the time when the purely optical rainbow curtain came down and Conjure and Tricia took their last bows and Binda came flapping toward us from the dressing rooms, crying, "Places, ladies and gentlemen, places, please. The curtain is going up." That took care of the possible stage fright, because Binda broke me up. The whole cast broke out in giggles. He didn't just come in, he made an entrance. He had got himself up in an opera impresario suit that would have done credit to Rudolph Bing on the first night of a Met season, with full white tie and tails and what looked like 10-carat rubies in his shirt studs, and at least an inch of starched snow-white cuffs that showed at his wrists. Well, at where his wrists would have been, if he'd had any. We all broke out in applause.
Thank you, he
beamed, delighted. "But please, it is time to begin the opera.
Get ready, my dear Noli."
And he hurried off to take his place on the conductor's stand. It surprised me that there were no intermissions. I suppose the Patriques had better bladder control than human beings. Certainly the stage hands didn't need the time of an intermission to reset the stage, because most of that was accomplished by a quick flick of a switch somewhere. For whatever reason, intermission there was none. 3 minutes later, Binda was in place, and Puri started the overture. The curtain went up, or it would be better to say, evaporated, and there I was, sticking my head out through the dissipating rainbow cloud to address a horde of thousands of weird-looking alien monsters.
We were a smash. I was a smash. We took 10 curtain calls. I got one all to myself, and the last one with the Canio, Floyd Morcher, and then Binda came trotting up from the improvised conductor's box, all spiffy in his version of white tie and tails, and dumped 2 huge bouquets of red roses. Well, they weren't exactly roses, but I knew what he meant. At our feet.
"Splendid, dear boy," he whispered, wringing my hand. "They love you. You too, my dear Floyd," he added.
But I was the one whose hand he held in his own scaly claw as together we turned to bow a lingering farewell to the audience, all the Patrique towering over their seats as they rubbed their spiny limbs together in the buzzy kind of sound that was, yes, really was, their version of applause, and the rainbow mist began to gather for the final curtain. Chapter 32. Of course there was a cast party after the performance. Binda wouldn't have omitted anything as traditional as that. Tricia picked me up to go there together. She was wearing a sheath dress with a skirt slit almost hip-high along one side and high heels that made her exactly my height. She had done her hair in a sort of bun on one side of her head, and all in all she looked pretty spectacular. When I told her so, she thanked me as though no one ever had said anything like that to her before. I thought it was going to be a real good party. The place for the party was in another tower of our cluster. To get there we had to walk through one of the aerial bridges that linked the clumps, a transparent tube 20 feet or more in diameter, limber enough to flex a little as the tower swayed. It was like walking through a plastic soda straw. It twisted and swayed disconcertingly, and the only good thing about it was that we could at last see the view Binda had told me about. The Patrique city was ring-shaped, like a jello mold, with a clear space in the middle. The blue sun had set long since, but it wasn't dark. The bigger, dimmer, deep scarlet sun was still in the sky, and if anything it was hotter than the blue one had been. But when we got to the room where the party was being held, it was cold. Evidently it had been chilled as a compromise so that 6 or 8 different kinds of aliens could be comfortable in it. There were a couple of dozen Patrique towering over everyone else, with their bright-colored cloaks wrapped around them. I saw Binda talking to Barak loudly and with a lot of waving of arms and tentacles as they headed toward a cluster of other aliens in a corner. The humidity was high, too. It felt like a Christmas party in the Coney Island Aquarium, with the doors left open. I was glad I had worn a jacket. I wondered how Tricia was doing in her slit skirt, but she didn't seem to mind.
"Now, what are they doing?" she demanded, looking over to the corner of the room where 8 or 10 Patrique and as many other aliens were gathered around something. It wasn't easy to see past the huge Patrique, but as they moved I caught a glimpse of a large scry, showing that same old Andromeda probe. It seemed to be still on course, and the aliens were doing a lot of congratulatory screeching, chirping, barking, and yowling at each other. Tricia sighed.
"What we need is a drink, Noli," she said, and waved an arm. One of the little Kekadis came trotting across the dance floor, where Nora Platt and Malatesta were moving slowly to Perry's music. As the Kekadi took our order, Eamon McGuire approached me, his hand stuck out to shake.
"You were fine, Stennis," he rumbled. "Are you getting drinks? Yes, I'll have something too. A double vodka, if they've got it."
They had it. They had all sorts of earth liquor, and earth food, too. As the Kekadi came back with our drinks, Floyd Morcher materialized beside us.
"You don't really want that drink, Eamon?" he said.
The bass looked rebellious. Before he could answer, Tricia tugged at my sleeve. "Let's get something to eat," she said, pulling me away. She whispered, "Morcher's assigned himself to keep Eamon off the sauce, but hey, I'd just as soon stay out of it. Anyway, there's Conjure by the buffet." Actually, 2 buffets had been laid out along one wall, one of them at Patrique height and invisible to me, the other spread out on what I suppose the Patrique thought of as benches, but were actually at about eye level for us tiny humans. Conjure grinned at us.
"Can you see what they've got?" he asked. "There's sliced ham, and there's caviar, and there's maybe potato salad. Pretty close, anyway. And I think that stuff in the back is knishes. But I don't know if they're any good or not. I think the ham's real. I don't guarantee anything else."
"What's the pink stuff in the bowl?"
"You try it and tell me. Anyway," he added, "congratulations. You knocked 'em dead. How much you making on this?"
I blinked at him. My incarnation as opera star had so far submerged the accountant persona that I'd almost forgotten that I had a financial stake in our success. "You know about my contract?" He nodded. 3.5% of the gross. Everybody knows that one now, Noli. You be getting rich. You got old Samuel ducking and hiding when one of us comes near him, 'cause everybody else wants a new contract now, too. So I guess we forget all that other stuff, you know, what we were talking about down by the waterfall. Now that you signing on for a permanent party here, I mean." Tricia swallowed a mouthful of caviar to say,
"Please, Conjure, don't start that business again."
"I ain't starting nothing," he protested. "I'm just making a comment on the passing scene, you know." "I haven't forgotten," I told him stiffly. "It's just that nothing has changed, has it?" I didn't wait for an answer. I took Tricia by the arm and led her out onto the dance floor. But what I said wasn't really true. I had forgotten. And at that moment, still glowing from my applause, with Tricia Madigan light and warm in my arms, I didn't want to be reminded of anything about the planet Earth. The party was slow to pick up momentum, largely because all the aliens were knotted around the Andromeda scry. But at last Binda remembered the reason for the party and came over to the buffet with Barak. He was happily waving his arms about as he greeted me.
"What a night!" he cried,
the green tongue flickering joyously in and out of the hideous little triangular mouth.
"I can hardly believe that everything is going so well. The probe is locked in again. Oh, it was worrying us there for a moment because it looked as though we were losing synchronization. And of course, Noli, you are the star of the evening."
He raised himself as high as he could to look over the buffet. He spotted the pink stuff and took a plate.
"Did you hear the applause you got? You were a real sensation, my boy."
I saw an opportunity and pressed it. "About that, how many people were at the performance tonight, do you know?"
"Oh, nearly 8,000, I think,"
he said, ladling pink slop onto his dish. "And what was the take?" He paused and looked up at me.
"The take?"
"The box office receipts, the money that I'm supposed to get 3.5% of," I explained. The three-cornered mouth worked irritably.
"My dear Noli, I know nothing of such things. Sam Shipperton will explain it all when we return, I'm sure. And really, my boy, how can you trouble me with this at this time? This is one of the happiest days in my life, what with your performance and the way the Andromeda probe is going."
"Yeah," I said, sticking to the point, "but Shipperton isn't here to ask anything. Can't you tell me roughly what the box office was in U.S. dollars?"
"Absolutely not."
Then he relented.
"If you're really curious, you could ask Floyd Morcher. He's always been interested in such things."
"Morcher?" I asked, startled.
"Yes, of course, Morcher. It's that church of his. What he calls tithes to that religious thing on the earth, and he's always checking the polyphase index to see how much they're getting."
He upended the dish and poured slop into his mouth to put an end to that subject. I peered around but didn't see Morcher. Then Barak, disdaining the food, reached out with a silvery tentacle to remind me he was present. "Good performance," he belched in my face, "even if not Busoni Turandot." I took the tip of the tentacle he offered me. I suppose it was meant as a handshake. "Maybe we'll do that one later," I said, hoping not. I appreciated the congratulations, but his breath was as bad as his public toilet in a bus terminal body odor. "Especially liked dark and light-skinned persons. Calisthenics," he added. "They do more now?" "Well, you don't expect a silvery starfish to have good taste. But all the same, imagine preferring jitterbugging to Pagliacci." "I'll suggest it to them," I promised, in order to get away. "I see Conjure over there talking to Ugolino." When I got there, I found that actually it was Ugolino who was doing the talking. He was telling our new bass, De Negras, and a couple of Petrique, about the good old days when he was primo soprano for the court of the Cardinal da Specchio in Mantua. Puri was busily translating his Italian into Spanish for De Negras's benefit, and English for Conjure's, and chirps and squeaks for the aliens.
To do it, he had to use one set of holes for each language, giving an entire new meaning to simultaneous translation. It was an extraordinary performance. I hated to interrupt it, but I felt obliged to relay Barrack's request. Conjure shook his head. "Maybe later," he grunted. "Ugo's keeping Mr. Susharisip here happy right now, and, it's kind of interesting. So, why'd you leave, Ugo?"
There was this woman," Malatesta piped ruefully when that was translated. "I had with her a small affair of the heart, which her protector, the cardinal, took amiss. It was necessary to depart for health. One did not want a dagger in the ribs, have you understood? And in Milan there was a lawsuit concerning some jewels, and one did not wish to go to Rome. Not Rome. There in Rome the singers were kept locked up for the whole season, so they would not catch a cold, or perhaps there, too, be a target for an assassin, for Rome was not a cultured place at the time. So, here I am." He peered over my shoulder at Nora, just coming back into the room. "Any word of our friend?" he asked. She said sadly, "They think Ethard has left this planet, but that's all I know." "How can he be such an idiot? You would think at their ages they would have learned something, he and Canduccio. I wish them no harm, but really—" He put his arm around her, which made her look pleased. "It is simply their jealousy, of course," he chuckled, in the manner of any rooster who has beaten out the other roosters to the hen. The big Patrique issued an order, and Purry translated. "But this is all very interesting to Mr. Susharisip," he said. "He asks that others of you tell something about your life on your own planet before you are allowed to enter the civilized worlds."
I looked around the room. Sumere and Maggie were harmonizing in down by the old mill stream, near the neglected scry. Some of the other singers were drifting toward us, and Tricia Madigan was nowhere in sight. At the powder room, I supposed, and wished her luck. I'd already tried the Patrique idea of sanitary facilities. The Keketes were bringing us fresh drinks, and I decided to stay for the stories. I already knew some of them, but the party was getting to the relaxed state when just talking was pleasant, and besides, it was interesting. Every one of us had a different history. Every one of us came from a different time in the recent history of the earth, and every one of the 14 of us had had a different reason for being there. I was the only one who had no reason of my own at all, but Floyd Morcher came close. He had signed up on the promise of finding many, many people whose souls had not been saved. He accepted Davidson Jones's offer in order to mission to these poor heathen, and the exact nature of the people he found was only the first disappointment he had encountered on Narabedla. Eamon McGuire had been on Skid Row until Davidson Jones's people promised him a new life and a cure for his drinking problem. Maggie Merck had been a singing teacher until, along about 1975, she got into trouble when a 14-year-old girl in her class blew the whistle on her for improper sexual advances. Narabedla was an unexpected way out, and she regretted nothing about coming here, because on Narabedla she had found Sumere Pericardi, who was, she said, a little over 90 years old now. Sumere had been a French singer, converted to an army whore for the Germans when they occupied everything north of the Marne in World War I. She wound up with syphilis and a shaved head. Narabedla had cured the syphilis and given her a career. She didn't miss her family, because they would no longer have anything to do with her after the armistice. The Kaiser's infantrymen had left her with a great distaste for males, and when Narabedla produced Maggie for her, her life became complete. Nora Platt had been sick, too, though with tuberculosis, and when old Dr. Lafourière came to the hospital, I stopped her there. Who was Dr. Lafourière? I thought Narabedla was American.
"Oh, heavens, Noli, nobody was American then. Nobody important, at least. No, this was long before Henry Davidson Jones and all those. Dr. Lafourière was a French gentleman, quite old even then. He's still here, you know, in slow time, of course, but I understand he hasn't quite died yet."
Mr. Susharisip, following the conversation through Purry's rapid-fire translation, put in a comment.
"Mr. Susharisip points out that you humans from the planet Earth should be very grateful for being allowed to enter slow time when death is near."
Conjure Kowalski snorted. Oh, we be grateful, all right. You just ask Mr. de Negras here. He'd tell you how grateful he is. Perry squeaked in alarm as he translated that. Sue Charissip's reply was frosty.
Senor de Negras violated our hospitality, he declared. He was placed in slow time because he was a danger to you all, and justly so. After all, why should he be allowed to travel to Earth when I am not?
That put a damper on the little circle. Conjure didn't answer him. He just clamped a fist on my forearm and dragged me over to the bar. Barrack intercepted us on the way with another testy request for more jitterbugging, and Conjure grinned and shuffled his feet and said, "Deed we will, Mr. Barrack, sir, soon's Miss Tricia gets back." Then, a safe distance away, he screwed up his face in pain. "Damn," he said. "You got to say it don't smell good around that one." "You know what does it?" I said doubtfully, "A lot of these aliens smell funny. Body chemistry, maybe?" "Not Barrack. He's uncivilized. What we're smelling is his piss, Noli. He does it all the time 'cause he can't sweat. So he does like a dog when he hangs out his tongue, only Barrack don't have a tongue, so he gets his cooling from evaporation in that ugly patch of fur by his dipstick, you know. He just leaks into it and lets it evaporate to cool off." "But it isn't hot in here." "Be grateful for small mercies, because that's why he don't smell as bad as usual." He picked up a glass and handed one to me. "You get a chance to talk to our senor yet?" "Not much. I don't speak Spanish, you see." "Get your Purry to help you," he advised. "Manuel's just out of slow time for doing what you were talking about doing, and you might want to hear what he says. Or was all that talk about getting home just talk?" Actually, he was beginning to annoy me. I thought it over. It was all complicated in my mind, but I said, explaining it to myself as much as to him, "I'd like to go home. Sooner or later, I mean. But I wouldn't want to die for it, or kill anybody else, not even somebody like Baradukti." "Would you want it enough to take a chance?" he persisted. "How big a chance?" He shrugged, keeping his eyes on me. "Come on," I said, angry now. "Don't crap me. Have you got some way to do it or not?" "I don't know," he admitted. Then he looked around to see who might be listening and lowered his voice. "There's ways," he told me. "What kind of ways?" "Depends. There's lots of these aliens would like to go to Earth if they could, only right now they're all too happy about their damn probe to get out of line. Only some of them ain't as happy as others, you know." "I don't know. Spit it out, Conjure." He said, "After we split this place, we're going to the Run planet. There's a dude there who might be willing to do something about it if you want." I stared at him. "Are you putting me on?" "I'm not. He might be. I never met the gentleman so far, but we could go pay him a little call if you want to." I hesitated. "I'd have to think about it," I said cautiously. "Why, sure you would, my man," he said, grinning. "Wouldn't want you to stick your neck out without figuring everything out first. Now, I better find Trish and do some dancing for old Barrack. But listen, Noli, you get a chance. You do some talking with de Negras, you hear? I think you be interested." Barrack finally got his wish. A band appeared and struck up Rock Around the Clock, and switched to Shaboom in the authentic crew-cut style. Of course, it was all Purry, piping away behind the hologrammed musicians, and Tricia and Conjure did their thing. I had another drink while I watched them, turning over what Conjure had said in my mind. It was very unlikely, I told myself, that Conjure had a lead on any plan that would work. After all, nobody had ever got back from Narabedla before, had they? Then, when they came off, the band kept going. Conjure's annoying persistence drifted to the back of my mind as I watched the gruesome spectacle of half a dozen patriques lumbering around the middle of the room as they tried to do what some of the opera troupe were doing. They seemed to be having fun. I tried it myself, with Nora Platt, and then with Maggie Merck. Well, not the real jitterbugging, the sort of prom chaperone's attempt to be one of the kids. I took time out for a little more champagne. Then I switched to the bourbon, real bourbon, and ginger ale. The bottles had actual Schweppes labels on them, and by gosh, it wasn't such a bad party after all. I even went around the floor a couple of times with Tricia, though it was obvious I wasn't up to Conjure Kowalski's standards. Besides, it was what she was doing for a living. When I suggested we sit the next one out, she gave me a hug.
The other thing we could do, she said, is, hey, we could split. You want to take me home, Noli?
Well, there was only one answer to that. I hesitated just for a second, remembering something. I did want to talk to Floyd Morcher, I said.
Oh, he's been gone for hours. Took after Eamon, trying to keep him sober. We don't need to do that, though. Bring the bottle, why don't you?
Actually, we each took one. I didn't want to try those mid-air passages again with all that liquor sloshing around in me, so we took the elevator down to the lobby and strolled across the now dark space, both suns were out of the sky, to our own tower. Even at that hour there were Patrique about, some of them gathered about another scry, with the Andromeda probe still looping around its star, others going about whatever business might engage a Patrique. They looked at us the way vacationing senior citizens on Earth look at conventioneers in any Hilton or Hyatt, only these particular respectable hotel guests were 14 feet tall. We waved amiably at them and continued on our way. At Tricia's door she said, "Coming in for a minute?" There was only one answer to that, too. We popped the cork of the first bottle, both of them were champagne, and drifted over to her window. Tricia had shoved a sort of coffee-table-sized thing against the wall. We climbed up on it and looked out. There were about 1,000,000 stars in the dark sky. Tricia leaned against me. I put my arm around her, and one thing led to another. Why, I thought in pleased surprise, it certainly looks like the operation was a complete success. Indeed it was. Although I'd never made love in a hammock before, it worked out just fine. And I didn't think about the missing effort Joyce, or about the probe to the Andromeda Nebula, or about what to say to Conjure Kowalski if he brought up the subject of going home again, or, in fact, about much of anything else outside that hot, swaying alien room for all the rest of that long night. Chapter 33. The next day was, I guess, about the happiest of my life, and Tricia seemed to second the motion. Reason told me that going to bed with me probably was not really the most earth-shaking event ever in Tricia Madigan's experience. I knew of at least 2 of her quite recent lovers. She had not been sexually deprived. But reason just didn't enter into it. For me it was the first glorious day of a wonderful spring, after a winter that had lasted for a dozen long years. And the funniest thing was that I felt, well, guilty. Not about the morality of it, or anything like that. About Tricia's cousin Irene. It was really stupid for me to feel as though I'd been unfaithful to Irene Madigan. There had certainly not been anything between Irene and me, but I did. And you know, I kind of enjoyed that feeling. It had been quite some time since I had had any opportunity to feel anything like that. Everything in sight was going my way. I had my voice back. I had thrilled an audience. I once again had the use of the masculinity I'd been born with, and I had pretty Tricia Madigan to use it with. Who can blame me? I didn't have much concern with willful old men getting themselves lost like Efford Joyce. I wasn't worrying about people trying to lure me into some harebrained scheme for escaping back to Earth like Conjure. I wasn't worrying about any possible future problems at all. I was simply exultant, and Tricia was fond enough, or just nice enough, to meet my mood, which lasted all through that day. It was a good long day for us, too. The troupe was doing Idomeneo. It was the best of all possible operas for my purposes, which for that day were not entirely musical. It was too long to need Tricia's opening number, and too lacking in baritone parts to require me. So we stayed in our room. We had our meals on trays. Actually, it was a close thing whether we went to the performance that night or not, because I was much more interested in our own performances in the hammock. But even miraculously repaired glands can do just so much in one day, and when it came near time for the opera, we were there. When I saw the first troops of tall, cloaked Patrique riding the moving stairways down to their seats, I made an effort to count them. Of course that was impossible, but it seemed clear that the house, I didn't mind discovering, was not likely to be quite as packed for Idomeneo without me as it had been for I Pagliacci with me the night before. Even so, there were thousands of Patrique coming in. Which raised a question in my mind. Just how much dough had I hauled in the night before? I knew I was earning plenty, but I didn't exactly know what I was earning plenty of. They all paid for their seats, I was sure of that. But what did it come to in United States dollars? I couldn't just go to the nearest currency exchange to find out. There weren't any currency exchanges. So I asked Tricia, and she said shortly,
"How would I know? I get paid by the week."
"Oh, sorry," I said, meaning, "Oh, so you're a little jealous, but I'll try not to rub it in." Then I remembered what Binda had told me. "Floyd Morcher's supposed to know that sort of thing. Shall we go backstage and look for him?" She shook her head.
"Morcher's not real crazy about me, you know. You go ahead. I'll see you inside."
She put up her face to be kissed, and I guessed I was forgiven. When I got to the tall, skinny door to Morcher's dressing room, it sounded as though he were talking to someone inside, and when I knocked on his door, he took a long time to answer. He didn't open the door all the way. He just slid it wide enough to peer out at me. "What?" he asked, not invitingly. "I'm sorry to bother you," I said, trying to look past him to see who he was talking to. There didn't seem to be anybody there. Over his head, I could see the upper parts of his room just fine. It was built to Patrique height, of course. I couldn't see anything else. I explained that everybody said he knew all about Patrique finances, and, well, I was sort of curious about how much I'd earned. He looked at me from under the cap of his costume. "Ask me later, Stennis. I don't have time now." And he slid the door firmly closed in my face. It was almost funny. It was also almost deliberately insulting. I stood there for a moment, undecided between laughing and getting mad. I finally chose curiosity. I pressed my ear to the slippery, cool door, wondering if that presumed invisible other person would say something to reveal who it was. That didn't happen. What I heard was two muted bumps together, bump, bump, on the floor, and then Morcher's voice, low-pitched and passionate. It was a monologue that kept up for a long time. It took me a while to realize that what I had heard was Floyd Morcher dropping to his knees and raising his voice in prayer. I hurried back to the seat Tricia had saved for me. And then, a few minutes later, when the curtain evaporated on the first act of Idomeneo, Morcher was singing lustily and beautifully. So if he was praying to be in good voice, I whispered to Tricia, his prayer was answered. She was craning her neck to see what was going on the stage, and all she said was, "Shh." Well, she was right, and I was rebuked. I settled myself to enjoy hearing their performance. Hearing was about all I could do. The Patrique idea of an auditorium seat was a sort of slant board, which was fine for a 14-foot-tall Patrique. It wasn't any good for Tricia or me. The Patrique had considerately, for them, set aside a short row of high chairs to one side of the thrust stage for us humans, but if the high chairs had been high enough to do us any good, viewing-wise, they would have been too high to climb, sitting-in-wise. They helped only minutely. We could see nothing but the tops of the performers' heads. It was also very hot in the auditorium. The air conditioning that had been overpowering at the cast party simply didn't exist in the theater. It was filled with their cockroachy smell, not to mention a considerable contribution from Barak, who was toe-dancing on the tips of all 6 of his limbs on the chair next to me. None of that mattered, really. Mozart made up for it all, and the performance was up to the standards of the music. Malatesta's high, unearthly voice was absolutely superb, and so were the sopranos. So was everybody. When it was over, I clapped in delight. There were plenty of curtain calls to clap, too, though curiously the audience didn't seem quite as enthusiastic over Idomeneo as they had been when I wowed them in I Pagliacci. This did nothing to dispel my own pleasure. I clapped louder than ever, and even ventured a bravo, though Tricia turned and gave me a thoughtful look. That evening I was in the sanitary facility attached to my room, trying to bathe, when I heard Tricia come in. Bathing wasn't easy. The Patrique didn't seem to take showers or tub baths either. I was doing my best to sponge myself, standing on a stool to reach a thing like a hot and cold bubble fountain 8 feet off the floor.
"They caught him," she announced from the door.
"Caught who?" I asked, reaching for a towel. At least there were towels, though it had taken a special order to the Kickadees to get them.
"They caught Efford Joyce sneaking into a go-box," she told me. "They took him back to Narabedla. I don't know what will happen to him, but I guess we'll hear all about it at the party."
"At the party?" I repeated, digging out my ears.
"Of course at the party," she said. So, hey, come on and get dressed.
I finished drying myself. I could do that, I agreed, for the sake of argument. If that was what we really wanted to do, I could. The other thing we could do is just stay here and have our own party. She grinned at me, and she gave me a kiss, but all she said, quite firmly, was,
"Get your clothes on."
So we repeated the trek across the wobbling passage between the towers, and there were the rest of the company and the assorted aliens just as before. There was one difference. When we came in, the Patrique greeted us with a round of their clickety-sticks equivalent for applause. Even though my new career was only a day old, the reflexes of the performer were strong within me. If anybody claps, you bow, so I bowed, and when I looked around to take Tricia's hand to share the applause, she was standing facing me, and she was clapping too. But really, I whispered to her when we were inside the room, I think they were applauding both of us, not just me.
"No, you don't," she said grimly. "Anyway, they weren't. No, you made a big hit, Noli. You'd better circulate. I'm going to find a drink."
So I circulated among my colleagues. Apparently I wasn't the only one who had noticed that the applause for the Idomeneo had been just a little sparse. Nobody was exactly cool toward me, but of my human colleagues it was only Malatesta, who was convinced it was his coaching that had made me a star, and Nora Platt, who wasn't in competition with me anyway, who sounded really adulatory. Even Binder, busy explaining to Floyd Morcher and Eamon Maguire and a couple of Patrique that the Earth impresario he most admired was Walter Welsenstein of the Komische Oper in East Berlin, greeted me only as Noli instead of my dear boy. Nora was either really worried about Efford Joyce or really angry at him.
"Such a foolish little man," she said irritably. "But one doesn't want anything to happen to him, does one?"
And Sumeri Petticardi let go of Maggie Merck's hand long enough to lean forward and confront Nora eye to eye.
"Foolishness is one thing," Sumeri told her. "Reckless actions are another. They will put the man into slow time, yes. But how long do you think they'll put up with this sort of provocation? He endangers us all." "Oh, no, really," Nora protested. "Yes, really. Don't forget Jerry Harper. Now that one life has been taken, how safe are any of us?"
I intervened tolerantly. "You're worrying much too much, Sumeri," I told her. "These are civilized people, even if they do look a bit strange."
"Civilized people. You forget I had 4 years of civilized people in the war, and they at least were human. These creatures are not civilized. They would kill each other in a minute if they could, and they certainly do not have any love for us."
It was an interesting discussion, but I saw Morcher drifting away from Binda's monologue, and I was reminded of what I wanted from him. I intercepted him. "Can I have a word with you?" I asked him. "Over by the buffet, maybe?" He considered the request soberly, as though I had asked to borrow money. At first I thought he was going to say no, but apparently the attractions of the buffet turned the trick. He was there before me, spearing rye bread and slices of ham. As he put together a sandwich, he asked, "What do you want?" "I was hoping you could explain the money situation to me," I said. He grunted. Then he put his sandwich down, closed his eyes, and whispered to himself for a moment in prayer. When he opened them, he took a bite of the sandwich and chewed experimentally for a moment before saying, "It's complicated. I can tell you a little bit, maybe." I moved back a little to avoid the shower of rye breadcrumbs. "That would be fine, Floyd." He scooped some of that more or less potato salad onto a plate to go with the sandwich and said, still chewing, "Do you know anything about the polyphase index?" "Well, I have a sort of a general—" "No." He rolled his eyes. "All right, then I'll just start from the beginning. The Patrique and all the rest of the 15 peoples don't use money." "But the audience paid something for their tickets?" "Yeah, in a way they did. It's complicated. It's all barter. The way it goes, when the Patrique trade with other planets, their big export is some kind of plant products they use in their so-called medicine. I know what they trade for. They trade about 3 pounds of the plant stuff
for about an ounce of a metal that is what you call radioactive. I don't know the name of it. The way the Patrique pay for tickets is each one of them commits to supply 1/14th of an ounce of the plants they export. That's what you get 3.5% of.
Wonderful, I said. He didn't respond to that. He just piled another forkful into his mouth and went on through it.
So now you want to know what that's worth, and I can't tell you. I never heard of that metal. Maybe we don't have it back home. The best I can say is that sometimes they trade it for gold, and when they do, they get about 40 times as much gold by weight. Are you following all this so far?
Sure, I said. It was almost true. I was setting up the accountancy program in my head, but Morcher didn't wait for me to do the arithmetic.
So figuring gold at 35, he said, and with about 8,000 tickets sold, your share at 3.5% ought to be a little over $500.
$500, I repeated slowly.
For each performance, he added, rolling up a slice of bread and dipping it into what might have been guacamole. I thought about that. $500 a performance wasn't exactly minimum wage, but it was nowhere near a star's income. Even the Met, notoriously stingy about its top singers, paid a good many times that, and they didn't have 8,000 people in the audience either. I began to wonder if my bargaining with Sam Shipperton had been as big a victory as I'd thought.
But it doesn't make any difference, does it? Said Morcher in gloomy triumph. Because what do you have to spend it on?
And he scooped the last of his food into his mouth and hurried off to see where Eamon McGuire had gone. Chapter 34. When we got back to Trish's room that night, I paid full attention to Tricia Madigan for the first 3/4 of an hour or so, but later on, while she was rubbing skin cream or something on her face, I got out the paper and pencil. Morcher had sounded as though he knew what he was talking about, but what accountant would believe a client's arithmetic? So I started over. 8,000 people in the audience meant 8,000 tickets sold. I didn't think the Patrique did comps or press passes or twofers. At the equivalent of 1/14th ounce for each ticket, that meant about 35 pounds of the vegetable stuff pledged, of which 3.5% was mine. Call it 20 ounces for me. 1.25 pounds, which was equal to, say, half an ounce of the mystery metal, or 20 ounces of gold. Which was worth, what was gold now? Somewhere over $400 an ounce? About, my God, $8,000 or $9,000. $8,000. But that was more than 15 times what Floyd Morcher had estimated. True, he was a tenor, not a CPA, and he could easily have put a decimal point in the wrong place. Accountants had been known to do that, too, so I went over it again and refined it a little more, and still came out with the same figure. I couldn't be absolutely sure of it, because somewhere there should have been a conversion from Troy to avoirdupois ounces that I wasn't sure how to make, but $8,000 a performance was still pretty close, pretty close. I scowled at the figures, and then I had an idea. "Tricia," I called, "what do you know about Floyd Morcher?" She didn't look around.
What's to know? He's a gotter. He's trying to save Eamon McGuire's soul, or anyway keep him from getting drunk all the time. He doesn't like me because I'm a scarlet woman, and he absolutely hates our nice Les couple, Sue Mary and Maggie.
No, I don't mean that kind of stuff. I mean, do you know how long he's been on Narabedla?
Oh, gosh, hon,
she said, wiping off the surplus goo and coming over to me.
I don't have a clue. He was here for ages before I got here.
But how many ages? I persisted. Maybe 50 or 60 years?
Could be something like that, I think. I remember him saying something about Herbert Hoover once. Why do you want to know?
Because he was talking about gold at 35. Gold hasn't been $35 an ounce since the U.S. government called it all in, way back in Franklin D. Roosevelt times.
Yeah? So?
So I guess Floyd's older than I thought, I said. So I'm richer than I thought. I reached out to pull her into my lap, grinning down at her. You want to know how rich? If I sing 3 times a week, that's all. I take in about $1.25 million a year.
"That's really neat, hon,"
she said, kissing me in congratulation. And then she said the same thing Morcher had said.
"But what are you going to spend it on?"
The next morning, breakfast was set up for the human opera troupe in a small building just a step away from the hotel. It took us a little while to find it. Everybody else had been steered to it the morning before, but that was the morning Tricia and I had elected breakfast in bed. By the time we arrived, everybody else was eating. It all smelled good. The place had been furnished with 3 or 4 human-sized tables, obviously whipped up on short notice for us, and there was a buffet table presided over by 4 kickadees acting as short-order cooks. After we got our food, I led Tricia to a small table for ourselves. "Actually," I said, tasting what I had ordered, "they don't make a bad omelet, Trish." They were definitely real earth eggs, cooked in real earth butter, undoubtedly imported specially for us celebrated artists. She didn't answer. She was stretched halfway around in her chair to talk to Nora Platt, who was disconsolately toying with a soupy, soft-boiled egg behind us. She was sitting by herself and looking as though she'd been crying. When Tricia turned back, she was shaking her head. She told me,
"They did it to him, hon. Effords in slow time."
"Pity," I said, reaching for the toast. It was still quite warm. "I wonder what the weather's like. Did you remember that I'm singing Don Giovanni tonight?"
"No, but listen,"
she said. She sounded serious.
"Do you know what Nora says? She says you put the idea in his head, talking about what a hit he'd be on Broadway after a century or so."
I did vaguely recall some such conversation. "I never thought he'd take it seriously, though," I explained.
"I believe that. Look, Nora's pretty upset. I think I'll sit with her for a while."
"You're a sweet kid," I told her, and meant it. I was surprised that Nora was taking it so hard. I knew that Malatesta and Bart Conduccio were competitors for her favors, but I hadn't known that Efford Joyce was in the running. I left Tricia with Nora Platt. Outside of the hut I saw a conger wearing a big floppy hat and squinting morosely up at the bright blue morning sun. I told him about Nora and expressed my surprise that she was so upset about Efford Joyce. "Well, Knollwood," Conger rumbled, "they all been here a long time. Ain't no man that's going to last 100 years, is there? I think they kind of take turns, you know. Only it'll be a goodly time before Efford gets another turn at the lady, where they put him now." "It won't seem long to him," I smiled. I'd already figured out that less than half an hour in slow time equaled a year outside. "It will seem real long," Conger growled. "Knollwood, why do you talk about things you don't know anything about? Did you talk to Manuel de Negras yet?" "Not much," I confessed. "I've been pretty busy. Tonight I'm going to sing Don Giovanni, you know." He sighed. "Talk to the man. Get your Purry to translate. You'd really be interested, I promise you that." He passed a hand over his face and added, "You know what it's like in slow time. You never forget where you are. When you're in the place, you know damn well how long it's being outside. You know it'll be 10 or 20 years before you get out, and nobody's hardly going to remember you." "That would be an annoyance," I admitted. "But it doesn't sound terrible." "What's terrible," he said patiently, "is wondering whether they're ever going to let you out at all." "But they always do, don't they?" I said to reassure him. He sighed. "Knollwood," he said, "you better get out of the sun. It's frying your pitiful little brains." 6 hours later, in plumed hat and boots and sword and cape, I was dragging my weeping Donna Anna, Sumeri Pericardi, out of the purely illusory castle door on the stage before an even fuller house of delighted patriques. I had that made. I had never been in better voice. The Spanish bass was a grand leporello. Old Eamon Maguire was a perfect proud commendatore, and died magnificently when I stabbed him. The girls were wonderful, fiery Donna Elvira, icy Donna Anna, sultry Zerlina. But I rather thought, and got the impression that all of them thought, I was the most wonderful of all. I was Don Giovanni, courage of a lion in combat, guile of a serpent in seduction. It was the starring part in the finest opera ever written,
and I was playing it to the hilt. The audience agreed. At the end I was dragged to a furiously flaming hell by a chorus of demons. That was one of Binda's brightest ideas. The hologrammed demons were actually programmed to resemble the ugly and unpopular race called the Osps, half lizard, half bat, all hideous. The crowd roared. They kept on roaring all through the sextet that ends the opera, and when I came out for my first bow, those 14-foot insects stood up for me. The day had started well. There had been a little letdown here and there, mostly professional jealousy, I thought, but it had definitely been a good day, and now it was ending with the kind of triumph I had hardly even dreamed of. When Binda trotted out with the knight's roses, in his beautifully comic opera suit, I decided my life was just about complete. And, of course, that's when it happened. The misty curtain had just begun to gather around us when, without warning, it vanished. The applause stopped as though chopped off. Binda made a sound of surprise. So did I, while members of the audience, halfway to the aisles, paused to look back. A harsh, bright light snapped on to surround us. It seemed to be a hologram pattern, but I couldn't make out what it was. We were actually inside it. A strident, patrique voice began a bass chittering from nowhere, addressing the audience. Twitters and rumbles of consternation came from all over the hall. I looked wonderingly at Binda, whose three-cornered mouth hung open in horror. "Oh, my dear boy," he moaned, wringing his three-fingered hands.
"What a terrible thing to happen just now."
I guessed. "Has Efford Joyce done something serious?"
"Joyce? No, of course not. It has nothing to do with the Earth. It's far, far worse than that. It's the Andromeda probe, my dear Noli. It's lost sync, and it's headed for destruction."
Chapter 35. I don't know if the theater ever did empty that night. When we left there were still 1,000 or more patrique roaming the aisles and chittering to each other as the big scry rehearsed the disaster over and over, and when we got to our hotel lobby there was more of the same. The lobby, of course, was not really any more like a hotel lobby than a hotel was like a human hotel. It didn't have couches, registration desks, or bellhops. It was a largish, open space with 6 or 8 cloudy spheres spotted around it, hanging in air. They were the patrique equivalent of scries, and people, or at least patrique, used them the way passengers waiting at an airport would use the coin-operated TV sets, or visitors to a Ramada Inn would use the house phones. They weren't being used for telephoning just now. The place was full of tall, cloaked patrique, waving their powdery arms and chittering among themselves as they gathered around the globes. I took Tricia's elbow and drew her to one of them to see what was going on. It wasn't easy to hear the voice coming from the scry. The patrique muttering almost drowned it out. But that didn't matter, because none of us could have understood it anyway. It wasn't much easier to see the scry itself, either. The 14-foot patrique weren't transparent, and even when we caught glimpses past them, we were handicapped by our size. The scry was at patrique level. We midget humans had as much trouble seeing as a 3-year-old trying to watch his big brother's video game. Wherever we looked, each scry showed the same scene. You didn't have to understand patrique to know that what we were seeing was on-the-spot news coverage of the Andromeda probe disaster. "Thank heaven," I murmured to Tricia, "that it isn't our problem." Nora Platt, standing next to her, overheard.
"Oh, Noli," she said sadly, "don't you think it is? Any time the 15 peoples get into an argument, their minor joint projects are going to suffer. And of course we're about as minor as any project could be."
"Oh, it can't be that bad," I said comfortingly. "They loved us. Didn't you hear the ovation they gave us?"
"Let me put it a different way," Tricia said. "Do you hear these patrique?"
She had a point there. There were hundreds of patrique in the lobby, and although the things they were saying to each other were incomprehensible, they were clearly furious. I shrugged and complained, "I wish I knew exactly what was going on."
"Just look,"
Tricia ordered. Actually, it was clear enough. I already knew that the probe had lost its synchronicity with the flare from the pulsar. What the scry showed was the detail, slowed down and enhanced. We could see the searchlight beacon of energy from the star fall slowly behind the orbiting spiderweb. The
huge, flimsy light-sail probe wasn't meant for such rough treatment. It tipped and crumpled in upon itself, and each time they saw that happening, every Patrique in the audience simultaneously emitted a sort of high-pitched, chirping groan. "Well, hell," I said. "I see that they're upset, of course, but I bet they get over it. Space launches have gone sour on Earth, too."
"Not like this," Nora said direly, and went on to explain.
What made this one particularly nasty was that the Andromeda probe was a high-level cooperative effort, involving almost all of the 15 peoples in one way or another. The Gagrazna had supplied the filmy probe itself. The Jazeel had done the instrumentation, with some contributions by, of all people, the Duntaden. The Patrique were the ones who had supplied the apparatus that controlled the magnetic field of the neutron star. They were the ones everyone blamed first, because that gave them operational control of the launch. But that just made them madder, because not all of the instrumentation was Patrique. The Patrique blamed the Jazeel. The Jazeel complained that the Bjerke data on the star's natural magnetic fields was faulty. The Duntadens assailed the Gagrazna for making the probe so weak, and they all blamed Meretekabinda's Minim, who had had general supervision of everything. Everybody was mad at everybody else.
"Look at Binda,"
Tricia said, nudging me. I hadn't seen him come in. It wasn't easy to see him now, because he and a Puri were encircled by a score of the Patrique leaning down to chirp furiously at him. Reinforcements of Patrique were lunging toward him to join in, like the kind of argument you used to see around the speakers' stands in Union Square.
"Poor guy," Tricia whispered. "Maybe we ought to help him out."
I wasn't sure he needed it. He had blown a fuse. He stood there, bellowing up at the huge, expressionless insect faces towering 10 feet above his head. What he was saying I couldn't tell because it wasn't in English. It wasn't in the Patrique language either, because the Puri was kept busy translating back and forth from clicks and whistles into grunts and roars. Whether he needed help or not, he was getting it. Nora had already started determinedly toward the scene, and Malatesta was with him. Tricia tugged at my arm, and we joined them. We were not only outnumbered, but vastly outclassed. I wished I hadn't skipped my workout the last few days. It seemed to me that the chances were substantial that somebody was going to get physical, and what were a handful of tiny humans and an even tinier Minim going to do against a couple hundred 14-foot Patrique? But they let us through. When we dragged him away, still shouting, they didn't follow. They just turned back to the scries.
"But really,"
Meretekabinda gasped,
"it is incomprehensible. Everything in the probe was tested. It's not possible that our engineering failed."
"Well, something did," I offered cheerfully. He gazed sadly at me, the three-cornered mouth hanging limp.
"Oh, my dear boy, what a catastrophe! I must go at once and communicate with the coordinators."
He started away, then turned back to grasp my hand.
"By the way," he added, "you are splendid."
And then he was gone, and the rest of us headed up to our rooms. There wasn't any party that night. We went to bed early. I didn't mind that, but surprisingly, we went to sleep early, too. When we came down the next morning, there was no Binda, no Barak, no foreign aliens visible at all, only Patrique. In spite of our recognized status, as well as sweethearts, Tricia turned down the idea of a quiet table for two at breakfast. She found a place to sit next to Nora, still grieving over her slowed-down Efford Joyce, and I took the table with the sopranos and our recently speeded-up again Spanish bass, Manuel de Negras. It wasn't the happiest breakfast I ever had. I didn't blame Tricia for wanting to try to comfort Nora Platt, but I missed having her next to me. The sopranos were no help. They were having a lively conversation with de Negras, but unfortunately they were having it in French. It would have been interesting enough if my French had been up to following it, because he was telling them about his 6 hours, or 14 years, depending on how you looked at it, in slow time, but they were going too fast for me, and by the time I got settled down, even my scrambled eggs were cold. I wondered what I was going to do with my day. The night's opera was Idomeneo again, meaning both Tricia and I were off.
It would have been a good time to do some sightseeing in the Patrique city, but when I leaned over to suggest it to Tricia, she shook her head. Not while the blue sun was up, she said. She sunburned too easily. Not after it had set, and only the red sun was in the sky either, because then the opera would be on, and we owed it to Binda to show up to watch it. I'd been complaining I hadn't been getting any exercise anyway, she pointed out, so why didn't I catch Conjure and find a place where the two of us could work out? So I did. We settled down in the place where we'd been having the cast parties. The room had been stripped bare after it had been cleaned up. It wasn't like Conjure's private gym, but he'd persuaded Binda to include a basketball and a few other odds and ends with a theatrical baggage. We played a little racquetball. No lines, no court, but plenty of room to swing in the high-ceilinged Patrique room, and went a couple of rounds with the big gloves to work up a sweat, with Patrique drifting in and out to stare at us. While we were jogging around to cool out, Conjure panted, "Were you listening to Manuel at breakfast?" "More or less," I said. "It sounded like a lot of nothing to do. I wonder how poor Joyce is making out."
"Screw poor Joyce," he said dispassionately. "Did you catch the part about the girl?"
I tried to remember and failed. "What girl?"
"Talk to him again," he advised. "But don't tell Tricia."
Then he stopped, wiped sweat off his face, and said,
"That's enough for today. Is that Sue Charissop coming in? I'm going to see if he can tell me where I can find a real shower."
But we didn't have any language in common with the Patrique. I went out to look for someone to translate, but by the time I found Perry and came back, Conjure was gone. I asked Sue Charissop anyway, and he was amused at the notion. "In the kitchens," he advised me, through Perry. "There may be sprays to clean things. No doubt you can get onto one of them if you wish." I started to thank him, but Perry interrupted. "Mr. Sue Charissop has more to say," he told me. "Mr. Sue Charissop wishes to tell you how much he enjoyed your Don Giovanni last night, and regrets that the terrible news about the probe so badly spoiled the evening for everyone."
"Oh, really?"
I smiled up at the looming insect face. "Thank him for that, too." The Patrique might be an ugly alien monster that smelled like dead roaches, but he was the first person of any description to offer any consolation for my thwarted triumph. I didn't need to be soothed, but it had been a real downer, and I certainly would have appreciated it. Sue Charissop was still going on, and Perry translated, "Mr. Sue Charissop thought the absolutely best part of the show was when you killed the old human and he returned from the dead. In the Patrique culture, they have never evolved the human idea of ghosts, and he thought it was quite amusing. Also the presentation of osps as what you call devils." I kept the smile on my face, though he hadn't said a word about what the opera was really about, namely the singing. I said politely, "Thank him again, but tell him, please, that I can't take any credit for the osps. That was entirely Marateka Binda's idea." But when Perry translated that, the Patrique spread his forearms angrily and sputtered what Perry rendered as, "Do not mention that Menim's name, Mr. Sue Charissop says. On this of all days, he says. It is entirely their fault that the good work of all the rest of the 15 associated peoples has gone for naught." "Oh, but really," I began, but Perry stopped me. "Please," he begged. "It is not a good time to disagree with him. Also, there is more he is saying." "What's that?" "Mr. Sue Charissop points out that there is an old saying among his people, which he wishes they had borne in mind when they entered into the compact for the Andromeda probe. The saying is, when you have a Menim for an associate, you don't need an opponent." We saw nothing of Binda all that day, but when we got to the theater for the performance of Idomeneo, he was waiting backstage, complete in his monkey suit, the green tongue working nervously in the hideous little mouth.
"What a day!" he greeted us morosely. "Conferences, conferences! I shouldn't even be here now, but I have a duty to you all and to the audience. And at least," he finished, peering out at the auditorium, "it seems we will have a good house. I was afraid... But no, of course, the people who appreciate opera will not hold the unfortunate destruction of the probe against us. Go take your places, everyone, please. I don't want to start late."
Until that moment, it hadn't occurred to me to worry about what effects the probe accident might have on our performances. but as Tricia and I found our high-chair seats, I began to. Still, the performance went beautifully. Malatesta and Floyd Morcher outdid themselves, and so did everyone else in the cast. When it was over, the Patrique applauded it wildly. "I guess everything is going to be all right," I said to Tricia, climbing up on top of my chair to see better while the cast took their curtain calls. There were a lot of them. I was delighted to see it, even though they had almost as many as we'd had for Don Giovanni the night before. And then Binder came trotting out from the wings in his white tie outfit, modestly appearing for the final curtain call. And the applause stopped cold. It shut off as though a switch had been turned. Every Patrique stopped clapping, and the only applause in that whole theater came from the hands of the humans of the opera company. The Patrique were decent enough to show their admiration for the talents of us primitive earth artists, but they were not now going to clap for a minim. I did not think an alien could weep, but Binder's voice was choking as he called us all together after the performance.
"My dear colleagues," he croaked, "you saw what happened tonight. For the good of the show, I don't think I should conduct again. I've asked our estimable Mrs. Nora Platt to fill in for me for tomorrow's performance of I Pagliacci. In any case, I must return for consultations about this terrible business. That is the bad news. The good news," he went on, "is that even the Patrique can't deny that you are all superb. The tour will go on. Soucherisip," I noticed that it wasn't Mr. Soucherisip anymore, "will continue to make all the necessary arrangements, and I hope I can join you again at some later time. At least, when we get to Run." It was a moving speech. Nora Platt and Maggie Merck were crying openly as he left. There wasn't any cast party that night either. When I suggested to Tricia that at least the actual human beings of the cast might get together, she said,
"Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea, Noli. This is turning out to be kind of a jinxed tour, wouldn't you say?"
"Not for me," I told her, squeezing her hand to show her what I meant. "I think it's just great." But in the long run, I had to admit that she was right. Chapter 36. From then on, the tour went all downhill. By the time we finished our remaining engagements on Patrique, we were glad to leave. We were even gladder when we stepped out of the box at the next planet, which was called Run, because the first thing we saw was Binda's ugly, friendly face grinning worriedly up at us, with the bright green tongue licking out at us in welcome.
"Oh, Binda, darling,"
Nora Platt cried, flinging herself at him. Tiny as she was, Nora was about the only one of us who could do that without knocking him over. But all the rest of us gathered around, ignoring the natives and the Keketes and the place we had come to. It hadn't been the same without little Meriteka Binda there.
"I can't stay," he said at once. "Really, I shouldn't have come at all, but how could I stay away?"
And then he added, almost sobbing,
"Oh, my dears, how nasty things are, everyone at everyone else's throat. There hasn't been anything like this since that awful business with the Bachat, and where it will end. But come, let's find a place where we can sit down and drink a little of this good, the earth whiskey."
He was waving a bottle in each three-fingered hand.
"And you can tell me how things have been going."
A place wasn't hard to find. Binda simply led us to what looked like a green lawn just a few yards away. It was unpleasantly squishy, as though it had recently been rained heavily on, although there was a warm, small sun in the sky. While the Keketes struggled away with our baggage, Binda listened to our stories. There was plenty to tell him, because after he left, we'd had one kind of trouble after another on the tour. Floyd Morcher flatly refused to kiss Sumeri Pericardi when it was his turn to play Don Ottavio to her Donna Anna, because that was an immoral act, he said, but more probably because he was upset. The reason he was upset was that Eamon McGuire had got away from him long enough to tie one on, so that he turned up for his fight scene with me roaring drunk. But Canduccio had had a terrible screaming fight with Ugolino Malatesta when he'd tapped on Nora Platt's door to console her over the difficulties effort Joyce was in, and found Ugolino doing the job already. Worst of all, after our last Pagliacci, there was something approaching a riot when a Gagresna, not Barak, tried to come to the performance, and the Patrique had just about mobbed him.
"Yes, yes," Binda said sadly. "There is so much hostility everywhere now. But please tell me about the operas, my dears. How have the performances gone?"
"Oh, very well," I assured him. "That part's been fine. I took 3 calls after Don Giovanni last night, and Susurissa gave us all medals." "We all took curtain calls," Morcher added. "They didn't care about the kissing."
"Wonderful, wonderful," Binda said, brightening as one of the Kekadis approached with a tray of glasses. "Will you pour, please, Nora? No, not for Eamon, if you don't mind. Eamon, you really must confine your drinking to when you aren't singing." "And your Neptune, was that well received?"
Maguire assured him that really the artistic affairs had gone very well. We all did. And when the drinks had been passed around, we each lifted our glass. They weren't glass, they were made of something more like the inside of an oyster shell, and Binda proposed a toast.
"To your continuing success, my dears. And now," he beckoned to one of the 8-foot natives standing by, "let me introduce Mr. Nyanya, who will be your impresario while you are here on run. I will return if I possibly can, but, well, things are really quite worrisome just now. Mr. Nyanya will take excellent care of you, I'm sure, and I'll be with you in my thoughts always. And, oh," he said sorrowfully, "I do hate farewells, but I must go. Goodbye, all of you."
And he turned and marched back to the box and was gone, leaving us in the care of an 8-foot creature that smelled of fish and resembled nothing as much as a shrimp made of cellophane. I had read my book on the Runwians before we got there. It told me that this new planet was named Run. It didn't say how to say that word, and so it took me a lot of work before I could pronounce it well enough to satisfy even the opera company, much less the Runwians themselves. I came close by working my lips the way my grandmother used to do when she was adjusting her dentures and making a sound like a Hell's Angel jazzing up his engine at a stoplight. Run was even hotter and wetter than the Betreek place. The Runwians, which is not at all what they called themselves, but that I never did learn to say, did not live in skyscraper cities. They didn't live on the land surface of the planet at all. The kind of places the Runwians liked to live in were warm shallows without much tidal flow, and so their biggest communities floated in lagoons around volcanic islands in their oceans. They didn't use go-boxes to get around their low-rise, wicker-work cities. Didn't anybody build with steel and stone on these planets? They didn't use cars, either. Transportation was walking, swimming, or riding in flat-bottomed airboats with huge propellers at their sterns along the canals of the cities. When we saw our theater, we all groaned. It didn't have a roof. It was an outdoor arena, like a football stadium chopped in half. The Runwians were quite ugly to look at, with their transparent shells and tentacled eyes and nasty little clawed limbs, and when Eamon Maguire peered out of the audience before our first Don Giovanni, he muttered, "Bloody web feet. They smell like fish." Actually, they did, a little. But after Eamon's 3rd curtain call, the sounds of an enthusiastic Runwian audience were about like a few thousand people slapping clumps of wet seaweed together. He came off stage in a glow, declaring, "At least the bloody fish know good singing when they hear it. That calls for a drink." Eamon got almost as many curtain calls as I did. I thought he was milking them a little, stalking ponderously around the stage in his stone statue makeup, but I didn't say anything. I did not begrudge the old man his success, and anyway I was still the one that was getting 3.5% of the gross. The Runwians had never heard of the institution of the cast party, and Binda wasn't there to educate them, so Maguire didn't get his drink, at least not where I saw it. Right after the dawn performance, Tricia and I settled down in our room to wait for our dinner. It was officially our room now. We'd given up the his and hers because the troupe knew all about us anyway, and certainly the Runwians didn't care. The walls were wicker. I could hear Maggie and Sue Mary murmuring to each other in the room next door. It was jungly humid and hot, but it was at least almost to a human scale, and there was a real bed. That was a big plus. It almost made up for the food they had served us, which was a kind of a fishy stew, vaguely resembling bouillabaisse, followed by something like fish fritters, and ending with a sweet chocolate-looking pudding that also tasted of fish. "Well, we're only here for 6 performances," I said to Tricia, when the Kekadi had taken away the dishes. We won't starve in that time.
Things are bound to get better, she told me, doggedly cheerful. But that was a very, very bad guess.
I suppose, really, we had all just been together too long. Everybody was in a crabby mood. Morcher was on Eamon Maguire's case about sneaking drinks before breakfast. Tricia was hostile toward Floyd because he had church services after breakfast. How could he know if it was Sunday? And although Nora, the Italians, and 3 or 4 others attended, he had kept her out.
But I always go to church at home, she told me indignantly. In Texas, everybody does.
Sue Mary and Maggie Merck had a low-voiced fight because the Spanish bass had made advances to Maggie, and when Sue Mary dragged Maggie away, he began hitting on plump little Eloise Gatt, who was being true to the man she wrote letters to, back on Narabedla, and slapped De Negras to convince him of it. We were getting on each other's nerves. It wasn't just us humans. The larger affairs of the 15 associated peoples were a constant worry. Outside of the always-present eyes of the mother, scurrying around everywhere, there wasn't a single foreign alien anywhere in sight on Run.
They've all gone home, Nora told us wisely. It was the same when it was the bucket situation that got them all stirred up. Sometimes I think they're as bad as human beings.
But the bedbugs are still here. I see them all the time, I pointed out.
They're the eyes of the mother. They have to be allowed anywhere they want to go. It's the slaughter mothers that run the peacekeeping program, don't you see?
So at least there's one race they all trust, I offered, and everybody laughed.
Trust? Trust the mothers? Tricia giggled. They're the last ones anybody would trust. It's because they're so curious, Sue Mary Petticardi explained. They want to know everything, but they don't threaten anybody because the mothers don't move anywhere they can't, and their neuter males just do what their mother tells them. And their sexed males, well, I've never seen one of their sexed males, but as I understand it, they're nothing but animated sexual organs. Like some other people I know, she said, giving De Negras a poisonous look. What you have to remember, Nora explained, looking around cautiously, is that none of them trusts anybody. They'd all do anything they could get away with, and they're always squabbling among themselves.
A lot like some other people I know, I agreed. It was getting to be a pretty gritty existence. I could hardly remember that wonderful triumphant feeling of only a few days before. Depression was taking over. I hadn't even bothered to count the house for Don Giovanni. It was time for us all to go home, but we couldn't do that. When we got to the theater the next morning, Conjure Kowalski was stalking angrily around the stage, Purry trotting after him beseechingly. "Do you know what they have done to us?" he demanded of Tricia. "They have cancelled us. They don't want us to do our thing for them."
Purry tried to placate him. "It's only your opening number they want to cancel, Mr. Kowalski," the little ocarina piped apologetically. "They do want the operas performed."
"But we are not in the operas," Conjure said savagely. Since I was, I tried to be objective about the problem. Maybe they have a short attention span here, you know? Even a short opera like Pagliacci is enough for one evening, maybe. "Enough?" Conjure barked. "So if it's enough, how come they're putting in a bunch of creepy critters to replace us?"
"Mr. Kowalski is talking about the drummers," Purry explained. "They come from a protected planet just like yours. They're really quite popular on some planets."
"I don't care who they are," rasped Conjure. I tried peacemaking again. "After all," I pointed out, "you two are on straight salary anyway, so what difference does it make?" He looked at me in a way I didn't like, so I tried a different tack. "It's all Binda's fault," I declared. "He's supposed to be with us just to handle situations like this." "Damn freak," Conjure said bitterly.
Tricia said soberly, "Binda can't really help it if he isn't here, can he? With all the troubles he's got over this Andromeda thing? Oh, heck, I have a bad feeling about the way things are going, you know."
And Conjure reached out a great hand to clutch my shoulder. "Tomorrow," he said, "you and me and De Negras, Noli, we're going to the zoo." And he stalked away without another word.
After I was made up as Tonio, I sneaked out into the auditorium to watch the drummers. In my opinion, the local Runwayan impresarios were well within their rights in deciding that one batch of protected planet primitives doing their rudimentary artistic endeavors was all they could ask their customers to sit still for, or, in the case of the Runwayans, lie still for, as they watched the performances stretched out at full length on pallets. We were on Run, after all. On Run, we did what the Runwayans wanted us to do, or we did nothing. I didn't try to persuade either Tricia or Conjure of that. The three of us watched the performance from pallets in the audience. The Runwayans didn't bother to install seats for visiting dignitaries. Maybe they didn't consider us dignitaries. Tricia and Conjure were muttering resentfully to each other as the show began, and I didn't blame them. It wasn't any riveting spectacle to my taste either. The drummers were round-bodied, crustacean-looking little beasts like fiddler crabs, and what they performed was a kind of musical mutual flagellation. They hopped and skipped around to their own music, which they produced by slapping each other's hard, horny shells with their hard, horny claws. As different parts of their shells gave out different sounds when struck, they did produce a kind of music. I suppose I've seen more boring shows, but not often. Certainly not when I knew what I was getting into. Tricia settled down to a kind of bored attention. Conjure was not even looking at them. He was stretched out on his pallet, staring at the backs of his clasped hands. Neither was very good company. I twisted around curiously, trying to get an idea of how many were in the audience. It was hard to tell from our position, but there seemed to be at least 5,000. I did some quick accountancy. The Runwayans did use money, which helped, but their currency had been falling on the polyphase index. As best I could figure, I was only going to get a little over half as much for this Tonio as I had been getting on the Petrik planet. You win some, you lose some. It was just one more reason for wishing this tour over, so we could get to a richer planet. Conjure was still staring blackly at his hands. I leaned over to him and whispered, "What was that about a zoo?" He didn't look up. "We're going, my man," he said, "tomorrow." That was all I could get out of him. When I opened my mouth to ask why he was so hot for the zoo, Tricia poked me from the other side.
"Leave him alone," she whispered. "He's in one of those moods. Anyway, the zoo's kind of fun. You'll see."
When the drummers were finished, they got a fair amount of applause, or the squishy Runwayan sound that was their equivalent. I thought, listening carefully, that it was certainly not as much as Eamon had got in his curtain calls, not to mention me, but probably just a tad more than Tricia and Conjure had been given on the Petrik planet. So maybe the Runwayans had been right to make the substitution, but naturally I didn't say that. Anyway, I had to hustle backstage to get ready to sing. Pagliacci was another triumph. But there wasn't any party. Most of the cast simply went to their rooms, and I began to count the days until the tour would be over and we would be back in friendly, human Narabedla. The next day's opera was Idomeneo. Right after breakfast, Conjure rounded up all of us who weren't involved in the performance like third-graders on a class trip to go to the zoo. Mr. Nyonya had supplied us with transportation. We all piled into one of those flat-bottomed airboats, with a huge propeller thrusting us along the smelly canals of the basket-work city. It was still hot and muggy, and the dead fish smell was worse. Our run driver expertly slalomed past stopped boats and around the heads of swimming Runwayans. They didn't even glance up as we passed. Neither did Conjure Kowalski. Considering that the whole thing was Conjure's idea, he didn't seem very interested in looking at the scenes we passed. He spent the trip poring over a map, scowling silently to himself. When we got to the zoo, our driver called something, and Perry translated it quickly as, "Hold on, everybody, please." Luckily, we all did. The boat didn't stop at the water's edge. It slid right up on the bank, bumping to a jolting stop. We got out and looked around. The zoo was immense. It surrounded the dead-ended canal, which had terminated in a wide pool with dozens of other airboats drawn up on the bank or zipping along recklessly across the water. There must have been thousands of Runwayans around, strolling, gaping, hurrying from one attraction to another, couples and groups and even families.
I explained to myself that I shouldn't be surprised that even alien monsters had families. There didn't seem to be any cages, though that, I thought, might have been because of the clumps of feathery trees that almost encircled the pool, obscuring the view. But I didn't hear any roaring of giant jungle beasts either. "So where are the elephants?" I asked Tricia, following her toward a gap between two clusters of shrubs.
"They don't have elephants," she told me. "How could they? Elephants are too big to get on the yacht. But don't worry. They have plenty of bigger things, and some of them have teeth and claws like tigers."
"Oh, really?" I said, smiling. "Where are those?"
She stopped and pointed. "Well, there's one now."
And indeed there was. It was bright green, scaly, and at least elephant size. It had teeth sharper and longer than Dr. Botadukta's, and, like Dr. Botadukta, when I first saw him, it was sinking them into the throat of an orange-spotted creature with long antelope horns, the size of a horse. All that I saw at first glance, but what I mostly saw, was that it was not in a cage. It was no more than half a dozen yards away, and there was nothing between me and it, except two tiny, glassy Runwian young, so little that they wore nothing but a sort of transparent diaper around their transparent bodies, holding tight to each other's claws and feelers as they gazed up in fascination at the horrid spectacle. I will say to my credit that my first impulse was to sweep Tricia out of the way and dash in to rescue the little Runwians. I didn't have to do that. I heard a bass bark of laughter from Eamon Maguire, and then Nora's silvery giggle, and then I began to understand. "Oh," I said, over my shoulder, not quite sure enough of my ground to turn and face them. "They're in slow time, aren't they?"
"It gave you a real thrill right at first, though, didn't it?"
Tricia grinned affectionately.
"All the big things are slowed. That way they aren't going to hurt anybody. And if one of them starts out of the zoo, hey, the keepers just turn it around again when they close down for cleaning."
The two little Runwians had turned around at the sound of our human voices. Now they were staring at us, their little mouths gaping in astonishment. When I spoke to them, they darted around behind the monster, peering out at me cautiously as I reached out to touch it. It felt slick and slightly warm, very much the way the statue of Dr. Botadukti had felt while he was busy executing poor Jerry Harper. "All right," I said, taking my hand away. "Enough of this. We're scaring the kids. Let's go look at some other beasties." There were plenty of other beasties to look at. The Runwians didn't bother having any of their own animals in their zoo, or if they did, I didn't see them. Everything I saw was an exotic. Big ones with claws, big ones with wings and fangs, big ones that were hairy and muscular, like six-legged gorillas, big ones that I had never imagined even in a nightmare, all in slow time, moving millimeter by millimeter along the lanes or across the open spaces. And there were tiny ones in cages or pools or glass cubicles, hideouser than the big ones, and probably more dangerous, because they weren't slowed at all. There seemed to be a section for each planet, though I had no idea which was which, until Tricia tugged me around a corner and displayed the Earth quarter. An African lion was poised before me in soundless mid-roar. A zebu bull was frozen in the act of cropping grass. There was a cage of snakes, unfrozen, and a case of ants, and a mouse corral, with 200 or 300 little rodents scurrying and playing around behind a transparent, hip-high fence. "Look," whispered Tricia, pointing to a family group of Runwians, the parents besieged by their 3 little ones. The parents, I supposed they were parents, conferred for a moment, and then indulgently put a few coins into a box, and all 3 of the little kids hopped over the fence. Whistling and chirping in joy, they ran after the scurrying mice. Then each of them picked up one mouse by the tail and swallowed it. I could see the little animals writhing and struggling as they went sliding down those transparent digestive tracts. "Let's get out of here," I said. "Now the kids are scaring me." I had been talking to Tricia, but I got an answer from Conjure Kowalski, though I hadn't even seen him come up. "Good idea, Noli. You come with me now. I got something that will interest you." "Fine," I said, taking Tricia's arm, but he shook his head. "You go keep the others company a while, Trish," he ordered. "This is private between Noli and me." "Oh, really?" I said. He was looking quite tense about something. I glanced at Tricia, who shrugged good-naturedly and turned away. "Well, why not? Where is it?" "Right down here," he said, marching ahead. I followed, wondering what kind of freak was worth taking special notice of in this collection of freaks. A giant amoeba? A talking serpent? Maybe a captive human colony trapped in slow time for the entertainment of Run. It was a human, all right. It was our base, Manuel de Negras, chatting with Purry in front of a spiked, dinosaur-looking kind of creature in slow time. He turned to us without surprise. Evidently he had been expecting this meeting. Conjure didn't waste any time. "Ask him to tell us about the people he was in the slammer with," he ordered Perry. The little ocarina obediently translated it into Spanish, and the bass shrugged and began a long recital. "There were more than 40 people," Perry began. "Some had been there for nearly 3 days. That would be, Senor de Negras says, almost 200 years. The oldest was an Englishman who—" "No, not all that," Conjure interrupted. "Just the last one, who came in right before Binda sprang him. The girl. Tell him about the girl."
"Senor de Negras says that is correct," Perry reported. "There was a young woman. She arrived only a short time before he was released, far less than a minute. He didn't have any chance to speak to her."
I scowled at Conjure, beginning to be uneasy. "What's this all about?" I demanded. He shook his head at me. "Ask him what she looked like," he ordered. And Perry came back with the answer.
"She had red hair and blue eyes. She was quite tall, almost as tall as you, Noli, Senor de Negras says. She was quite upset, but he only heard her say one thing."
"And what was that?" Perry put the question and turned back to us.
"Senor de Negras says, she said, is Noli Stennis here? Or Tricia Madigan?"
I swallowed hard. Conjure turned and looked at me for a moment. "All right," he said, nodding. "Thank the man for me, Perry. Noli, let you and me take a little stroll."
I was having trouble with my breathing. "But that sounds like Irene," I told him.
"Well, my man," he said, pulling me after him, "you know that's what I was kind of thinking myself. Shut up a minute."
One of the little eyes of the mother bedbugs was scurrying past. He waited until it was gone, looking around. There was no one but Runwians and zoo animals in earshot. I was in shock. Irene Madigan! I hadn't exactly forgotten that she existed, but it had been a good long time since she had turned up anywhere in the conscious part of my memory. When Conjure opened his mouth again to speak, I cut him off. "Why didn't you tell me?" I demanded.
"And did I not?" he growled. "I been telling you. Go talk to that Spanish cat. How many times do I got to say it? But no, not you. You been so fat and happy, counting up your dough and playing poker with little old Trish. Who could talk to you?"
"I thought Davidson Jones had taken care of her," I complained.
"Well, he did, didn't he? His way. And what are you going to do about it?" Now here we get right to the point, Noel Wood. You remember the dude I was telling you about back in the waterfall pool?
I hadn't taken him very seriously, but I hadn't forgotten either.
You said there was somebody who might be able to get me back to Earth, I said. But no but, my man, he said savagely. There is. He's here, not half a mile away. You want to talk to him, or you don't?
Well, I guess.
Well, sure, I'd like to talk to him, only... Then let's do it, all right?
All right, I echoed, not at all sure I meant it.
I'll go get Tricia. No, he said, taking my arm. We're leaving old Trish out of this one. It's you and me that's got to see the man, Noel Wood. The lady can stay here. Better if she does. But us two got to get going.
Chapter 37. Conjure was walking fast along the squishy duck walks of the Run City. He seemed to know where he was going, and he didn't want to talk. I gave up trying. It took all my efforts to keep up with those long legs, and anyway I was concentrating on the idea of Irene Madigan, thrust into slow time. Of course, I told myself, I barely knew the woman. Anyway, I wasn't responsible for her problem. If anything, it was the other way around. Anyway, what could I do about it? Conjure paused for a moment to look at his map, and I caught up.
"Where are we going?"
I demanded, panting.
"You'll see when we get there," he rasped, glancing around as though trying to locate landmarks.
"Yes, but what does this have to do with Irene Madigan?" I persisted. He didn't answer. He just gave me a smoky, unfriendly look, and started off again. I followed. By then I didn't have much choice, because the zoo was far behind us, and I was lost. Occasionally one of the locals would whistle and squeak at us, but Conjure ignored them and plowed right on. We jumped over a couple of narrow canals and hurried along the side of one larger one, filled with the airboat Runwayan traffic. Pedestrians, by which I mean the locals, hurried vigorously along pathways of what looked like board overlaid with something more or less like straw matting. That was what we walked on. It got tiring because the resilient surface gave a little at every step, like walking on piles of mattresses, but Conjure growled at me when I complained. We didn't have far to go. It wouldn't have been a bad walk if it hadn't been so sticky hot, and if the place hadn't stunk so. It wasn't exactly a dead fish smell, though that seemed to be in it. It was mostly a waterfrontish kind of mixture of salt sea, washed-up garbage, and sewer outlet. Pedestrians got fewer, except for one or two of the clotta bedbugs. Then Conjure stopped, gazing across the wider canal at an unusually solid-looking building on the far side. It seemed to be made of something that resembled stone, unlike the Runwayan reed igloos. Conjure looked at it, then at his map. Then he swore softly.
"That's it," he told me. "The OSP embassy."
"The what?" I demanded, startled. I had heard of the OSPs. They were the ones everybody loathed, and what were we supposed to be doing with OSPs?
"It's the place we're going to," he said, looking up and down the canal.
There was no bridge in sight. He swore again. Then he began untying his shoes and said,
"Get 'em off, my man."
"Do what?"
"Take off the shoes and the pants," he explained. "There's where we got to be. You can keep 'em on if you want, but we got to wade."
We did. The water was neither deep nor cold. Wading it was easy enough to do, though we had to wait for a lull in the boat traffic to splash across. The bottom was sticky mud, with something sharp stuck in it, like shells. I hoped they were shells, but it didn't come much over our knees. On the other side, we pulled our pants and shoes back on and marched up to the stone building. A creature like a reptilian kind of bat appeared at the door. It looked us over silently for a moment. Conjure took a deep breath.
"Wait for me here, Noli,"
he ordered, and shoved past the OSP.
It squawked warningly at him, then hurried after him, slamming the door. I did what I had been told to do. I waited. I waited for quite a long time, and there wasn't a moment of that time that I enjoyed. First, what was I doing here? Nobody had ever forbidden me to speak to an osp, but then nobody had ever thought there was any likelihood I would, and certainly they had some kind of a bad reputation. Second, where was I? I had no hope of finding my way back, even to the zoo, much less to the rest of the opera company. Third, what was Irene Madigan going through just then in her slow-time captivity? Not to mention a stirring of the almost forgotten worries about Marlene Abramson back on Earth. Was she going to show up there, too? And I was attracting attention. A pair of Runweyan swimmers poked their heads out of the canal to whistle at me. I shrugged at them. I had no idea what they were trying to say, but it didn't sound friendly. One of the mother's bedbugs scurried past, pausing to elevate itself on its hind legs and stare at me before proceeding on. I didn't like that. I supposed that the Runweyans had some sort of equivalent of police, and that sooner or later a Runweyan cop would stroll by and say the Runweyan equivalent of, "What are you doing here, sir?" I didn't think I had any good answer. I didn't like the idea of going inside the OSP embassy, either, but it was better than standing there in the watery Run sunshine. So I was glad when the door opened again. The OSP was there, and next to him a Puri. I thought for a moment the Puri was my own friend, but it wasn't. It was smaller and darker, and its English was oddly accented. "You are Norwood Stennis," it stated. "You will come to the ambassador now?" The ambassador was waiting for me in a sort of a passage, too narrow to be called a room. It was hanging from a kind of clothes tree, and it wasn't alone. A pair of other OSPs were with it, these squatting on the floor instead of hanging from a rack, and so was Conjur Kowalski, leaning dourly against the wall. The place was dimly lit, with that all-over luminescence that didn't seem to come from any particular place, and although it didn't have that Runweyan smell of dead fish, it smelled far worse. It smelled like the bottom of a parrot cage. "You're on," said Conjur. "The ambassador is willing to make a deal." "What kind of a deal?" I demanded, but he just shook his head and pointed at the Puri, busily translating our conversation into a burst of clicks and musical saw whines. There was a quick exchange between the big bat on the clothes tree and one of those on the floor. Then the big bat clicked and whined back, glaring at me, and the Puri said, "The ambassador from USP speaks. You will give him some things that are of no value to you. Then he will see that you get transported back to your planet called Earth." I turned and looked at Conjur. He didn't look back. He was standing there, holding the top of another of the coat trees, like a subway strap-hanger, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He didn't say anything. I said to the Puri, "What are these things the ambassador wants?" Clicks and metallic moans. Then the Puri said, "First, you will be provided with suitable containers. You will ejaculate semen into these. Second, you will—" I found my voice. "Hold it!" I yelled. "What was that first part again?" Conjur crackled at me. "Don't argue with him, Noli. Just listen to what the man says." "But listen!" So I listened. The Puri went on imperturbably. "Second, you will procure an Earth aboriginal female for the same purpose. When we have our specimens, you will be conducted back to your planet." I goggled at the Puri, then at the bat. "An Earth female? For the same "Conjur!" I yelled. "What the hell are they talking about?" "What they talking about?" he said.
is you beat you meat into a bottle for them, then you gets Trish to help out, then they sends you home.
But I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking my head. It didn't get things clarified. But that's not how it works with women. He said seriously,
Noli, listen to me. They know that. They understand all about human reproduction. That's why they want the specimens. Do you want to go home or not?
I gaped at him helplessly. He stood leaning against the coat rack, patiently waiting for an answer. The ambassador wasn't doing anything at all except to restlessly fold and unfold its wings, though the Puri was translating it all, and I could feel the bat's bright little eyes watching me. I said,
Why me?
"'Cause they don't want no black, Chisholm," he said bitterly. I said weakly,
Oh.
"Yeah," he said, "oh.
What they wants is good old waspy cum. You think I didn't try?"
But even if I did, I mean, they want a woman's ova, too. How could I handle that?"
Trish,
he said succinctly.
"But," I began, but he was losing patience. "You can stand there and talk all day, my man," he said. "Only that gets nothing. Make up your mind. You want to go home, or you don't want to go home. 'Cause here's your chance if you do."
"I couldn't ask Tricia to do that." Conjure didn't answer, just waited me out. I tried a different tack.
"What would they do with the stuff if they got it?" Conjure jerked a thumb at the bat. "You want to ask him that question?"
No, I said, because I didn't have to. There could only be one reason. The Osps were the genetic wizards. They would know what to do with genetic materials. Human sperm and human ova could be converted into human babies, even on Earth, with in vitro fertilization and some kind of host mother. I had no doubt these creatures could do as well. As to what purpose they wanted human babies for, I didn't want to ask that question even of myself. I said stubbornly, "I need to think it over." The Puri translated. The bat was silent. I said, "I'll let you know my decision." More translation. More silence. I said, "I'm going to leave now. Come on, Conjure." And I turned and retraced my steps. They didn't stop us, though my shoulder blades crawled as I retraced my steps. I blundered out the door into the warm, wet Runmunian day, with Conjure right behind me. We didn't talk on the way back. Conjure didn't offer any conversation. He just stalked along, face like carved ebony, not even looking at me. And I was busy trying to decide if I really wanted to go back to Earth, and to wonder if I were willing to help the Osps in whatever nasty business they had in mind. And, most of all, to figure out just how to put the proposition to Tricia Madigan. Chapter 38.
"I will positively not. You have got some terrific nerve just for asking to that,"
said Tricia, eyes blazing, face twisted in repugnance. I said, "But poor Irene."
"No, not even for Irene. We'll get her out some other way. Don't even talk about it."
"But if we just got back home, we could—"
"No. Do you know what the Osps would do with that stuff?" "No," she said, and got up out of our bed, and, clutching a dress in front of her, but otherwise bare, stalked out of our room to hunt up some other place to spend that night. And left me behind, tumescent and angry. She hadn't even given me a chance to argue. If she had let me, I would have explained to her that I had had plenty of time to think the matter over carefully. She didn't. I couldn't blame her for having some reservations about the Osp's proposition. I had plenty of my own. I certainly was not keen about cooperating in whatever it was that the Osps wanted to do with human semen and ova. I knew the Osp's reputation. The first thing I did was check in the book Conduccio had given to me to make sure, and yes, they were the galaxy's specialists in genetic manipulation. It infuriated me that she could think I would participate in such a plan without careful study, and, if possible, some sort of guarantee from the Osps.
I wasn't light-hearted about the prospect of permitting human babies, who would be my own children after all, to be generated in some alien laboratory for purposes I did not want even to imagine. So she had no right to go off in a huff that way, without even letting me explain. It was simply unfair. I was steaming. The funny thing was that the more I steamed, the more I began to think that this particular offer, while not a very good one, was quite possibly the only offer of its kind I was ever going to get. It had been easy enough for me to decide I didn't want to go back to Earth as long as it was impossible. Now it wasn't impossible anymore. Only very, very, well, risky. I asked myself, did I really want to go back to Earth? Loud and strong the answer came back. Yes. Not just for my own sake, for the sake of all the captive humans on Narabedla. Never mind that most of them didn't seem to object to their enforced captivity, and especially for the sake of bringing to justice Mr. Henry Davidson Jones and all his crew. Then, I asked myself, was I willing to do whatever had to be done to get there? There wouldn't be any easy choices, I told myself. Nobody was going to help me escape simply out of the kindness of his heart, even if he had a heart, about which, in a number of cases, I was doubtful. I would have to take risks. I would have to do things that were, well, I admitted it to myself, morally objectionable. Was I serious enough to accept that? The answer was yes. So then, I explained to myself, I should put qualms aside. The end would justify the means. You couldn't fight against the hordes of Attila the Hun by the rules of the Marquis of Queensberry. At that time, in that mood, all those things made sense to me, not least, I think, because Tricia had left me not only angry, but frustratedly horny. It was a second puberty. True, I wasn't exactly a youth, but my glands were reborn, and they were flooding my bloodstream with all the itches of fresh testosterone. I was ready to join a street gang, firebomb a police station, charge a machine-gun nest. I was the typical rough, randy, riotous young male looking for a turf to fight for. In a calmer mood, I would have been more rational. For starters, I would have forgotten all about the OSP ambassador and started trying to enlist help from nicer sources. For starters, there was no doubt that everybody in the opera troupe would want to help get Irene Madigan out of the freeze. United, we could almost certainly cajole Sam Shipperton into finding her some kind of a job. She'd been at least an actress, or anyway almost an actress, hadn't she? Then we should be able to find even more potent allies. Among us, we should be able to persuade Binda to help. Maybe Barak. Possibly Sushirisip, or some other of the aliens, if they could get their minds off the crisis caused by the probe accident long enough to do something constructive. And then there was the consideration that, after all, I wasn't really doing so very badly in the Narabedla captivity. I was singing. I was getting rich. Before long, there was every prospect I would be famous. None of that deterred me. I wasn't thinking along constructive lines. The funny thing was that I knew all this was happening. I knew who I was. I wasn't any comic book superhero. I was L. Knollwood Stennis, CPA and opera star, a steady, mature, fairly mature, adult human being. That knowledge changed nothing. My glands had taken over. I sat there with my legs dangling over the edge of that lumpy, empty bed, plotting ways to talk Tricia into donating a few ova for the cause. After all, what other use did she have for them?
Or, failing that, trying my luck at recruiting Sue Mary or Maggie Merck. Or, failing that, wilder stratagems still, like getting my costume sword out of the Don Giovanni prop bin and putting it to the throat of that nasty little batty bit of business, the OSP ambassador, and forcing him to get me into the go box to Earth. And then, once I was back home, leading squads of cops and FBI agents on a raid of Henry Davidson Jones's yacht, to do hand-to-hand battle with his troops and Keketty servants and guards. I think I would have been happy for a city to loot, but Narabedla would do until one came along. I fell asleep in such musings of combat, and woke up to find they were real. I wasn't alone in my bedroom anymore. It wasn't Tricia Madigan who was there. It wasn't any human at all. The people dragging me furiously out of my bed with their damp, chill, scratchy claws were Rununians, whistling and chirping angrily. The one talking to me in English wasn't even a Runwian. It was one of the mother's little bedbugs, rearing up on its hind legs to shrill at me, "Knollwood Dennis, you are under arrest. You have violated your terms of employment and must leave this planet at once." 10 minutes later, I was being shoved into the big long-distance go-box. There wasn't any nonsense about being allowed to take my personal belongings. I was still in my pajamas. The Runwians giving me the bum's rush did not seem to be opera fans. They didn't let go of me, and they weren't gentle. When they released me from their wet, cold grip, it was only to turn me over to a clutch of the mother's bedbugs. "Get in!" shrilled the English-speaking one, while a couple of others butted me inside, and another scuttled up into the little overhead cubicle to gaze down at me. The trip didn't take long, but it was long enough for me to realize that I was in the deep stuff. "Where am I going?" I asked. I didn't expect an answer, and didn't get one. But when the door opened, there was Binda, waving his ropey limbs in despair. "Oh, no, Lee," he cried. "How could you do this to me? Have you no loyalty to the company? Trafficking in germ-plasm with the OSP, and you know what they will do if they get it. And, oh, my dear boy, what about our season? We won't be able to do anything but Idomeneo." I didn't answer any of that. I hardly heard it, because I was staring around. The first thing that caught my eye was a batch of Kekettys at a silvery machine that looked ominously familiar. The second was even more familiar. It was Conjur Kowalski, seated in a chair. He didn't look up to greet me. He didn't move at all. His face showed anger, apprehension, and disgust, and his eyes glared wearily at nothing, and would go on glaring in just that way for a good long time, because I didn't have to touch Conjur and feel the slicky, oily something that surrounded him to know that he was captured in slow time. "Oh, God," I said. Binda hissed in despairing agreement. "There's a chair for you, my boy," he pointed out. "I suppose you might as well sit down." I managed to ask, "How long?" He twisted his upper body, as though shrugging. "Who can tell? Conjur admitted the whole thing. Of course, once that eye had been absorbed by its mother, there wasn't any way to hush it up anyway. And with everything in such a chaotic state. Ah, well," he finished, "we'd better get on with it." He leaned forward to give me a sad hug, then got quickly out of the way, as the Kekettys began fussing with their machine. "Anyway," he said consolingly, "everyone knows you are quite ignorant, even for an aboriginal from Earth. Perhaps that will be taken into consideration." And that was the last I heard from him, because he and everything around him disappeared. Chapter 39. What does being thrown into slow time feel like?
It feels like nothing much at all, except that everything around you goes crazy. There was a quick flash of orange-yellow light. Then something went wrong with my eyes. The Kekedes disappeared. Binder was gone, leaving only a faint blur of motion to show where he had been. Something slammed against my shoulders, knocking me brutally against the back of my chair. I felt as though I were in a rocket lift-off, as, chair and all, I was moved again, set down. No, not set down. I was dashed down, chair and all. And I stood up out of the chair and looked around, as Conger did the same thing from the chair beside me. I was in a place I had never seen before. It was a big room, maybe 30 feet square, furnished like the ambulatory patient's lounge in a rather nice hospital. It seemed really quite incongruously pleasant, considering what it was. 2 elderly men were playing gin over in a corner, pausing to look up at the new arrivals, namely Conger and me. Efford Joyce was sitting on a couch, his head buried in his hands. There was a table along one wall with sandwich materials and a coffee pot, and a plump young man wearing a gold-braided uniform that looked as though it had come from World War I was lifting a cup to his lips. Corridors went off the room, and I could see, through an open door, a little bedroom with a tall, dark woman sitting on the edge of the bed and yawning. I say I saw all this, but only in the way that you see a movie set on TV when you've just switched into the channel. I didn't make a careful examination of it. I was too busy looking at a young woman in shocked conversation with a short Oriental man. She, as best I remembered, looked very much like Irene Madigan. It was she, all right. She turned toward me, eyes wide and wondering. She looked astonished and shaken, and as though she were about to cry. I had no doubt of what had happened. We were all in cold storage. My big worry was how cold I was going to get. Cold as in dead, maybe? Were they just holding me temporarily until Dr. Badadukti or some even worse monster came to sink his fangs into my throat? I couldn't believe that. I didn't want to believe it. But I reasoned that if they were going to make a Jerry Harper-type spectacle of me, they'd do it in Execution Square. All these things flashed through my mind and reached my senses at once, very quickly. "Noli?" said Irene Madigan inquiringly, coming toward me. "It's me, all right," I told her. "I'm sorry to see you here." The little Oriental man was peering over her shoulder. "Who are you?" he asked politely. I didn't get a chance to answer because Irene was saying, "Is it true, what Guan Li has been telling me? We've all been captured by flying saucer people?" "She's quite upset," Guan Li said sympathetically. "I suppose you're feeling pretty shaken up, too. You'll want some clothes, but if you just put a note on the scry, they'll bring them to you before you know it." "And why are you in your pajamas?" Irene asked plaintively. I held up my hands to slow her down. "It's a long story," I began. I started to tell it to her, but I didn't get very far. She made a soft sobbing sound and reached out for me. I put my arms around her. "It'll be all right," I whispered to her hair, holding her tight. She just sobbed again. I saw Efford Joyce looking up at us from his couch, and Conger standing by his chair, looking angrily amused. "What's going to happen now?" I asked Conger, still holding Irene Madigan. He shrugged. "We stay here, is all. You got any better ideas?" "Well," I began, patting Irene's back soothingly, "I guess—" I didn't finish the sentence because something hammered at my chest. where Irene was snuggled against it. I felt my arms thrust away from around her. There was an instant, almost subliminal, orange-yellow flash. My arms were still outstretched, but there was no one inside them. Irene Madigan was gone. I gaped at Conger. "What the hell?" I shouted. He opened his mouth to respond. Whatever it was he was saying, I didn't hear it. There was another of those flashes, and 2 keketes were beside me, holding me up, while another was turning off his silvery machine. An eye of the mother was peering up at me.
"L. Knollwood Stennis,"
it piped.
"the mother wishes to see you."
I was out of slow time. I stared about. Conger was still opening his mouth to address the space where I had been, frozen still. All the others were frozen too. I never got to finish any of those conversations. That's not surprising. There's a limit to how much you can say in something less than a minute, or, depending on how you look at it, somewhere around a year and a half. Chapter 40. The bedbug wouldn't say anything else to me, but when it pushed the hanging bead curtain aside to let me into the mother's chamber, Binda was there, pacing nervously back and forth. The bedbug quietly scurried to the edge of the mother's pool and sat there, quietly waiting, next to a Purry. No, not a Purry. It was my own dear friend, because it whispered, "Hello, Noli." Binda greeted me too, but sadly. "Oh, my dear boy," he said, "how good it is to see you again. So much has happened. But quickly, you mustn't keep the mother waiting. Off with those garments, and in, please." "But I want to know what—" "Noli, in! She's the mother," he said sternly, and wouldn't answer any questions. Things had been happening too fast for me. My resistance was low. I did as I was ordered, though not easily. Clothes are a kind of armor. When you don't have them on, your defenses are weakened. I didn't like that, but I didn't see any choice. A couple of those flying things buzzed me as I lowered myself into the mother's shallow, smelly pool. I swatted them out of the way. One landed in range of the mother's questing tentacles, and was immediately swept up into that obscene-looking orange mouth. I turned to Binda for instructions. "Closer," Binda urged, "but not too close, of course." I had no intention of disobeying that part. I waded slowly toward her. Little fishy things were nibbling at my knees and tenderer places, until I got within range of the mother's tentacles. Then they stayed away. The mother took hold of me at shoulder, waist, and thigh, and tugged me gently closer. The ring of tiny eyes regarded me solemnly as I tried my best not to move, or even breathe. Then the mother began to moan, in a gurgly sort of way. Most of the time her speaking organ was under water. Her little bedbug translated from the edge of the pool.
"The Osps are a race most foul," she said, through the bedbug. "They do not voluntarily abide by the agreed rules of association. They have in the past made war, viciously and harmfully, until they were defeated. Then they promised to refrain from antisocial acts, but even now they violate the accords."
"I know," I said. There was a sudden flurry around my legs. One of the little marine animals had incautiously come close enough to nibble at my knee. It was a mistake. Instantly the mother's tentacle slipped away from me and whipped around the thing, dragging it into her huge maw. The mother went on imperturbably, and so did the bedbug.
"I assure you, Knollwood Stennis, to deal with the Osps is to risk very grave consequences to yourself and to the primitive planet you come from."
"I just wanted to go home," I said bitterly. The mother's tentacles stiffened around me for a moment as the bedbug translated that. Then the tentacles relaxed again as the mother moaned at me again.
If that is so," the bedbug translated, "why did you not simply ask me?"
I gaped at those unblinking eyes. "But," I managed, but that was impossible. Henry Davidson Jones wouldn't allow it." The tentacles whipped wildly about for a moment, and the mother's huge, bright-colored barrel body shook with bubbly moans.
"The mother is laughing," Benda explained, his own voice sounding strained. "But really, my dear boy, what a foolish thing to say."
And he added a string of ho-ho-hos. Even Purry was chuckling softly. Worse than being threatened is being laughed at. I suppose I was still on an adrenaline-testosterone high. "Cut this crap out," I stormed, turning to face them, and completely forgetting to move cautiously so near those long, striped tentacles of the mother. I had never felt the full strength in the mother's tentacles before. They were like wire cables lashing around me and jerking me toward that hideous, always chomping mouth. I yelled, I struggled, I squirmed as hard as I could. I battered against the many-colored, cold, clammy, solid flesh of the mother, splashing up a Niagara of froth. None of that stopped her for a moment or even slowed her down. It had been very foolish of me, I realized, to set off the feeding reflexes of the mother. It was one more blunder, and probably the last one I would ever have a chance to make. There was nothing that could save me. In that I was wrong. There was a splash and a thud. Something heavy crunched against me, right between me and the mother's remorseless mouth. The tentacles slipped away from me and caught it. It was Purry making noises out of all his mouths as the tentacles deserted me to wrap around the plump, ocarina-shaped body of my friend.
"Noli, get out while you can!"
Benda yelled, running up and down agitatedly along the sides of the pool.
"Are you insane?"
Getting out of that pool sounded like a great idea. I don't know if I could have done it by myself, but there were half a dozen of the mother's drones suddenly in the pool with me, butting me away from the orange and blue and scarlet body, ramming me forcefully toward the edge. Benda's clawed, sinuous arms darted down and hauled me out. I sprawled on the slick, warm floor in pain. Dots of blood sprang up all along my shoulders and legs, where the mother's tentacles had rasped me raw, like metal potato graters on my skin. When I turned to look back, I was shamed. Purry had saved my life, but not cheaply. He was actually being eaten, a mouthful at a time, held fast by the mother's implacable tentacles. Little squealy sounds were coming from those apertures in his skin. They weren't words. They weren't even cries of pain, although he was being devoured. They were just the sounds a bagpipe makes when you squeeze the last of the air out of the collapsing sack. Then he managed words.
"Have you any orders for me, Mereteka Binda?"
Purry gasped. Binda said sorrowfully,
"Oh, no, it's too late now. Go ahead and get eaten."
And there, right before my eyes, Purry did. At least when I saw the Duntadon ripping out the throat of Jerry Harper, it was only horrible. There was no sense of personal loss. I hadn't ever known Jerry Harper. But Purry was my friend. Purry was the one who had guided me around Narabedla, the one who had accompanied me when I wanted to raise my voice in song simply to celebrate the fact that I had a voice again, the one who had just saved my life. And he was being eaten alive. Most of his body was gone now, pulled into that awful mouth. All that was left was his head, with one rabbity little eye looking sadly at me, then looking at nothing as it glazed over. And Binda was not even watching.
He was moving restlessly about the margin of the pool, pausing in front of me. He said, "As to the question of your returning to the earth—" I didn't even hear him. I was staring transfixed as the last of curry vanished into the mother's mouth. He was gone, and I was fighting the need to vomit. Then what Binda had said penetrated. I gaped at him. "What?" I demanded. "That is possible," Binda said. I sat down, still naked, still bewildered, still with that lump of bile in my throat that wanted to come up. I rubbed the tiny blood spots on my arm. "What are you talking about?" I demanded. He said, glancing at the silent, attentive bedbug, "The Tlata mother wishes to see the earth. She has agreed to let you return under certain conditions." I shook my head. I said reasonably, "But you told me yourself that the mother never goes anywhere." "I know she said she wished she could go there and see it, but there's no way. She can't move. And if she could, my God, how could she disguise herself?" Binda preened himself. "It's true," he admitted, "that not everyone is fortunate enough to have nearly human anatomy, like me. Nevertheless, disguise is possible." "Disguise her as a human being? But that's ridiculous." "Not necessarily the mother herself," Binda said, reaching out his arm to tap the bedbug by his side, which got up on its hind legs to address me. "And not necessarily like a human being, Mr. Stennis," it piped. The mother moaned a command, and one of the other bedbugs rushed out of the chamber. I said, dazed, "Are you really saying I can go back home?" "Exactly, my boy," Binda said sadly. "Oh, I'll miss you. The whole company will miss you. It's been terrible trying to salvage the troupe in these trying times, especially without our best baritone. But the mother says you can go." I shook my head. "But the rules—" His bright green tongue sagged in misery. "Rules," he echoed. "Yes, there used to be rules. Much has happened while you were away, my dear boy. The 11 associated peoples aren't the same any more. Even I shouldn't be here, but—" "Wait a minute. 11? "There have been secessions," he said, licking the lips of his three-cornered mouth. "What about Davidson Jones?" I asked, trying to take it all in. "Henry Davidson Jones need know nothing about it," Binda said forcefully. "He is not on his vessel. The crew will obey the instructions of the Eye of the Mother. You will simply— here is the costume for the Eye. You see how well it will work." I stared. The bedbug had scurried back, bearing what looked like a small version of the kind of sheepskin you throw over the corner of a couch to show you've been to New Zealand. The English-speaking bedbug seized it and, making faint mewing sounds of effort, slipped 4 of his legs into the legs of the skin, pulled it over his body, and stood there waiting for approval. "A perfect copy," Binda said proudly, "of one of the Earth dogs. You can take it anywhere." I shook my head wonderingly. It didn't really look like a very convincing dog, but it looked more like a dog than anything else. I began to believe that they were serious in all this. It was time for me to get serious, too. "All right," I said, making up my mind. "I'll take that thing, but I won't go alone. I'm not going unless Irene Madigan can go back with me. She was kidnapped, just like me. She has every right—" I stopped because the mother was moaning at me. The bedbug translated, its voice slightly muffled by the fur. "The human aboriginal Irene Madigan may accompany us. It is true to say that she was not validly here,
and she has already been released from the deceleration chamber.
"She's been staying with her cousin for nearly a month, my dear boy," said Binda in confirmation. "It's been quite a strain for both of them." "All right," I said, pushing my streak. "Then Tricia should have the choice of coming back too, and Conger Kowalski, and Efford Joyce."
"No," said the bedbug. "Only the two of you, each of whom was brought here in violation of agreements."
"Even now," Binda said sadly, "the mother insists on respecting the regulations concerning aboriginals. What do you say, my boy? Do you want to go home to the earth?" I had not forgotten Rule 1 of any negotiation. You push right up to the moment when the next thing would make them say no. Then you stop. That was the point we appeared to be at, so I made up my mind fast. "Let's go," I said, turning toward the beaded door.
"Very well,"
Binda said, beaming in gratification.
"But, my boy, don't you think you should put your pajamas back on first?"
Chapter 41.
The door that led us onto Henry Davidson Jones's yacht hadn't changed. There was still the same mismatch in ceiling height, and we had to clamber up over the same high sill. The bedbug, hampered by its poodle suit, had trouble making it. So did I, for a different reason. We were back on the good old surface of the good old earth. And I found out that I was suddenly a good 25 pounds heavier than I had been for a long time. I stood up to find myself looking into the eyes of a Hecate, standing before us as motionless and unoccupied-looking as a suit of armor on a stand. I grabbed protectively at Irene's arm. Pure reflex action. A little leftover testosterone, I suppose. But the Hecate wasn't threatening. When our bedbug moaned something at it, in, no doubt, the mother's own language, the Hecate jumped, touched its cap, and turned to lead us down that familiar, metal-walled corridor. "Where are we?" I demanded. "We are at what you call your New York City. Now please come with me," the bedbug said politely.
We did. I looked around warily. The last couple of times I had been aboard that yacht, I hadn't known I was there, and wouldn't have been able to do anything about it if I had. This time it was different. This time we had the bedbug along, and it was in charge. When we got to the end of the corridor, the Hecate opened a door for us and stood meekly beside it, waiting for orders. We entered into Henry Davidson Jones's personal cabin, the one that served him as an office on the yacht. I had been there before, too. I had telephoned Marlene Abramson from that very desk, but now the desk was vacant. "Where's Davidson Jones?" I asked.
"Mr. Davidson Jones is not aboard this vessel. Only the ship's officers and crew are aboard. I will instruct them to say nothing. One moment, please, while I have this thing open this safe."
The bedbug gave a quick command, and the Hecate trotted over to the wall, spun a dial, and opened it. It was a big safe, and well stuffed. The bedbug clambered on a chair to peer inside, then pulled out a number of packets of papers and tossed them on the desk.
"Will this be enough?" it asked.
Irene glanced at what the bedbug had taken out of the safe. She looked up at me unbelievingly and whispered, "Oh, my God." What the safe had been stuffed with was sheaves of currency, all kinds of currency, francs and pesetas and pounds sterling, but most of all, good USA dollars. Irene poked the nearest packet with a finger as though it might bite. My attitude toward large sums of money had changed since going to Narabedla. I just shrugged. "Let's see what we've got," I said, and picked up a few handfuls of it to examine, stacking them crosswise to admire them.
"That's not ours," Irene said warningly. "Excuse me," the bedbug interposed deferentially, "but the mother informed me that you will need money to carry out her instructions. Isn't that what this is?"
"It's money, all right," I confirmed. "Miss Madigan just wonders if it belongs to us."
"Oh, yes, Mr. Stennis. Anything you want on this vessel belongs to you," the bedbug told us.
Irene closed her eyes and sighed. Then she opened them and said resignedly,
"Does that include clothing?"
"Of course," the bedbug confirmed.
"Then I think you ought to see if you can find some in Mr. Stennis's size," she said, looking at me. "Or were you going to go out in the street in your pajamas?"
When the bedbug was gone, Irene looked at me and sighed again.
"Noli," she said, "I'm not off my rocker, am I? This is all real, isn't it?"
"It's real. If it isn't, we're both off our rockers." She nodded.
"Just checking. There really are these flying saucer people, then?"
15 different kinds of them, right. Each one weirder than the next.
"Uh-huh," she said. "And they're all fighting with each other because they had some big thing that blew up or something. And they've got all these captured human beings that can't go home. Anyway, that's what Tricia told me."
"As to that," I said, "you know more than I do. I've been out of circulation for a while. But yes, that's the general idea." She nodded, philosophically accepting that the world she knew had gone out of its tree.
"Yes, I thought that was the way it was. Well, I see what looks like an empty dispatch case over there on the table. Don't you think we ought to fill it with some of this money?"
So that was what we did. A very practical woman, Irene Madigan. If anyone should ever ask me how many $10 and $20 bills will fit in an ordinary dispatch case, I can answer exactly. Enough to total $128,500.
"What are we going to do with it all?"
Irene asked. "Use it."
"Yes, I understand that, but for what?"
I hesitated. Although the bedbug seemed to be on our side and in fairly complete charge of the situation, I didn't know who might sooner or later be listening. A plan was beginning to form in my mind, but all I said was, "We're going to get off this yacht with it as soon as we can. That's the first thing."
"And what's the second thing?"
"When we come to the second thing," I told her, "we'll figure it out then. All we can do is play it by ear." When we walked down the yacht's gangplank, there was snow on the ground, and a midwinter wind was coming up along the East River.
"Oh!"
cried Irene Madigan, pulling up the collar of her light summer jacket.
"I wasn't expecting this."
Neither was I, but I felt a sudden rising of the heart, because I knew where we were. The yacht was moored at the 23rd Street boat basin. I had jogged along these very streets. "We're only a few blocks from my apartment," I told Irene.
"Can we go there?"
she said, shivering. "Absolutely not. No, we're not going where anybody might look for us. Come on. If we go over to First Avenue, there are always cabs going uptown." And so we did, but by the time a taxi stopped for us, the bedbug was whimpering with cold, even with his fur coat on. "Gramercy Park," I told the driver, reaching for the handle of the door. It didn't open. The driver had his hand resting on the door lock as he squinted out at us. "Is that a dog?" he asked. "Yes, that's right," I said. "Open the door." "I don't want no dog, excuse me, miss, crapping in my cab," he informed us. I had almost forgotten what a New York taxi driver was like, but I hadn't forgotten how to deal with one. "If he does, I'll give you $50. "Yeah?" The driver thought for a minute. "And you'll clean it all up, too? Because my doctor says I've got a real sensitive stomach, you know what I mean? Okay, let's go." The hotel I'd picked was only 10 minutes away. It wasn't a bad ride, apart from the bedbug scrambling up into my lap to peer outside at the buildings, the people on the streets in their winter parkas and boots, the cars competing with us for lanes through the jams at each corner.
In spite of the traffic, the driver mellowed as we went along. By the time we got to the hotel, he was at the friendly just before the tip stage.
"That's a real nice pooch," he said admiringly. "Mind if I ask what breed he is?"
"He's a Lapsang Oolong," Irene said smugly. "They're very rare in America. I think there are only half a dozen of them here, mostly in Beverly Hills."
And the bedbug obligingly said, "Woof." When I registered us at the hotel, I had a story all prepared. The damn airlines had lost all our damn baggage, even my credit cards. Yes, it was certainly foolish of me to check my briefcase. But it wasn't necessary. The clerk wasn't interested. He didn't even ask how come I still had some kind of briefcase tucked securely under my arm. He simply took my $2,000 cash deposit, welcomed me to the hotel, and handed over the little plastic things they use instead of door keys. The bellhop offered to relieve me of the dispatch case with the money, but I shook my head. "I'll carry it myself," I said, giving him a $5 bill. "Just show us to our rooms." The rooms were actually adjacent suites, 2 of them, one for Irene Madigan and one for me to share with the bedbug. As soon as we all were in one of them, the bedbug began to shed its woolly poodle suit.
"It's very hot in here," it complained. "Why do you keep this place so hot? And it is very cold outside. You didn't tell me that water existed in a solid phase on this planet. Also, I'm hungry."
It wasn't until it said that I realized I was too. It was not surprising. I hadn't eaten a thing since I was on the Run planet, a year and a half ago. That was easy to remedy. After some discussion, I picked up the phone and ordered from room service. The club sandwich, milk, and a piece of cherry cheesecake for me, the shrimp salad and a pot of tea for Irene Madigan, and "How about that fillet of sole? Can we get that without any breading or anything like that?" "Fine. We'll take 2 of them. And, oh yes, we want them raw." I put the phone down and thought. The bedbug was already busy exploring the suite, piling cushions on a chair to reach the thermostat, flushing the toilet, worrying up a corner of the carpeting so it could see what was underneath. I opened the hall door and peered outside. No one was in sight. "Come with me," I ordered the bedbug, and escorted it to the next door suite, where I left it with a TV set, 25 channels to keep it amused, thank heaven for cable, and a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, and returned to Irene Madigan, who was waiting with growing impatience.
"Noli," she said, "what are we doing exactly?"
It was an overdue question. "I think we can talk here," I said, looking around. "I doubt the bedbug can hear us through the wall."
"There isn't much to hear because you haven't been saying much," she pointed out.
I said, "We're going to blow the whistle on Narabedla. There's nothing else to do, is there?" She pursed her lips.
"Well," she said, "I'm not exactly arguing with you. But couldn't we just go back to living our lives?"
I shook my head. "I don't think so. The Associated Peoples are all messed up right now, but what happens when they get back together again? Sooner or later they're bound to. And then there's Henry Davidson Jones. The mother let us come back, but he didn't. He's got a lot to protect, Irene. We're a permanent threat."
I paused to see what she would say. What she said was, "I'm listening."
"So, we're going to lay low for a few days," I explained. "We're going to make affidavits. We'll write out everything we know about Davidson Jones and Narabedla, and our own experience. Then we'll send copies to as many people we can trust as we can think of, with instructions that if they don't hear from us, they'll send them to the police, the FBI, the CIA, their congressmen, the New York Times, everybody. And we'll include proof."
"What kind of proof is that?" she inquired.
I've been thinking about that. First thing we need is a Polaroid camera, so we can take pictures of the bedbug with us. That should be a good start. Then we can tell them about all the people we know there. They can exhume some of the fake bodies and check fingerprints and dental records like the one you buried thinking it was Tricia. She was shaking her head.
I had that body cremated, she pointed out.
They can't all have been cremated. There's a whole list that have come to Narabedla in the last 20 or 30 years. There's bound to be at least one they can check.
She nodded thoughtfully.
Say that's true, she said. Maybe it is. Well, then, if all that works out, we go to Davidson Jones, and we tell him that if he doesn't leave us alone, all that stuff comes out. So why do we have to blow the whistle on him now?
Why, because, after all, Irene, they're prisoners up there, even your own cousin.
She said, but Tricia doesn't want to come back to the earth. I asked her.
She doesn't? I blinked at her. At least Tricia should have the right, shouldn't she? And she's not the only one. Conjure Kowalski definitely wants to come back. So does Efford Joyce. So do a batch of others. I bet nearly every one of the people we saw in Slow Time is there because they tried to escape.
Noli, she said patiently, when I found myself in that Slow Time place, I thought I'd gone crazy. When Tricia got me out and took me to her place, I was positive of it. I'm talking culture shock, you know. Even now, the only way I can handle it is by making believe it was some kind of a dream.
It's very disorienting, yes, I agreed.
And what would happen to the whole world if they suddenly got exposed to it?
I shrugged. I don't know. They just have to face up to the fact that we're not the only ones in the universe, or even the smartest.
And do you think they can? I mean, without going nuts?
She got up and stood before me, peering down seriously at me.
You're talking about two different things, Noli. One is taking out insurance. That's fine. The other is pulling the trigger. Maybe that's right, maybe it isn't. All I'm saying is I think we should give that a lot of careful consideration before we do it. It scares me, Noli.
But why? What do you think will happen?
Noli, what scares me is I don't know what will happen. So please, let's think it over before we do something we can't undo.
By then, the room service waiter was knocking on the door. I let him in, and tipped him, and escorted him out again, thinking hard. It was possible Irene Madigan was right. By the time I had escorted the bedbug back to our dinner, I had decided, at least, to hold off on anything irreversible for a while. The bedbug ate its dinner sulkily. It not only wasn't very good, it wasn't anywhere near enough, it complained. Irene fished a few of the shrimp out of her salad, and it ate a few of them distastefully. Also, it was fretfully anxious to carry out the mother's orders. The TV set had kept it busy in the other room for a time, flicking the remote controller from channel to channel, but that was not enough.
"It is a very stupid system," it complained. "It is not even interactive. Can we go out now? I want to ride the subway."
I told it, pets aren't allowed in the public transportation systems unless they're in a pet carrier.
"What's a pet?"
it wanted to know. And when I explained that that was its temporary status with us, as far as the rest of the planet Earth was to know, it seized on the idea of a carrier.
"One with temperature control," it specified.
"But there aren't any of those, and you're too heavy to carry very much anyway," Irene pointed out. "I'll tell you what we can do. We can get you a little doggy overcoat, and maybe even booties."
The bedbug demanded suspiciously,
"What is an overcoat?" You mean there is something else I have to carry around? On only 4 legs? In this gravity?
It can't be helped, Irene offered, stroking its chitinous back. The bedbug accepted the inevitable.
Then let us get this overcoat for me, it said, although you may go on grooming me for a bit first.
Irene said obligingly, "All right. I suppose we ought to do some shopping anyway. I need a coat for myself, not to mention boots and maybe some other clothes. And I suppose you do too, Noli."
I definitely did. The slacks and jacket I'd scrounged on Davidson Jones's yacht were tight in the pants and loose in the jacket, and not really warm enough for a New York winter to begin with. "Also," I said, "we're going to need a Polaroid camera and some film, and writing paper and pens, and envelopes, and stamps."
"Hold it while I make a list," Irene said, searching the drawers for hotel stationery. "Are you sure about wanting pens to write these things out with? I'm sure the hotel could rent us a typewriter."
I thought for a minute. "No, it's better if they're in our own handwriting," I decided. "Put down a bottle or 2 of liquor while you're at it, and some instant coffee. I wonder what time the stores close. What time is it, anyway?" And when I called down to the desk to ask, they told me it was 11:15. I didn't have to ask whether it was a.m. or p.m., because I could see out the window that it was night. I hadn't thought of the time at all. "Well," I said, "maybe we ought to get some sleep first anyway, and make a good start in the morning. Irene, would you like to keep this room? The bedbug and I will bunk in next door."
"I do not require to sleep,"
the bedbug piped up.
"All right," I said. "You can stay in the living room and watch television all night."
"But it is not my assignment to watch television. I must carry out the mother's instructions."
"Well, you will. Tomorrow, probably. Meanwhile, there are all-night news programs, movies. I think there's even a porno channel, if that interests you."
It chittered severely.
"That is not the same thing at all. The mother wants the first-hand experience from me, the sights, the smells, the tastes."
I tried to reason with him. "Yes, but you don't have to do it all yourself, do you? When you go back, you'll just tell her all this. Why couldn't one of us just have told her?" He reared up on his hind legs to gaze at me.
"Tell her? What would be the use of telling her?" "No, Mr. Stennis. When I go back, she will engorge me, and then all my memories will be hers."
I goggled at the thing. "You mean she's going to eat you?"
"It is the happiest thing I have to look forward to,"
he chittered with pride.
Chapter 42. It was a good thing we had a suite, because the bedbug was up all night with a television, while I was trying to sleep in the bedroom next door. I didn't sleep long enough. The bedbug woke me early, scratching at the covers over me and whimpering,
"I have nothing here to eat, Mr. Stennis. My metabolism is not like yours. I must eat."
Room service wasn't open yet. If it had been, they probably wouldn't have had any raw fish on the breakfast menu, so there wasn't any help for it. I struggled into my clothes, cursing, and went out into the barely dawning morning outside. If I had not been so cold and so sleepy, I would have been pretty happy. I was home. This was my own turf. My old apartment was only a few blocks away. There was my favorite sushi bar. Next to it, the neighborhood's best pie bakery. I had a quick cup of coffee in my regular coffee shop on 2nd Avenue, and found that the Korean open-all-night fish store was still there where I had last seen it, with the same busy, quick little Korean couple running it, and the same display of Sun Myung Moon's ginseng elixir stacked on the counter next to the cash register. They didn't seem to recognize me. But then, they never had. It was a homecoming.
When I got back to the hotel room, my shoes and socks were soaked from the melting snow, but I had a shopping bag full of seafood for the bedbug, a huge jar of instant coffee for myself, and about 100 sheets of hotel stationery from the drowsing bell captain in the lobby. I knocked on Irene's door to invite her to join us before letting myself into my own room. By the time I had finished laying out my purchases on the bathroom floor for the bedbug's examination, with its claws scratching excitedly on the tiles, she came in, yawning and looking rumpled. "I have to have some clothes," she said drowsily. The bedbug chittered in consternation over the fish.
"It's all dead,"
it exclaimed. "We don't usually eat our breakfasts here until they're dead," I informed it. Glumly it pawed over the slimy things. It nibbled at a fillet of redfish, sniffed a cardboard dish of smelts, and finally, reluctantly, devoured 3 little squid and a dozen bay scallops, while I fixed Irene and myself some instant coffee out of the hot water tap.
"That's a step in the right direction," she said, swallowing, "but I'm going to need more than that."
I nodded. I pulled the stolen dispatch case from under the bed, unsnapped it, and counted out $1,000 for her. "Get some breakfast for yourself," I instructed, "and then see if you can find any stores that open early on 23rd Street. Have you got that shopping list?" She nodded, but protested.
"I can't carry everything on the list. I don't know your sizes anyway."
"Just get what you need. Then, when you come back, you can stay here with the bedbug, and I'll go out."
"No,"
said the bedbug forcefully, appearing between us with half a squid in its foreclaws.
"you cannot leave me confined in this place when it is my duty to observe and experience. Take me with you."
Irene scowled at him.
"Later, okay? I'll take you anywhere you want, well, more or less. But I'm not really awake yet."
"Now,"
the bedbug said firmly.
"where is my costume? And, oh yes, what is the excretory custom on this planet for pets?"
"Maybe you'd better take a little more money," I offered, grinning. "You might have to buy a pooper-scooper." She glared at me, then turned it on to the bedbug.
"You," she commanded, "are to excrete into the toilet in the bathroom, and then flush it. That's a law, and do it before we go out. And close the door behind you," she called after the bedbug as it meekly turned to obey.
Then she looked at me.
"I'll take that extra money, though," she said. "It seems to me I'm going to deserve it."
They were gone for nearly 4 hours. It wasn't really enough time for what I had to do. I was busy writing out my story on the hotel stationery. I started with the very first conversation with Woody Calderon, told of his death, then of hearing from Irene, of having lunch with Vic Orzechowski, bearding Davidson Jones in his den, meeting Irene in southern France. I had filled 25 pages by the time Irene and the bedbug got back, and had only reached the point where I saw Nora Platt's dismembered body in Dr. Baladukti's tub. When they came in, I quickly hid my notes under the desk blotter, because they weren't alone. 2 bellboys followed them, laden with packages. Irene was not only carrying some bags of her own, she was wearing some of her purchases. Red leather boots, calf-high, a leather overcoat with a fur Cossack hat on her head, and when she took the coat off, I saw she was wearing a brand-new pantsuit in a pale gray fabric. The bedbug, too, had a handsome new plaid wool overcoat buckled over his fleecy disguise. "You both look very nice," I told Irene.
"Thank you, but will you tip the bellman, please, Noli? I don't think I have any money left,"
she said. While I was doing that, she went into the bathroom and began running water into the tub. The bedbug scurried excitedly after her. As soon as the bellmen were gone, it began shedding overcoat and dog suit, chittering,
"The fish! Please, put the fish in!"
"I'm doing it as fast as I can,"
Irene assured it. returning to the living room for a transparent plastic sack filled with water in which 3 live 10-inch trout were agitatedly writhing and waving their fins. She untied it, dumped them into the filling tub, turned off the water, and left the bedbug in there. She closed the door, but we could hear the splashing and scratching noises anyway, as it happily devoured its first decent meal on earth.
"It's your turn to go out now, if you want to,"
she told me. "All right," I said. I showed her what I'd been doing. "You can start making your own report. We'll get them all Xeroxed and mailed out this afternoon. And remember, don't let anybody see the bedbug without his dog disguise. Above all, don't let him talk. When the maid comes to clean the room, tell her to do the other one first. Then you and the bedbug can go in there while she cleans up here, and be sure you take the money with you."
"No, Lee," she said, sounding exasperated. "I'm really a grown woman. I can take care of myself. Just go."
And I went, feeling a little good-naturedly embarrassed at her reproof, but also feeling pretty good because things were going so well. It was even colder out than it had been earlier that morning, but I didn't head first for a men's clothing store to get a coat. I turned up my collar and walked briskly to the street telephone in front of the post office, because there was a call I had wanted to make all along and hadn't dared risk from the hotel room. The street phone was still there. Remarkably, no one was using it. Even more remarkably, it worked. I dialed the familiar telephone number for L. Knollwood, Stennis and Associates, and waited for the ring, rehearsing the way in which I would disguise my voice in case of listeners and speak to Marlene in words she alone would be able to understand. The phone didn't ring. Instead, there was a sort of clashing sound of ill-tuned chimes, and a mechanical voice told me, sounding like a more musical version of Barrack's gaspy delivery, "The number you have called is no longer in service. Please consult your directory." But I did, and the number wasn't there. The firm of L. Knollwood, Stennis and Associates was no longer listed in the telephone book. Almost anything could have happened in the best part of 2 years, I told myself. But something certainly had, and none of the possible explanations I could think of were encouraging. I hesitated, then tried her home number. That was a little better. I didn't get her, but I got her recorded voice, saying that although she couldn't come to the phone at that moment, I should leave my name and telephone number, and the day and time I was calling. I hung up. I was beginning to shiver violently in the open phone cubicle anyway. So I went down the block to a men's clothing store and bought a fleece-lined jacket and a hat. I needed more than that, but nothing as desperately. I stopped in the stationery store across from the post office for large envelopes. I picked up some more live fish for the bedbug, made sure the Xerox place was still there, and then dialed Marlene's home number again. I got the same recorded announcement from her machine, but this time I was ready. "This," I said, "is Harrison Cham, Sylvia's husband?" Sylvia Cham was an old client which Marlene would remember, and she would not fail to remember that her husband Harrison had died 5 years earlier because we'd gone together to the funeral. "It is important that I speak to you, but I must be in and out all day. Please call me at this number at 3, 6, or 9 p.m., and I gave the number of the phone booth. At 3 o'clock I was there. So was a small teenage girl on tiptoes to reach the phone, having a long conversation in Spanish with, it sounded like, her mother. 3 o'clock came and went, and she was still on the phone. At 5 after, she finally hung up, gave me a hostile glance, and departed. I took over, pretending I was talking, with my finger on the hook. But by 20 after, there was still no ring. I took the statements Irene and I had written to the Xerox place and left them there as I went back to the hotel. We spent the next hour or so taking Polaroid pictures of us with the bedbug. It didn't mind. It seemed to enjoy posing, and even climbed up in my lap so that Irene could snap us together a dozen times. The photos looked pretty convincing to me. I suppose any Hollywood special effects wizard could have created even better pictures with trick photography, but I couldn't think of any way of making them better. At 5:30 I went out again. This time the bedbug insisted on coming along, and Irene decided she didn't particularly want to be left in the hotel by herself. All three of us picked up the Xerox copies, the bedbug obediently slinking under a table when I commanded, "Sit." Irene and I stuffed the copies in the addressed envelopes, 12 copies going to 12 different people, and I left her waiting in line at the post office for stamps, while the bedbug and I made the 6 o'clock check on the phone. It didn't ring. There was no particular reason for us to go right back to the hotel, and we were getting used to being out in the cold. Even the bedbug was contentedly doing his job for the mother, sniffing at the tires of parked cars, rearing up to gaze into windows, pausing to investigate the aromas that came from pretzel vendors and hot dog salesmen, and out of bars and restaurants. We strolled aimlessly down 3rd Avenue toward Union Square, and although people stared at the beast we had on a leash, and the hurrying crowds divided to let us through, no one offered any unwelcome questions. "I guess I don't really have to talk to Marlene," I said after a while.
"I suppose not," Irene agreed.
"But I wish I could. I'm worried about her. She wouldn't close down the office unless she absolutely had to."
"Well," she said practically, "what's our next step?"
Fortunately, I didn't have to answer that just then. I frowned and shook my head, pointing down at the bedbug, which was whining up at us. I looked around. No one was very near. I bent down to listen, and it whimpered,
"How does one manage with only 4 legs, Mr. Stennis? I'm getting tired, and this solid phase water is very cold."
So we took it back to the hotel, and there I had plenty of time to answer Irene's question. Or would have had, if I had had an answer. I was glad when it was time to go out again for a last check on the phone. There was no one in the cubicle this time, and not many people on the street at all, and I stood there wondering just what I was going to say to Irene when I got back to the hotel. I went over all the things we had done. We had distributed copies of our accounts in places where even the resources of Narabedla weren't going to find them. That was our insurance policy. Davidson Jones would have to reckon with that before doing anything violent to us. The people we had chosen were good people. We could trust them. But what should we do next? I was so deep in concentration that the ringing of the phone was only an annoyance at first. Then I almost dropped it when I picked it up. But then I heard Marlene's voice saying,
"Noli? It is you, isn't it? Oh, God, honey, I'm so glad you're alive."
On my way back to the hotel, I almost ran, but when I passed the pet store on Lexington Avenue, I stopped long enough to buy a few dozen tropical fish. The bedbug was delighted. He promised to stay in the room while he enjoyed his meal at leisure, and I took Irene down to the hotel restaurant to celebrate. We found a quiet table in a corner, and over a drink I told her about my conversation with Marlene. "She sold the business," I told her, "to raise money to pay for private detectives. She didn't give up. She's been building up a whole dossier on Narabedla and Henry Davidson Jones."
"Which will help support our story," Irene put in.
"Which will damn prove our story," I corrected her. "She's going to get all the papers out of her safe deposit box tomorrow morning. Then I'm going to go up to see her with a copy of our stuff, and we'll figure out what to do from there."
"Sounds good," Irene said, looking at me thoughtfully over her old-fashioned glass. "You know, Noli," she commented, "you're really some kind of guy." I shrugged modestly. "I mean it," she said. You're a regular Clark Kent. One day you're a mild-mannered accountant, and then all of a sudden you're taking on 60 dozen wizard alien creatures with all sorts of high-tech jazz and rescuing the girl. I never expected it of you.
I said honestly, I didn't really expect it of myself.
It's a nice trait in a man. Is your drink empty, too?
That was easily enough taken care of. When the waiter brought us the second round, she frowned.
The funny thing is, she said, I always thought I didn't really like jocks. You know, the kind of guy that figures he can take care of anything just by throwing some weight around. Do you suppose...
She hesitated, fiddling with the orange slice in her new drink. Then she looked up at me with a peculiar expression, a little bit amused, a little bit embarrassed.
Tricia told me about your, operation, she said. Do you suppose that's why you're doing all this?
Well, if I'd thought at all, I hadn't, actually, I would have been damn sure Tricia would not have missed the chance to gossip a little with her cousin. I didn't like that thought, but there wasn't anything I could do about it. I said shortly, How would I know if it was? Then I said more carefully, I can tell you what lit my fuse this time. What got me going, Irene, was you. When I found out they had kidnapped you, I wanted to... Well, hell, I was willing to do anything I had to do to get you out.
Thank you,
she said, smiling at me. Don't mention it. What else did Tricia tell you?
Oh, well, she said vaguely, different things.
I was flustered. I guess she told you that she and I...
Really, Noli, she said, what difference would that make? It's not important, is it?
I said, Well, Irene, you see, I didn't think there was any way that, for instance, you and I would ever see each other again.
Of course not.
And we really didn't know each other very well, did we? You and I mean.
Hardly at all.
The only thing is, I said, I felt kind of tacky about it all the same.
No reason you should have, she said firmly. Don't you think we might order now? I'm starved.
And we ordered. And we ate. And we had a brandy with our coffee to finish it off. And when we were all done, and the check was paid, and we were lingering over the last brandy, I said, Well, we've got a busy day tomorrow. Do you want the room with the bedbug or the room by yourself tonight?
And she said, He's probably going to keep the TV going all night again, isn't he? So why don't we just let him have one of the sweets all to himself?
Chapter 43. When the city of New York decides to take a recess from winter, it can change overnight. I came up out of the IRT at 72nd Street into bright sunshine. It was only a short walk to Marlene's block. Marlene's apartment was one of those rent-controlled wonders that New Yorkers are willing to kill for. 4 big rooms in a well-kept building with an elevator for less than $300 a month. It was a quiet block. There were still knee-high mounds of snow along the curbs where the plows had given up. Just behind one of them there was a parked ambulance. Its driver had the window rolled down to take advantage of the unexpected sun. He was wearing shades, a black man reading a copy of Penthouse. He looked vaguely familiar. An old woman was walking a dog, a real one. I saw it lift its leg to one of the city's always imperiled shade trees. An elderly man was peering out at the sunshine from the steps of Marlene's apartment house, trying to decide if it was warm enough to allow his old bones a walk to the 7-Eleven on the corner. He looked familiar, too. With good reason. As I climbed the steps, he caught my arm. "Aren't you Stennis?" As soon as he spoke, I knew who he was. Marlene had brought him around to the office now and then. He wasn't a boyfriend, or even a date. He was just a guy she went to the movies with now and then. "Nice to see you, Mr. Kepler," I told him. "Is Marlene in now, do you know?" "In?" He scowled at me. "Of course she isn't in," he went on in a disagreeable tone. "What do you think? Where have you been? She told me before she went to the hospital the first time you were someplace out of town. But didn't you know anything?"
I pulled my arm free, staring at him. "What hospital?" "St. Luke's. Well, she's dying from cancer," he said bitterly. "So now it's too late. You can finally take the time to come see her, eh?" I couldn't speak for a moment. I stood staring at him. "I didn't know. Tell me," I said finally, abjectly begging. He did, with an old man's attention to the details of terminal illness. According to Mr. Kepler, Marlene got sick the first time over a year ago. She'd had to close down the office because she was facing at least 6 months of radiation and chemotherapy. Then she'd been back in her apartment for a while, but she'd regressed. He had gone to the hospital to see her the day before. She had, he said, no more than a month to live. I cannot say how I felt then. I don't know the words to describe it. It wasn't that I wanted to cry. It was a shock too complete and unexpected for that. "But," I said stupidly, "I just talked to her yesterday." "You called her at the hospital? That's good," said Mr. Kepler grudgingly. "You were lucky, because it's a real miracle she could talk. When I went to see her last night, she was in a coma." I let him go, my hand on the door to the building. I watched him walk down the steps, leaning heavily on his cane, making his way past the ambulance to the curb, where the driver was looking sidewise at me from behind his glasses. It would have been a natural question to ask who it was I had spoken to on the phone yesterday. I didn't have to ask it. I already knew the answer. I remembered it from Henry Davidson Jones's office, when I had heard Marlene's voice on a tape, and it had not been Marlene speaking then either. The sun was still out, but the winter wind was chilling my bones. Everything had suddenly become very different. I turned around and walked quickly to the curb, not looking at anyone. When I got to the street, I turned left, walking along the parked cars. When I got to the ambulance, I stopped short. I reached in the open window and grabbed the wrist of the black man in the sunglasses. "Nice to see you again since that time in Nice," I said conversationally. His reflexes were fast. He tried to pull his hand free, but I had it solidly. "Got a gun in your pocket?" I asked. "Or is it whoever's upstairs in Marlene's apartment that's got the gun?" "Get your hands off me," he snarled, trying a sudden lunge. I put my elbow in his throat to stop that. "You don't need a gun," I told him. "Just relax. If you want to take me to Henry Davidson Jones, you don't need anything at all, because that's where I want to go. Right now." Chapter 44. It wasn't a man with a gun who was waiting for me in Marlene's apartment. It was Henry Davidson Jones himself. He was sitting at his ease at Marlene's dining-room table, and he wasn't alone. There was a Purry lying on Marlene's couch, regarding me with its little pop eyes, undoubtedly the one who had imitated Marlene's voice. There was a Kekity in Marlene's kitchen, apparently doing dishes. And there was my friend from Nice and the ambulance, escorting me into the apartment with his hand in his pocket. "Hello, Noli," said Henry Davidson Jones. He looked tired, and he moved stiffly as he stood to reach out to shake my hand. I didn't let him. He sighed and sat down again. "You can go, Arnold," he told my escort, and then, as the black man reluctantly left, "I've just eaten something, Noli. I'm sure the Kekity can make something for you if you're hungry." "No?" "Then," he called, raising his voice, "just bring us some coffee." "I didn't come here for coffee," I said. "I want to make a deal." "Well, do you mind if I drink some while we're making it?" "What deal do you have in mind?" I said, "There are 2 people I want taken care of. One is Irene Madigan. I don't want her hurt or confined in any way. I want her to be allowed to stay on the earth. I'll ask her myself not to say anything to anybody ever. I think she'll do it." He clasped his hands and looked at his thumbnails. "Who's the other person?" "Marlene Abramson." He looked up. "Noli," he said earnestly, "I give you my word I haven't done one thing to harm Marlene Abramson. I was very sorry to hear that she had become ill." "I'm glad to hear it," I told him. "Are you sorry enough to take her to Narabedla to get fixed up?" "Ah," he said, nodding in satisfaction. "I see what you're getting at. You think I'm a kidnapper, a profiteer, maybe a murderer." "That's right," I said.
And the Associated Peoples really ought to let the Earth in as a member besides. I'm not quite as sure of that, I admitted. But maybe so. At least we should have the choice. Yes, the freedom of choice. And in spite of all these wrongs, you're willing to let everything go on just as before, provided I arrange for Narabedlan medical treatment for one friend of yours. That's it exactly, I said. The Keketee padded silently over with the coffee. Davidson Jones mused over what I had said while the Keketee poured for him, then brought a cup over to me. It would have been a proper gesture to refuse it, but actually it smelled pretty good. I took a sip. Then I got up, pulled the wad of papers out of my pocket, and dropped it on Marlene's dining-room table. We've sent out 12 copies of this, I told Davidson Jones. Yes, so you told the Puri on the phone, he agreed. He riffled through the Xeroxes idly. It seems quite complete, he said. They were only mailed yesterday, I told him. There's not much chance that any of them could be delivered today. The earliest would be tomorrow, just for the nearby ones. I don't know how you could intercept them, but I imagine you'd have a way. Possibly, he agreed. I'll give you the names and addresses of all those people, right now, if you give me your word about the 2 conditions. What about yourself, Noli? You haven't said anything about yourself. I'll take my chances. That's very commendable. And what makes you think I would keep a promise if I gave it? I'll take that chance, too. I'm flattered, Noli, he told me, and he sounded very sincere. He got up from the table and walked over to Marlene's window, gazing out at the bare trees in the snowy joint backyards of all the buildings on that block. I hate winter, he said, rubbing his shoulder as though it pained him. Noli, there are pushing 5 billion human beings here on the Earth, and they all die sooner or later. Mostly sooner, and mostly in pain. Should I send them all off to Narabedla? I don't suppose you could do that, I said reluctantly. So who do we save? Just the particular friends of Noli Stennis? I'm not asking for that. I'm only asking for Marlene Abramson. He turned and shook his head at me. Oh, but Noli, he said, chiding me, you aren't making your best deal. You've got something to trade that, I admit, is valuable to me. It's worth a better price. Don't you want something thrown in for the human race? The secret of the go-box, for instance. Look at what that would mean. No more trains, planes, trucks, supertankers. No more 16-wheelers killing people on the highways. No more highways. No more jets from LaGuardia deafening the crowds at the Mets games. No more big tankers spilling their oil into the ocean. No more oil imports to bankrupt the high-energy countries. No more— I interrupted his catalogue. All right, I agreed. I'll take that, too. Will you? It wouldn't be hard to do. The Associated Peoples wouldn't object. They're too busy trying to patch up their own troubles. And it's just a matter of Einstein-Rosen separability. There are a lot of institutions right here that are close to finding it already. I've helped some of them with money grants for research. Only, well, what about all those truckers and airline pilots and railroad workers? What are they going to do for jobs? How can you handle the unemployment that follows? I don't know, I said, not liking the way the conversation was going. Neither do I, he said soberly. I haven't known how to handle any of that, from penicillin to the silicon chip. I've helped them all, you know, for a long time. I stared at him. You mean with grants and maybe little tips from time to time? But why do that when you could just hand all these things over? Is that what you'd do, Noli? It's not my problem, I said shortly. But if it were, he persisted, wouldn't you try to make all these changes gradually, so the human race would have time to adjust, and maybe even to give it a chance to keep its self-respect? I might, I said, but I wouldn't kidnap people. He was silent for a moment, looking at me. He snapped his fingers, and the Kekati glided up with more coffee. I'm afraid I've made a lot of mistakes lately, he said. I'm getting old. So go back to Narabedla yourself and get fixed up. I have, Noli, many times. I'm a good deal older than you think. It's time for me to retire. I didn't like the way he was looking at me, because I didn't understand it. Then I began to understand it, and I liked it even less. Oh, no! I cried. Oh, yes, said Henry Davidson Jones. Chapter 45. When Davidson Jones's doctors got Marlene out of the hospital, I was sitting in the ambulance waiting for her. She looked terrible. She was tiny. A lot of her hair had fallen out. Her face was like death itself. She was in a coma, all right, and she didn't speak to me. But when the Kekadis were gently lifting her into the box on the yacht, I kissed her and whispered to her that everything was all right, and at least her eyelids flickered. When the limo was taking us to the hotel, Henry Davidson Jones was silent. "Don't you have any instructions for me?" I demanded bitterly, as we turned into Lexington Avenue. "You give the instructions now, Noli," he told me. "Just don't forget to make those telephone calls. Then, if you want to, come down to the office and you can get started. I'll be there. The car will come back and wait for you. It's your car now." And I got out and stared after him as the limousine drove away. It was early evening dark. The streets were full. The hotel lobby was busy with well-dressed men and women intent on their own concerns. They hardly glanced at me. They didn't know who I was, who I had suddenly become. I had never been in charge of anything bigger than a 6-person accountancy office. But I acknowledged that it was true, as Davidson Jones had ordered, that money was money, and if you knew how to handle a sum, it didn't matter how many zeros were at the end of it. The second thing to do, I told myself, was to sit down with Irene Madigan and the telephones and call up each of the people we had sent those documents to explain that they shouldn't open them because they were a mistake and someone would come around to collect them. That wouldn't be too hard. The first thing would be harder. In the elevator, I found myself wondering whether I would ever have time to sing again, as I was trying to figure out how to explain to Irene Madigan that Narabedla was now ours, that the world was ours, to do with as we would, and, most of all, to be responsible for. End of Narabedla Ltd. By Frederik Pohl. Narrated by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, March 1989. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Ballantine Books, New York, New York, 10022.
End of book.